Good morning, my friends. Good morning. What would the day be today without some tough technical difficulties? Maybe they'll work themselves out. Maybe they won't. I gave StreamYard some feedback yesterday, so we'll see if they respond to me, but we're here. I came right on. I didn't even have a chance to do the countdown for you. And that was my fault too, because I just put myself right on camera and forgot. It's one of those mornings, you know? Jen McCabe is coming on the stand this morning, so I couldn't really sleep last night. How about you? How about you, my friends? I don't know if you knew that, but I was advised, and I think that is what is happening. So Matt McCabe is still on the stand from yesterday, and we're going to get some cross of her husband, Matt. I have Court TV up. I see the fan is on NBC 10, but we're going with Court TV again today because they do have the best audio. We're waiting for them. Okay. Good morning, good morning, good morning. And thank you so much for coming to spend part of your Friday, your entire Friday, May 17th with me, 2024. Because today will be a full day of court as opposed to the 2 half days that we see on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So we are going to, when they start, we're going to get right into the morning. Matt McCabe will be back on the stand. Jen McCabe's husband, who said a lot of crazy. Yep, I was just going to tell you how much you guys raised yesterday. I was just waiting for a couple more people. Hi, Mayor. Thanks for the 5. Good morning, Melanie. Thank you for your coverage. Do you know how much was raised yesterday for the MS Foundation? Yes. So if you were not here yesterday, because maybe you were busy, or maybe you work, or maybe you were watching your coverage somewhere else, I have a viewer who wishes to remain anonymous, but she goes by Prestige Worldwide. That's her YouTube name. And she told me that Prestige Worldwide is from the movie Step Brothers. Do you guys remember the movie Step Brothers with Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly? And Will Ferrell has a special place in my heart. I've always thought he's one of the funniest guys on earth. And she came into the chat yesterday and she said, I will match all donations made today to make a donation in Karen's name to the Brigham and Women's Hospital for MS research in Karen's name. And you guys were so unbelievably generous. We raised $1,755 that Prestige Worldwide will be donating on behalf of Karen for MS research in just one day. So you guys are amazing. I'm blown away by your generosity, by your kindness, for being so kind and generous. And so many of you wrote me emails and came in the comments and made your donations. And they were donations everywhere from $1 to $50. I think $50 was the biggest donation. But $1,755 is going to go to MS research on behalf of Prestige Worldwide in honor of Karen and her struggle with MS. And when I started covering, I'm blown away by the generosity, really. And she said in her email to me, she said that she knew that Karen had MS because of the coverage about this case. And she said, it wasn't until I heard the testimony from an EMT regarding Karen saying something to the effect of, I can't take care of the kids, did I immerse myself in this case. I understood the subtext behind a comment like this. I have a sibling and an uncle living with MS. I have family members working at top levels at Brigham and Women's Hospital, which is Harvard affiliated, specializing in MS research. MS presents differently in every patient. However, the worry and anxiety over the ongoing side effects of MS can potentially cause the side effects that MS can potentially cause strike similar fear in all patients. When Karen worried aloud about taking care of the kids, she wasn't worried about whether or not she could still get her hair done on Saturdays. You know what I mean? She worried about her physical ability to take care of the kids by herself. What if she can't walk? I wouldn't be surprised to learn that her history of autoimmune disease was a factor in her not having biological children. What a gift she got to be part of raising those 2 kids with John. And then she goes on to say, Karen is proof that men and women living with MS are resilient, strong, and can wear kick-ass thigh-high boots. And then she wanted to know how much my cupcake army donated so that she could make the donation on Karen's behalf to MS Research, to Brigham and Women's Children's. It's not a children's hospital. I keep conflating this with the Maya case because I have so many viewers who struggle with chronic pain disorders from the Maya Kowalski case. Brigham and Women's Hospital, MS Research. Thank you to Prestige Worldwide. If you see her today in the chat, it's amazing. Somebody said you can't put the thumbs up. I don't know why that is or why that would be. I turn off live reactions on the chat, you know, the part where you can click the heart, because I find it when I'm watching a stream, other people's streams, I find it to be super annoying to see all those hearts flowing by when I'm just trying to read the chat. So if that's what you're trying to do, you're not going to be able to do it. Feel free to obviously comment. And you guys are amazing. I've met more nice people since I started building this channel in July of 2023 than I have definitely ever in my 30-year career as an attorney, because attorneys can be a little adversarial and insurance company adjusters can be a little tight with the buck, if you know what I mean. So you guys are amazing, amazing. And it's so amazing to meet so many people who I seem to have so much in common with. There are no happy accidents. Everything's a happy accident. There was a book I remember reading years and years and years ago when I was very young called The Celestine Prophecy. Does anybody remember that book? And it was all about how there's no such thing as coincidence. Everything happens for a reason. And I truly believe that everything does happen for a reason. And I was brought to this channel for a reason, and we're making a difference, and we're trying to create a community that is kind and generous and that has some grace for people. And that's why we try and keep the chat classy. So you'll notice it's on a 5-minute subscriber level today for the chat, because we try and keep away the trolls. And there are many, many of them, especially with this case. So that said, please keep it classy. We don't tolerate foul language, disparaging of the victims and the witnesses in this case, including body shaming, derogatory comments about their looks. If you want to talk about their testimony and demeanor, I'm fine with that. But we don't tolerate the bullying. So let's keep it classy, shall we? And everybody just try and get along. And thanks, Team Brittany, for putting up the guidelines. Let's say we were demonetized on 2 streams the other day because people were putting Trooper Buchanan's nickname in the chat. Eventually they were overturned, but what happens is it shadow bans the video, so this video doesn't really get out there and doesn't get suggested to people. So we try and keep out all of the YouTube trigger words, let's say, that they don't like. So just think foul language, just think anything dirty, just think, I mean, on streams where I do things about children, we have to call it CA. It's just weird. Some people say unaliving. I've gotten past that. They say the first 5 minutes are the most important. So comments are going to be deleted. Timeouts are happening. We'll try to warn you, but when we have something like 5,000 people in the chat, it moves really, really quickly. And sometimes you could get timed out by accident. So just show my mods some grace today, because this is a tough case to handle. And those of you who know, if you've spoken publicly about it, you've also been personally attacked. I even heard other law tubers that are starting to cover this case say like they had to like they're getting attacked from all angles, because we know what's going on here. We know that people on the other side and people that are affiliated with the Alberts and McCabes have set up 20 to 50 sock puppet accounts just to get out there and terrorize people. And we don't tolerate the bullying. So thank you, Team Brittany, for putting those guidelines up there. I see the fan already. So if you're just tuning in, Prestige Worldwide, our amazing benefactor from yesterday, volunteered to match all donations and make a donation to Brigham and Women's Hospital for MS research on behalf of Karen Reed. And you guys raised $1,755 yesterday. And Prestige Worldwide prefers to remain anonymous, and I can understand why. So thank you. I'm blown away. by you guys and your generosity. And here's the fan ready to make us nauseous already. First today up is going to be Matt McCabe back on the stand, and then we're going to get a look at Jen McCabe for the first time. So everyone, hit that like button. Yes, you're exactly right. People are saying, yes, unaliving is supposedly they sound unaliving is because of the algorithm and censorship, not because they're trying to be politically correct. Yeah, I'm not trying to be politically correct about a person taking another person's life. I have no problem with that word at all. But YouTube has this program of artificial intelligence, and they scan through your video even while we're going live. And sometimes I'll shut it off. I'll end the stream after 7 hours, and it comes up with a yellow dollar sign, which means unfriendly to advertisers, and then takes a while to overcome the appeal. And then by that time, it's old news because we cover breaking news and trials here, so everything is time sensitive. And that, Christy, is exactly true. I don't know what StreamYard did, but everything is so much smaller. KOB, thanks for coming in with the 5, says it will be a riveting day. Free Karen Reed. Yeah, Jen McCabe, will she crack? Will she plead the 5th? I don't know. Magnolia Gypsy, thanks for the 5. End of week 3 of 4 for the Commonwealth. Do we believe that? No. It feels like we have been here 87 years. Thanks to you and the mods. Long trials are a lot. They're a lot, but you know what? We're here for it. In fact, you guys know I'm a deadhead. And all my friends are at the Sphere in Las Vegas, and I had an opportunity to be there too, but I am dedicated to this case in this trial, and I am here with you. I was not going to rely on some spotty Las Vegas Wi-Fi, although I have some footage from last night. I don't know if I can even play it for you because it may get stricken on copyright. Although the Grateful Dead has allowed people to tape their music since they started and trade tapes. But if you haven't seen what's going on at the Sphere, it's pretty amazing. What a venue. And it's owned by the Dolans, who also own the Rangers. And by the way, the Rangers won last night, so let's go Rangers. And I'm rooting for your Bruins too, right now. Right now, I'm still rooting for your Bruins. Anybody puts anything disparaging about the Rangers in the chat, you're getting timed out. Sorry. Zero tolerance. But I will root with you for the Bruins because so many of my friends now are from Massachusetts. Thanks on top for your super sticker. Thanks, Mara. We covered this. $1,755 was raised by you. Very, very generous people yesterday. Leo Bunker, thanks for the 5. Is jury speculation with all the sidebars of voir dire's jury excusable prior 2023 hearings? Was your attorney present, etc., good or bad in this case? My understanding from people who have been in the courtroom watching the jurors and seeing what's going on is they are taking copious notes. They are listening intently. They are bored with Lally when a witness says, I don't remember, I don't recall. It's kind of like, really? I think one person was even seen like repeating it after them. I don't really know. I think what happened with the stuff coming out on Colin's redirect, when Colin was talking about being bullied online and how, it was so hard for him and his family. I think that was in a way good for the defense because it just rang so hollow after the jury having seen those videos of Colin publicly bullying and threatening to KO bang bang guys that he didn't even know. So I think maybe they're thinking like, if he's willing to go publicly and say that and threaten people like that he doesn't even know, what's going on with the people that he does know? And he also testified. I'm not saying he did anything. I'm just saying everybody is sus because everyone's got a different story, and Life 360 doesn't lie, quite frankly, and neither does Snapchat, apparently. And teach your children well, and tell them that just because you think you delete something from the internet doesn't mean it's really deleted. The feds are watching. I'm sure they've got wiretaps going and they've got everything. So just, you might want to, if you're getting on the stand anytime soon, think about your testimony, because if you perjure yourself under oath, it's a crime and it could be a felony in Massachusetts. I'm not quite sure, but I'm sure those of you who know. So I think the jury sees what's happening just like we do, because you guys are a mirror jury. Those of you who have not seen this case or this judge before might have formed opinions now about what's going on. We've been following it, so we've been watching all the pretrial hearings. We're used to this. But I think a lot of you, tell me if you're new to the case, what do you think? What do you think? Solomon Landscaping, thank you so much for your 5 and for thanking me for all that I do. And thank you all for watching, because without you, I'd be screaming at my TV, probably throwing things. The fan is moving. No sound yet, though. BCal, thank you so much for your super sticker this morning. And Mike Summer became a member. Welcome, Mike. We're getting a lot more male viewers. In the beginning, I think I had something like 92% women and 8% men, and so many men have become interested in this case that I think we're pushing 30% men. So welcome, guys. I think you're going to like it here, even though I don't curse. I think you're going to have fun. Outraged Mama Bear. Love it. Thanks for the 5. Good morning, May. Thank you for my coverage. Thank you for your donation from Canada. Thank you so much for watching from Canada. Effin Hippie coming in with the 10 spot. Lyric for the day from the Dylan Classic. Positively Fairview Street. You got a lot of nerve to say you are a friend. When I was down, you just stood there grinning. That's a good one. Putting that down positively. I was listening to, does anybody have like playlists for different things? Like you have a playlist for when you want to get pumped up. Before I started this YouTube channel, I was, taking a hiatus from the practice of law because it kind of sucked the soul out of me after the litigation that I had against the Catholic Church for all of the survivors and victims of clergy sex abuse. And I fought that good fight for about 15 years. And at the time, New York was a very, let's say, pedo-friendly state. So if you could keep a kid quiet enough, you could never be sued or go to jail. And after that, it kind of sucked the soul out of me. So I took a little hiatus from practicing to, pursue other things. And you're never too old to dream a new dream. And so I decided, I always wanted to be an actor when I was a kid. So I decided, well, if not now, when, right? Let me go take some acting classes, see what happens. And it took off. I had got an agent. I have a couple of agents, but then, and I was just starting right before the panty happened to audition for network shows. I auditioned for Bull, the show Bull, to play a lawyer on Bull, coincidentally, right the day the world shut down. I'll never forget that. And then that happened and we were locked down and there were no productions happening for like 2 years. And then it sort of ramped up again. And I started auditioning again for all the Law and Orders, because all the Dick Wolf shows are filmed in New York. And there's tons of shows filming in New York. I actually auditioned for Jury Duty, that show that we talk about all the time, to play the plaintiff's attorney in that show. And I wish that I booked it because it was nominated for an Emmy. And James Marsden was in it. And so they all got to go to the Emmys this year. And there's a movie coming out in August with Blake Lively called It Ends With Us, which is based on a Colleen Hoover book. Did anybody read that book? It's amazing. It's amazing. I auditioned to play Blake Lively's mother. I didn't book it, but I was more than thrilled to be even in the running to play Blake Lively's mother. So that was super cool. But then the actors' strike happened, and then the writer's strike happened. And I'm like, I had to do something to keep myself busy. So I came on YouTube. I had met Bill Cannon from Police Off the Cuff in acting class in New York City. That's where we met. And he was a stand-up comedian, and we were in scene study class together every Tuesday night for years. And he started inviting me to come on his channel, Police Off the Cuff. And so I would do some legal analysis on there. I think it was starting when the Murdoch case happened. And then from his show, I met Duty Ron, and I was guest hosting then a lot on Duty Ron because Ed, his partner, Ed Wallace, was off on assignment at an undisclosed location and he wasn't around. So I started co-hosting on there. And then I decided, well, I got to keep myself busy. So let me start a YouTube channel. And here we are today. So my friends, the lesson is you're never too old to dream a new dream or to pivot or to do something that you really enjoy. Because as I tell my kids, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. And so I have playlists for different things. I think that's where I was. I often forget where I am. But so I had like a pump me up playlist for auditions. Like before I would go into the city and get on the train for an audition, I'd listen to it the whole time. And then I had like a sad song playlist if I had to cry in the audition or be sad. And the It Ends With Us story is a very, very sad story. And that audition was very intense. It was like several scenes and There was a lot of emotion. But there's a song that I came across because you know that I have daughters. It's a new Taylor Swift song, Who's Afraid of Little Old Me? If you haven't heard it, it's haunting. You know I'm a deadhead, but I love me some Taylor Swift too because my girls listen to it. So I've been listening to it in the car for years. It's haunting. It's on the new album. It's called Who's Afraid of Little Old Me? Well, you should be.
Any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open.
God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Jared. Good morning. So I'm going to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able
Smiley
to follow the
with
instructions?
3 questions. Did anybody go home and watch YouTube last night?
Since we left yesterday. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain?
Has anybody been watching Aussie Insider's videos on the jury, watching the law tubers' reactions to the rulings in this case?
Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Her volume is low. She's not in front of the mic. Don't worry.
Thank you very much. May we have Mr. McCabe, please?
May we have Mr. McCabe, please? Please bring Mr. McCabe to the barbecue. Or the Barbie. You're in Australia. Watching from down under. If you are international in the chat, tell us where you're watching from. This has gripped the world. The world is watching, my friends. The world is watching.
I do.
Here we go.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I wonder if she'll call him Lally Flop one day. That would be kind of funny.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Where left off yesterday, you had gone to bed on the 28th, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Friday night.
And at some point you woke up on the later in the morning on the 29th, correct?
Yes, Saturday morning.
And do you recall, sir, what awoke you on that morning?
Yes, I do.
What was that, sir?
I awoke to the screaming of Jen, Jen, Jen. So when I woke up, I thought there was somebody in my bedroom. I kind of snapped up out of bed. What the hell's going on? Looking around the room, realized my wife was actually on the phone.
Okay, this right away is interesting because I thought he was going to say that he woke up to his wife screaming because her bestie of 10 years was missing. But no, it was Karen screaming that woke him up because maybe Jen was on speaker. Interesting.
And the screaming that you heard, how loud was that, sir?
It was loud enough to wake me up from a dead sleep. I could hear it. It was loud. Obviously, I was laying in bed and realizing after my wife was laying right next to me on the phone. But it was a loud Jen, Jen, Jen. It was repetitive.
And do you know approximately what time that was, sir?
Yeah, shortly before 5 a.m.
And did you recognize the voice that you heard scream?
I did not recognize the voice.
And as far as that phone conversation went on for, well, let me ask you this first. As far as that phone conversation was concerned, could you hear both sides of that conversation?
Yes, I could.
And that was based on the volume of the person speaking on the other end, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, were you able to recognize or identify the voice on the other end of your wife's conversation?
Yes, I asked my wife, what the hell is going on? After I woke up and popped up, looking around the room to find out who's in my bedroom, assuming it was a kid, one of my kids screaming. I asked my wife, what is going on? And I could hear her saying, I'm on the phone with Karen. She can't find John.
And from the course of that conversation continues while you were in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yeah, that conversation continued for a couple minutes. I could hear the dialogue. And then again, right back to Jen, 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 the repeating of my wife's name again.
As far as the dialogue was concerned, specifically from the defendant, Ms. Reed's perspective, what, if anything, do you recall about that?
She didn't know where John was, and the last time she saw him was at the waterfall.
And about how long did that initial phone call or that initial conversation between your wife and the defendant go on for?
From when I woke up, minute and a half, 2 minutes. I don't know the exact time.
And after,
Give or take.
You recall how that conversation ended? Did your wife hang up or?
Yes, they hung up the phone. I was laying in the bed. My wife was next to me. And I think my wife immediately called somebody else, was calling friends that lived near the waterfall that happened to be out that evening. And she started making those phone calls.
And as your wife was making those phone calls, what, if anything, did you say to her?
Objection.
What, if anything, did he say to her?
Yes.
No, I'm not going to let you testify to that. Next question.
Hearsay.
With respect to the defendant's statement that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall, what, if anything, occurred to you in reference to that?
In reference to her saying she last saw him at the waterfall, I then told my wife, "What are you talking about?"
So I'll not what you said, sir, but I think Mr. Lally asked you what you thought. What you gathered from that?
I thought she was crazy
And why was that?
because I saw her vehicle. I saw the black SUV arrive to the 34 Fairview that morning.
Oh, now we're going to get to hear his take on what happened and his opinions and, you know, whether or not he likes Karen Reed. Okay. Did he testify that he knew her car? I think he did. But now he's saying he saw a vehicle outside the car. Now he's changing his testimony, I think, to say that he knew that he saw her car outside 34 Fairview, because this is the guy who wants you to believe that he was looking out the window the entire time. And that's fine. It puts Karen there. But interesting. Let's take that question back.
So I'll not what you said, sir, but I think Mr. Lally asked you what you thought. What you gathered from that?
I thought she was crazy
And why was that?
because I saw her vehicle. I saw the black SUV arrive to the 34 Fairview that morning.
You had overheard the conversation from Mr. O'Keefe to your wife the night previous, correct?
That's correct.
And so what happened then?
I told my wife, "What are you talking about?" She was at.
It's not what you said to your wife.
All right, sorry.
It's hard. Ask the question, Mr. Lally, so that he can answer it properly.
So your wife made some phone calls in your presence, correct?
Yes, she did.
And following those phone conversations, what, if any, other conversations did she have with the defendant that morning?
There were multiple calls. I don't recall what calls were made, what time, but the next call, we were informing the defendant that, wait, we saw your car. We saw you come to 34 Fairview. You guys were there. And I heard the response of, "I don't remember. I don't remember going there."
We had a conversation. Are they on speaker?
What, if any, other conversation do you recall?
Hold on. What the hell is he trying to say here? I know it's early, but what?
Following those phone conversations, what, if any, other conversations did she have with the defendant that morning?
Did she have?
There were multiple calls. I don't recall what calls were made, what time, but the next call, we were informing the defendant that, wait, we saw your car. We saw you come to 34 Fairview. You guys were there. And I heard the response of, "I don't remember. I don't remember going there."
And what, if any, other conversation do you recall in those subsequent phone conversations that you overheard from the defendant?
At some moment, as I said, my wife had made a couple phone calls. In one of the calls with Karen Reed, she blurted that she broke her taillight, cracked her taillight, something to that effect while we were, while Jen and I were still in the bedroom and she was on the phone.
And as your wife and you were in the bedroom and your wife is on the phone, what, if anything, were the two of you doing?
After my wife had made a few calls, we were completely confused on where the hell John was.
So we decided to have a little sexy time. Is he going to say that? This is very interesting. And the reason this is interesting because he is saying that before they even left their bedroom, they knew that Karen had a cracked taillight. Right? That conflicts his wife's statement. And you know, because we've read them. We've read them. And Jen McCabe said that she first found out that Karen had a cracked taillight when she was driving in the car with Karen. And then Kerry Roberts said, yeah, and then she pointed it out to us. So now he's telling us, he wants us to believe that he knew her taillight was cracked before Jen McCabe ever left the bedroom that morning. That's important. I almost feel like I don't want to even commentate on this because it's going to just give them ideas or ammunition, but that's what we're here for, and that's what we're doing.
The thought process in our head at that moment was we knew that John had mentioned that he was potentially going to be meeting up with another person. So we called that individual, my wife called that individual to see if by chance, again, confused, left at the waterfall. We saw them at the house. Did John not go with her? Did what happened? Did he get out of the car? Did he go somewhere else? So we proceeded to call a couple other people that we thought he possibly might have met up with.
Wait a minute. We knew that he was going to meet up with another person. Anybody else? Is this new information for anybody else? CM Libby 1 says this is not in his previous statements. We're taking this back, you guys. This is going to be dissected like the pig DNA that they found on the swabs from John O'Keefe's clothes, allegedly. We knew that he was going to meet up with someone else, and so we started calling other people. Oh, who was he supposed to meet with? Was he having an affair? Was he going to go meet with Marietta Sullivan? Did you start to doubt your own recollections of what car you saw outside that night? What? We're going back. No worries. If I swipe myself out of the stream, which often happens with my laptop mouse pad, just wait for me. I will be back. Wait for me. Wait for us. Wait for me. Let him talk. He'll ramble on and he'll just give us so much more information.
The next call, we were informing the defendant that, wait, we saw your car. We saw you come to 34 Fairview. You guys were there. And I heard the response of, I don't remember. I don't remember going there.
And what, if any, other conversation do you recall in those subsequent phone conversations that you overheard from the defendant?
At some moment, as I said, my wife had made a couple phone calls. In one of the calls with Karen Reed, she blurted that she broke her taillight, cracked her taillight, something to that effect while we were, while Jen and I were still in the bedroom and she was on the phone.
Wow.
And as your wife and you were in the bedroom and your wife is on the phone, what, if anything, were the two of you doing?
After my wife had made a few calls, we were completely confused on where the hell John was. The thought process in our head at that moment was we knew that John had mentioned that he was potentially going to be meeting up with another person. So we called that individual, my wife called that individual to see if by chance, again, confused, left at the waterfall. We saw them at the house. Did John not go with her? Did what happened? Did he get out of the car? Did he go somewhere else? So we proceeded to call a couple other people that we thought he possibly might have met up with, another individual.
We. He's got no self-identity. Everything that he talks about in relation to his wife is we did this, we thought this, we thought that. Do you notice that with this witness? Who do you think wears the pants in that family? He may wear the suit and tie, and he may be the breadwinner, and may be the moneymaker, and he may be supporting 4 daughters and a wife. Somebody else is wearing the pants. He has no self-identity. We thought this, we thought that, we did this, we were confused. It's very strange to me.
From those other phone calls that you observed your wife making at any point in time, other than her conversations with the defendant, did you observe her to have any conversation with anybody?
You're asking if my wife did?
What I'm asking is not to any content or anything like that, but your wife made phone calls, correct?
That is correct.
And when she made those phone calls, did you observe her conversing with anybody on the phone?
No, she did not speak to anybody. Nobody answered any of our calls.
And at some point, did you yourself reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I know I texted him, and I think I called him as well. Pretty much, where the hell are you? I think it was when Karen Reed and my wife were leaving my house.
Oh,
I think I responded, where the hell are you? Now Karen and Jen are out looking for you.
you missed a couple steps there, buddy.
And in regard to those text messages, did you receive any response from Mr. O'Keefe?
I did not.
And with regard to those texts, you had Mr. O'Keefe programmed into your phone, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you would have prior conversations with him via text message and phone using that number that you had programmed into your phone?
Yes.
So no response to the text. As far as the phone call that you placed to Mr. O'Keefe, did he answer? Did you speak with him at all?
I did not speak to Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, at some point, do you and your wife proceed downstairs?
My wife proceeded downstairs. I remained in the bedroom.
And what is the next thing that you remember occurring that moment?
While I was getting dressed, I put my jeans on. My wife went downstairs. She was going to make a coffee. My wife and I were proceeding to leave. We were going to leave our house and make a drive to the house of the gentleman that my wife was calling, that we possibly thought John could have met up with. And within that moment, again, I don't know the exact time, I then heard yelling out in my front yard.
Okay. Okay. All right, Maddie. So you want us to believe that you and your wife were going to get in your car and you were going to go to the guy's house that you were texting, who you thought John might have met up with last night, instead of calling her sister Coco to see if he ever came into 34 and if he was there? Because that's where you last saw him. But instead, you're going to get in the car and drive to some other guy's house that you thought maybe, possibly, he could have been meeting. Is this adding up for anybody?
And when you heard the yelling in your front yard, what did you do?
I realized it was Karen Reed, and I told my wife to please tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the whole neighborhood.
We're worried about waking up the neighbors.
Where is it?
Okay, so he heard it outside his house. He heard her screaming on the lawn. Nobody at 34 Fairview heard her screaming on the lawn. In addition to not just her screaming on the lawn, but, ambulances, fire trucks, police cruisers, yelling and screaming, radios, police scanner. Like, are you effing kidding me? You're going to bury everyone else's testimony now, dude. You're supposed to come in here and shine some credibility on this case. And really? You're worried that your neighbors are going to wake up? And you already know that she's just like, wow. He has no identity except for when he cares about his neighbors waking up.
In my front yard. I then heard yelling out in my front yard.
And when you heard the yelling in your front yard, what did you do?
I realized it was Karen Reed, and I told my wife to please tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the whole neighborhood.
Wow.
And where is it or when is this in relation to that first phone call when you sort of shoot up out there?
At least a half hour, give or take. Again, I don't know the exact time.
Now, at any point after you hear the yelling out front, you hear the defendant yelling out front. What was she yelling at that point?
She again repeated, Jen, Jen. She for some reason kept repeating my wife's name. I don't know if she got all the way to my doorway or my wife walked out, but my wife had said, I was actually relieved because I was like, not thinking what happened to John happened to John. I was thinking he was on somebody's couch. So I was like, good, I'm not going to look for him, thinking my wife was going to go. My wife said she's going to go with Karen to go find John.
Okay. We've heard a lot of testimony about the weather in this case, right? Big nor'easter coming, whiteout conditions that morning at 5 a.m. or whatever time he's going to say Karen got to his house. Whiteout conditions. And he's saying to himself, oh my gosh, look at my freeze frame game on point again with the tongue out of his mouth. There was one freeze frame yesterday with Colin, same exact expression with the tongue pushing out. We got to go to Dr. G and find out what that means. A lot of you guys watch Body Language Experts. What does that mean? And he's going to let these two women, one of whom is so hysterical that he wants her to shut up because she's going to wake up the neighbors. He's like, I'm not going to look for him. I don't care. He's letting the two women do it. Sir, what kind of man are you, Matty McCabe? I'm not going to look for him. I just figured he was on somebody's couch. Is that what you do? Do you often sleep on your buddies' couches? Because you said last night that the only reason you were happy in your marriage when Karen said to you, and she praised him saying, oh, how do you guys do it? You look so happy. It must be so hard raising 4 kids. And he said, yeah, I'm happy because I'm at a bar. You told that to the worldwide audience. And now you're like, I'm not going to go look for him. Okay. Let's hear that again for emphasis. Cross is going to be delicious.
He, for some reason, kept repeating my wife's name. I don't know if she got all the way to my doorway or my wife walked out, but my wife had said, I was actually relieved because I was like, not thinking what happened to John happened to John. I was thinking he was on somebody's couch. So I was like, good, I'm not going to look for him, thinking my wife was going to go. My wife said she's going to go with Karen to go find John.
And at any point in time that morning when the defendant arrived at the house, did you actually go outside or look outside?
I did not go outside. I did look out the blinds of my bedroom window, which is the closest to the driveway.
He never went outside either.
What did you see when you looked out the blinds?
Saw Karen's car in my driveway.
Did you see the defendant, Ms. Reed, anywhere outside as well?
I don't recall physically seeing her. I saw the vehicle. I don't recall seeing her directly, making any physical contact as far as seeing her.
Now, what, if any, concerns?
He never went out of his house, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, and I know a lot of you are from Canton, and I'm not in any way disparaging Canton in any way. I'm sure there are some very, very nice, kind, and generous people that live in Canton, and I know that because you donated $1,755 yesterday for MS research in Karen's name. I know that. But he doesn't even go outside of his house to help in any way. Just like the defense wants you to believe, the prosecution, see, I keep confusing them because I feel like the prosecution is the defense. Just like the Commonwealth wants you to believe it's totally fine that first responder Brian Albert never went outside that day because none of his neighbors did either. He never went outside. He looked out the blinds. Never even saw Karen.
See the defendant, Ms. Reed, anywhere outside as well?
I don't recall physically seeing her. I saw the vehicle. I don't recall seeing her directly, making any physical contact as far as seeing her.
Now, what, if any, concerns did you have in reference to your wife going out with Ms. Reed at that particular
I had mentioned to my wife before she was leaving the house that
No, I'll allow this.
What?
What were your concerns?
my concerns were she was going to be driving with Miss Reed in their vehicle, in Miss Reed's vehicle, and my concerns were that she had a broken taillight. What I thought by a broken taillight was that her taillight was out, meaning there was no light.
He was not concerned that they were going to be driving in a blizzard and it could be dangerous and that they could come upon a nefarious scene because John O'Keefe was missing. He was concerned because Karen Reed's vehicle had a cracked taillight. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? All right. Somebody has to slow down the chat. I'm going to slow it down a little tiny bit. The reason I normally don't do that is because it screws with the algorithm. It's better for the algorithm if there's more engagement. If you are a member of the channel, it is not going to affect you. It only affects non-members, but I'm going to do it because we're here for this and we need to, we can't even believe what is happening here. Hold on a second. You're going to have to give me a second. Wow. Well, I'll try and do it while his testimony is going because the only thing he is worried about is the cracked taillight. And he was directed, in my opinion, he was directed to keep talking about the broken taillight. Keep talking about it, Matt. Keep bringing it up, bringing it up. Open as many doors as you can. At one point, I'm sure he's going to open the door that his family was being harassed. Here we go. The only thing he cared about was the broken taillight. That is what concerned him. Wow. Dude, your priorities are all screwed up.
I fear
No, I'll allow this.
I'm glad you allowed
What
it.
were your concerns?
What were your
my concerns
concerns?
were she was going to be driving with Miss Reed in their vehicle, in Miss Reed's vehicle, and my concerns were that she had a broken taillight. What I thought by a broken taillight was that her taillight was out, meaning there was no light. And I didn't think it was a bright idea to be driving around with no physical light on the taillight.
Did you think it was a bright idea for you not to go outside and try and find out what was going on and maybe help the women? Did you think that was a bright idea? Go back to sleep, Matt.
Weather, is that fair to say?
Because of the weather, correct.
And so your wife then leaves with Miss Reed, is that correct?
That is correct.
You know, did you happen to see like who got in where as far as the car, who was driving when they left?
I did not see that, no.
Now, was that within the same time frame that you were driving before, about a half hour after you hear the initial call?
Yes, from Miss Reed arriving at my house was, yes, half hour or so after the initial call. And it wasn't long after before they proceeded to leave.
All right.
Now, at
What?
this time that you're looking out.
I'm sorry, but this is so important because Jen McCabe's original statement is that Kerry Roberts came to the house and the three of them went from there and Kerry followed them. Kerry Roberts' statement is that Kerry met them at John O'Keefe's house because, of course, instead of going to look for John O'Keefe, Jen convinces Karen to go back to John O'Keefe's house from where she just left. So I want to hear if he says Kerry Roberts came. Hold on.
Within the same time frame that you were driving before, about a half hour after you hear the initial call?
Yes, from Miss Reed arriving at my house was, yes, half hour or so after the initial call. And it wasn't long after before they proceeded to leave.
Now, at this time that you're looking out from the blinds, and you see the defendant's car and the defendant outside. Was it light out? Was it dark out? What are we talking about?
It was dark out.
And so they leave and you're home with the 4 children, correct?
That is correct.
And when was the next time that you spoke to your wife?
The next time I spoke to my wife was an hour later. I received a phone call from her I don't know the exact time, but I'm going to say about an hour so.
Okay. So he says that they were woken up shortly before 5 to a woman screaming bloody murder on the phone to his wife. He thinks maybe one of his kids is in the room, but why one of his kids would be screaming Jen, Jen, Jen over and over and over again. And he was a little annoyed that he was woken up by that phone call. He says that was a little before 5. He said it was a half an hour later that they left, right? After the call. So if she calls a little before 5, she's getting to his house and she's there for a while screaming on the lawn. He's annoyed because it's going to wake up the neighbors. He wants her to shut up, which is what he actually says. But he knows all about the broken taillight from one of the first phone conversations while he's still in the bedroom with his wife before Karen Reed gets there. But within a half an hour of that first call, he said they were leaving. So all of this rank speculation, to quote a lollipop flop, all this rank speculation about Karen driving around and going to 34 Fairview before coming over to Jen's house doesn't really line up with the timeline now, Maddie. What does it? First call's a little before 5, and within a half an hour, Karen and Jen, your wife, are leaving your house. See that? Not a lot of time there.
And without reference to much of the content of that, all I'm really asking for is, what, if any, indication did she give you as to where she was?
She indicated they found John and at Fairview.
And upon receiving that information, where did you go?
I proceeded to finish getting dressed and drove over to Fairview.
He already had his jeans on. Finished getting dressed. What did he do? He had to finish getting dressed and he drove over to Fairview. She calls him like an hour later. So let's say she gets the call like 4:55. I think we already know, right? So they're out of his house at let's say 5:25. He gets a call about an hour later. By 6:25, he's getting the call, maybe one of the calls that she made after 911 from the car, because we know the 911 call was at 6:04. Okay, let's see what happens with this timeline. People say it's boring, and yeah, it's boring. But if you know what the original witness statements say, and I don't know where he's testified, if anywhere, he's testified, or if anywhere he's testified in front of state feds, and he probably testified in front of the state grand jury. I don't know if the feds called him in. He's given a lot of testimony in this case. But his timeline is going to be really important here. And the fact that he said that he knew that Karen's taillight was broken before he and his wife even left the bedroom that night. What do you think? He said he didn't see the taillight, right? He said he never went out of the house. He looked out of the blinds, but he just wanted her to shut up because he was worried about the neighbors waking up. So now, over an hour after they leave the house, when he gets the call about John being found on the lawn at 34 Fairview, he's got to finish getting dressed.
And when you got to Fairview, where did you go?
I proceeded to finish getting dressed and drove over to Fairview.
And when you got to Fairview, what, if anything, did you see when you arrived?
When I got to Fairview, I had come down through the Chapman Street entrance, and as I proceeded down the hill towards the Albert residence, I noticed all the first responders, fire engine, et cetera, police cars, and I realized I was not going to be able to get to the Albert residence because it was all blocking the street. So I backtracked, turned around, went back up Fairview to the top to Chapman, took a left down Spring Lane, which is a parallel street to Fairview, and came down Spring Lane to Cedar Crest onto Fairview so I could get to the Albert household.
I'm surprised he didn't go to Dunkin', pick up some donuts and coffee for little Brian's birthday. Tradition, surprise, ritual, sacrifice. This is interesting too, because didn't the first responders who were inside the house taking statements say that they were inside already when Matt got there? But he's telling us that he tried to get there. The street was blocked off with all of the emergency vehicles, and he had to take a different route. I thought the first responders said sometime later he shows up. So again, interesting.
Now, during your drive from your home over to Fairview and doing all that sort of turning around and coming back around the other way to Cedar Crest, what were the roads like?
It was snowing, careful driving.
And the snowing that you observed that morning when you drove from your house to Fairview, what was that like in relation to the snowing that you observed when you were driving home from Fairview hours before?
Much thicker snow, much more snow on the ground, much more snow to wipe off my car.
Was it whiteout conditions? Maddie, was it whiteout conditions? How about how did the conditions change from the time that you didn't see fit to leave your house, wanted the woman on your front lawn who was screaming your wife's name hysterically to shut up because she might wake up the neighbors, looked out your blinds, maybe went back to bed after making your coffee? How much difference in the weather was there from the time they left the house until you finally decided to show up only because you got a phone call from your wife saying that police officer Don O'Keefe was dead on the lawn of her sister? But no, Lally's going to focus on the difference between the weather when they left 34 Fairview at 1:45 a.m. and the time when he moseyed on over.
And again, I had to drive slow.
Now, when you come around to sort of the other side, as far as the first responders, you mentioned police cruisers and a fire truck, is that right?
Yeah, there might have been an ambulance there as well, but yes.
Do you recall specifically seeing an ambulance?
I do recall seeing an ambulance. I don't know if I saw it when I came down or if I saw it when I eventually parked the car, but I do recall seeing an ambulance.
Okay, there's his time frame. We know the ambulance was en route, my friends. At what time? 6:24, 6:27. Do you see what Lally's doing here? Are you sure you saw an ambulance? He's like, oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure I saw an ambulance. I don't know if I saw it the first time or when I went around the block, but yeah, I saw an ambulance. Yep, exactly, Tay. Right, there were still emergency services there when he arrived. Yep. That does not line up with your wife's testimony or the testimony of the first responders who were taking statements inside the foyer. Oh, Maddie. Scott, I might take that $500 bet. Actually, if anybody wants to take the other side. They're gonna make a new reality show. It's gonna be the Real Housewives of Canton. What a cast of characters this is. Gonna take it back to show you how Lally is saying, you sure you saw an ambulance there?
And again, I had to drive slow.
Now, when you come around to sort of the other side, as far as the first responders, you mentioned police cruisers and a fire truck, is that right?
Yeah, there might have been an ambulance there as well, but yes.
Do you recall specifically seeing an ambulance?
I do recall seeing an ambulance. I don't know if I saw it when I came down or if I saw it when I eventually parked the car, but I do recall seeing an ambulance.
So you saw both times.
And when you parked the car, where did you go?
I proceeded on to Fairview and I parked the car
At Harvard
along
Yard.
the side of the road because there was another vehicle in front of me. I believe the other vehicle might have been blocking the driveway, but there was another vehicle right on the side of the road as well.
Was that Higgy's car?
In addition to the other vehicles, as far as cruisers, fire truck, or whatever from first responders, what, if any, other vehicles or who, if anyone else, did you see outside?
It ended up being Kerry Roberts' vehicle was parked as I was at the driveway. Ford Explorer, I think it was.
Wow. So he's saying that he gets to 34 Fairview. Kerry Roberts' car is still there, which means that Karen had not been sectioned yet, right? Let's see if he says that Karen's there.
And again, without any reference to the content of the conversation, did you have any conversation with Ms. Roberts at that time?
Yes, I did.
Did you know Ms. Roberts at that time?
I knew who she was. Didn't really have a relationship with her, but I knew who she was.
And how did you know who she was?
Because my wife told me to say
through
that.
the town. She did live in the Ponkapog neighborhood, though I believe she moved in and we moved out shortly after. I don't know the actual time period. Her kids were a couple of years younger. One was 1 year younger than my child, so I knew who her child was through being the grade beneath my youngest child through soccer.
And just to be clear, when you talk about the Ponkapog neighborhood, that's where you used to live on Sutcliffe and where Mr. O'Keefe used to live in the house.
Ponkapog has entered the chat.
Yes, that's correct.
So then after your conversation with Ms. Roberts, about how long was that conversation?
Oh, that was a brief conversation. She informed me that she was going to pick up the, she informed me Karen was going, she was dropping Karen off back at the house. She was going to the hospital and she was going to pick up John's parents in Braintree.
So Kerry had not left to take Karen back to the house yet. This was not the ambulance for sectioning Karen. Do you hear what he just said? He said he was going to take Karen back to the house and then he was going to go pick up John's parents. So he's talking to Kerry before the sectioning. So the ambulance has to be John's ambulance, and John's ambulance was en route to the hospital in transit or in transport, they said, by 6:27.
She informed me Karen was going, she was dropping Karen off back at the house. She was going to the hospital and she was going to pick up John's parents in Braintree. I told her I would come with her to pick up the parents. Like I said, the road conditions were pretty bad. And, just for safety reasons, I thought I would go with her, help her, go pick up the parents. She informed me that Jen was in the house. Jen is waiting to be interviewed by the police.
Okay. You do not. This is a trial lawyer.
I
law
then
students
proceeded to the
law students in the chat. Law students, Cam, I know you're here and you're graduating, so they don't teach you a lot about trial law in law school. They don't. It's something that you're basically thrown into the fire on, and either you're born with it or you're not. Either you love to be an actor and you love to perform in front of a jury and you know how to think on your feet and craft questions and think on the fly, or you don't. Some lawyers never see the inside of a courtroom. They work, they draft papers, they hang out in the library, they write motions. They have no interest in ever being in court. This is what you do not do, ever. A good lawyer never asks a question that he or she does not know the answer to. And a good lawyer does not let a witness ramble on and volunteer information. He is letting this guy talk. And the more he talks, the more juice he's given the defense. There are more things to talk to this witness about and cross him on. And now he's concerned about safety. Now he's telling Kerry Roberts that he'll go with her to pick up John's parents because he's worried about Kerry Roberts, who he doesn't even really know, driving in the snow. And Kerry Roberts tells him your wife is inside about to get to be interviewed by the police. And instead of going inside to be with his wife during this very traumatic time, did he just really say he was going to volunteer to go with Kerry Roberts to pick up John's parent? What? Hold on.
She was going to pick.
How long was that? So then after your conversation with Ms. Roberts, about how long was that conversation?
Oh, that was a brief conversation. She informed me.
The question was, how long was that conversation? That was the question. And then he says, it wasn't long. And then he keeps going. And Lally doesn't cut him off. He lets him go. What is wrong with this guy? You know what? I think Lally is being paid by the defense. You think all the YouTubers out here who are just talking common sense, who actually know the law and procedure and criminal investigation techniques and blood evidence collection techniques are being paid by the defense? I'm starting to think Lally's being paid by the defense.
That she was going to pick up the, she informed me Karen was going.
Sorry, is he apologizing to his wife for screwing up the script? Do you think he was apologizing to Lally? Do you think who's he apologizing to?
She was dropping Karen off back at the house. She was going to the hospital, and she was going to pick up John's parents in Braintree. I told her I would come with her to pick up the parents. Like I said, the road conditions were pretty bad, and just for safety reasons, I thought I would go with her, help her go pick up the parents. She informed me that Jen was in the house. Jen is waiting to be interviewed by the police.
So where did you go from there?
I then proceeded to the front door of 34 Fairview.
And when you got inside, who, if anyone, was inside when you got?
When I got to the front door, it was my wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Officer Lank.
And when you came in, can you describe, starting with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, can you describe her demeanor when you first came into the house?
Shocked. Just face was drawn, just kind of in awe. All three of them were just looking like, with a drawn face of, I'm walking and going, what the hell is going on?
Shock and awe has entered the chat. Nobody's hysterical. Nobody's crying. Shock and awe to drawn faces. What do you mean by drawn faces? Maddie, what does that mean?
And just to be clear, by all three of them, you mean your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert?
Correct.
And just turning back briefly to the phone conversation that you had from your wife, which led you to come over to Fairview in the first place, how would you describe her demeanor on that phone call?
Matt,
we found John at Fairview.
No,
It was
her demeanor, not what she said to you. Again. And the defense is sitting back like, go on, brother, go on, keep going. And we're not even going to object to this hearsay because he's already dug himself into a story that just doesn't jive with anybody else's. What was her demeanor on the call? He won't tell you her demeanor, but he'll tell you what she said. And this, Jimbo, this is not a dumb question. Jimbo says, this may sound dumb, I'm sorry, but let's say you're in Lally's position. If she's found guilty, does he get paid more or vice versa less? No, he's on salary. He doesn't care if he wins or loses. He's on a salary. There's no bonuses for him winning a case. Unlike if you work for a plaintiff's firm, and let's say you handle a big case and you get a huge verdict, the partners may give you some sort of bonus, but this guy's on a salary, and he gets paid whether he wins or loses. Holy moly. How would you describe her demeanor? Listen to his answer. Nothing. He doesn't want to say my wife's a total bitch. Ooh, biatch.
Matt, we found John at Fairview. It was a quick conversation.
That's not
I
demeanor.
didn't get any details.
Now, at some point,
Matt, we found John at Fairview. She's been friends with John for 10 years. He was supposed to be like her bestie. That's it. Matt, we found John at Fairview. What was her demeanor?
at the house, did you speak to, you mentioned Officer Lank was there, is that correct?
That's correct.
Paul, if there was any other officers in the house at that time or at any later time?
At that moment, it was just Officer Lank at that moment. Other officers came in the house a little later, but at that moment, it was just Officer Lank.
And at some point, while you were at the house, did you have any conversation, or what, if any, conversation did you have with Officer Lank or any other officer?
Yes, Officer Lank asked me to step outside, and we spoke briefly. He asked me about if I knew what happened to John. Obviously, I told him no, I had no idea. I'm just finding out right now. He asked me when I last saw John. I told him I saw him at the waterfall. We saw him at the bar. We haven't seen him I believe, again, heat of the moment, I believe I said we saw his vehicle out front, but we never saw John.
Anybody remember Lank testifying that Matt McCabe showed up and Lank took Matt McCabe outside to ask him some questions? Officer Lank did not testify to that. My recollection, and I remember he was one of the very, very early witnesses in this trial that is now on day 14. Again, he's got his tongue out again. He said that he and I think it was Goody that was with him, right? Was it Lank and Good? Were inside the house and Matt showed up sometime later after they'd already done maybe 1 or 2 interviews with Matt. I don't think he ever said that Matt showed up and he took him outside and asked him some questions, right? Thank you, Bernie. I know a lot of you have watched a lot of this testimony over and over. Lisa says, nope, that's not what Lank said. He's foyer boy. Yep. Lank says he never left the foyer. Some more trial advocacy for you because, like I said, they don't teach that in law school. You don't need to call every single witness on your list. The more witnesses you call, the more room you have for error and conflicting stories and reasonable doubt. But okay, Lank took you outside and asked you some questions.
His vehicle, I believe, waterfall. He had no idea. I'm just finding out right to John. And yes, Officer Lank asked me to step outside. And we spoke briefly. He asked me about if I knew what happened to John. Obviously, I told him no. I had no idea. I'm just finding out right now.
Obviously, I said no. Obviously. He didn't
He
need to
asked me when I
qualify
last
that.
saw John. I told him I saw him at the waterfall. We saw him at the bar. We haven't seen him. I believe, again, heat of the moment, I believe I said we saw his vehicle out front, but we never saw John.
Again, heat of the moment. Heat of the moment. Obviously, I said I didn't know. Obviously. Why wouldn't he just say, I said I didn't know? Heat of the moment. I might have said heat of the moment because he knows what his statement said. He's been prepped on it. Heat of the moment. I might have said I saw his car outside. It wasn't his car anyway. It was Karen's car. Oh, it's a tangled web we weave, my friends.
We haven't seen him. I believe, again, heat of the moment, I believe I said we saw his vehicle out front, but we never saw John.
Now, at the house on Fairview, about how long were you there that morning?
I'm going to say give her at least 4 hours
From the time that you got there?
from the time I got there, yes.
And where did you go from there?
When I left Fairview, I went back to my house on Jen and I's house, home.
As your children were still there, is that correct?
My children were all there, correct.
And at some point after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, as far as police officers or anybody like that, came to your home that day?
2 Mass State police officers came to my house.
And did you speak with those officers?
Yes, I did.
Troopers from the state police, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as the troopers that you spoke to, do you recall what their names were?
Yes, Trooper Michael Proctor and Trooper Yuri Buchanan. If I said it right.
Probably closer than, now.
Closer than, haha, he's trying to make a joke. Closer than, haha, Julie Albert. Don't put the word in the chat, please. It's a banned word. It's a dirty word. I was one of the few who did not know that word. Do not Google it. Lally's trying to make a little joke there in front of the jury. A little joke. I'm sure he's prepped on how to pronounce it. This is giving me heebie-jeebies, this testimony, for some reason. I don't know why.
Yes, Trooper Michael Proctor and Trooper Yuri Buchanan. If I said it right.
Probably closer than, now. On that date of January 29th, 2022, had you met either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Mechanic before?
I had never met them.
And where did they speak with you in the house?
Well, they first came in the house and informed me they were going to interview my wife and asked me to leave the room. I went up to my bedroom.
Right.
And at some point, did they interview you as well?
Yes, they did.
And where was your wife when they interviewed you?
I'm assuming, I think she wasn't in the room with me. I think she went upstairs.
Don't assume.
As I said, my kids were
She
home.
was in
I
the
don't
room
know
with
if she went
me.
in the kids' bedroom to kind of wake them up. And I don't know what she was
in the
doing.
room when they interviewed you, correct?
No, she was not.
And in addition to the troopers came over to your house, did your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, did he come over at any point in time around this?
Yes, he did.
And if you know, did he speak with those troopers as well?
Yes, he did.
And where were you and your wife when the two troopers were speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was still upstairs in the bedroom.
Your wife, where was she?
I'm trying.
How do
She
you
might
know?
have come up and seen me, but I think she might have went in the girls' bedroom. I don't recall if we were standing in the same room. I think she might have went in my daughter's bedroom. Again, my kids were starting. It was, I don't know the exact time, 12 o'clock, give or take. So
Your kids were starting to wake up on you?
The troopers, when they were speaking to Brian Albert Sr., they were in the downstairs area of the home,
yes, they were.
and both you and your wife were upstairs.
Yes, that's my recollection.
Now, turn your attention to a couple days later, did you speak with any other troopers from the city?
I did. I only remember the first name of one of them. It was a man and a woman. I just remember Connor something. I don't know their names.
And where did that conversation occur?
I was in my first floor dining room table.
And do you know if those same two troopers that came on a subsequent date spoke with your wife as well?
Yes, they did.
And sort of same arrangement as far as where you were and where she was at the time that you spoke with those two troopers?
Yes, that's correct.
Wait, she was in the room that time?
Two troopers that came on a subsequent date spoke with your wife as well?
Yes, they did.
And sort of same arrangement as far as where you were and where she
Same
was at the time
arrangement.
that you spoke with those two troopers?
Yes, that's correct.
Same arrangement. Like you were upstairs, she was downstairs. What day was that? Notice how they always come to McCabe's house. They don't tell them to come down to the station.
Have a moment.
Sure.
Does that usually happen with witnesses? Do they go to their house and like in the comfort of their living room, interview them?
Just briefly, sir. So,
Pro tip, anytime he says just briefly, it never is.
describing your wife's demeanor, you described her to sort of be in shock. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you seen your wife display that kind of demeanor before, or have you seen your wife in sort of crisis mode over the course of your relationship and your marriage?
I've seen her in crisis mode. I would call it crisis mode as well in the past.
And sort of typically, how would you describe how she handles situations like that, or what her demeanor is in those types of situations?
She is very calm, very calm.
Oh, try and rehabilitate him.
And when,
Her.
just so it's clear for the jury, so when you're talking about sort of prior incidents in regard to sort of crisis modes, what types of scenarios or what types of incidents are we talking about?
Well, I'll allow it.
You'll allow it?
Previous
Of course you will.
deaths of my parents, my brother. She's the one that can get in the room, sit, relax, hold their hand, make them feel comfortable. She's
Compassionate.
much more. I can't do that. She's much more. So she's done that with my family, and
Yep.
she's also done that with our neighbor.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
She holds everybody's hands when somebody dies.
Thank you, Ron.
So,
Good morning, Mr. McCabe.
good morning.
I'd like to start by discussing
January 22nd, the week prior to January 29th. Do you remember that Saturday?
Yes, I do.
You had been at one of your daughter's hockey games that day?
If it's the Saturday before, we're saying?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
And you wound up going to the hillside in Canton, correct?
That is correct.
You went with your wife, Jennifer McCabe?
Yes,
When you got there, you saw Karen Reed and John O'Keefe there together, correct?
I was there previous to them, but yes,
Okay.
I saw them there, yes.
I
Eventually, I saw them there.
I should have phrased the question that ultimately you ran into John and Karen together, correct?
Yes, I did.
And when you came in contact with them, you and your wife and Brian Albert and his wife, Nicole, who's your sister-in-law, hung out with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, there was a big group of people hanging out together, correct.
There were other people in addition to the ones that I've just named?
Yes, there were.
So you were with John and Karen for maybe around an hour or so that night of January 22nd?
I'd say, I don't know exactly what time they arrived, but yes, I'd say they were there for at least an hour.
And during that hour span of time, they appeared to be enjoying each other's company.
Yes,
And the two of them had arrived together, correct?
they walked in together, yes.
And there were no problems that night that you could see between John and Karen, correct?
That, yes, I did not see any problems.
Okay. Now, moving on to the waterfall on January 29th. I am not going to go through with you who arrived when and who left when and where people sat at which table. We're going to skip all that. And I'd like to streamline the questioning if I can.
Dig in the emoji.
And
That was
I
a
just want to
dig.
talk to you about 2 or 3 areas. You would agree that at the waterfall, the mood among the people who were there was festive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Everybody appeared to be happy and enjoying themselves, correct?
Everybody was enjoying each other's company, correct.
Specifically with regard to John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, they appeared to be quite happy that Kaylee had been accepted into Bishop Fian, correct?
John, I recall talking to John about it, and he was happy that Kaylee was at Bishop Fian. I do not recall speaking to Karen about Bishop Fian, but definitely John was happy about Kaylee being in Bishop Fian.
All right. You have previously testified that they were both excited about that, have you not?
If I did, I did. I just know that John mentioned he was out because he was excited about Kaylee being at Bishop Fian. If I looped them both in, then they both were happy. I don't remember what I said when I said it.
Oh,
Put it this way, I didn't see her. She wasn't happy about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I'm just going by your words, sir. As far as you could see, they were both excited about her acceptance, correct?
Yes, yes.
And they had just found out the previous day or so, correct?
I don't recall what day they found out, but I know that John had mentioned he had went out for some beers. He was excited because Kaylee got into Bishop Fian, and he mentioned he was out with another one of his friends whose daughter also got into Bishop Fian.
Right. And it appeared to be new news, correct?
Oh, yes. It was news they were waiting on, yes.
Right. You hadn't heard it before. This is the first that you heard it, correct?
I don't know if I heard it, if a kid had already leaked it the day before or that day, but first I heard it from John.
leaked it.
But it was clear to you that it was really important to John O'Keefe that Kaylee get into Bishop Fian and go there, correct?
They applied, he was excited for her to go there.
And it was clear that he believed it was an achievement for her, correct?
Yes,
And you could glean also that John O'Keefe felt like it was an achievement for him as well, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you glean that from him?
he was happy that she got in. I don't know if he felt it was his achievement. He was happy for Kaylee.
Of course. And he was doing right by his sister's daughter, correct?
I don't know what that means. I can go to any school and do right.
Wow. Somebody said, and I highlighted it, the chat's moving quickly, not as quickly as usual because I put it on a 30-second delay, but Do you see how he was probably told not to say anything nice about Karen?
And I don't know what if he felt it was his achievement, he was happy for Kaylee.
Of course. And he was doing right by his sister's daughter, correct?
I don't know what that means. I can go to any school and do right.
All right. In any case, everything seemed good that night.
Everything was good.
There were no arguments.
There were no arguments that I saw.
John was drinking beer.
In my recollection, yes.
And you had previously testified that you saw Karen was drinking some type of clear liquid that you assumed was some type of vodka drink, correct?
That is correct.
But you didn't think that they were drinking much, correct?
At the waterfall? No, they were only there for an hour. So
Right. And they got there around 11, correct?
give or take, yep, 11-ish.
And that bar is pretty strict about last call, correct?
That is correct.
And you spoke with both of them during the course of the night, correct?
Yes,
Neither John nor Karen was intoxicated in your view, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
they were drinking. I don't know what the guideline of intoxication is, but they were drinking.
Do you recall testifying before the grand jury regarding this matter on April 26th of 2022?
If you have that, then I don't recall my questions, that question specific, but yes.
Right, well, I didn't ask you about the questions. I just asked if you recall testifying before the grand jury on that date.
I don't remember the date. I recall testifying before the grand jury.
Oh, if I suggested to you that it was April 26th of 2022, would you quarrel with that?
No, did you say would I quarrel?
Yeah,
No, it was definitely around that time.
okay. And at that grand jury presentation, Mr. Lally was there, correct?
Yes,
None of the defense team was there, correct?
no,
Karen Reed was not there, correct?
no,
And there was no judge there, correct?
no.
And April 26th was approximately 3 months after January 29th of 2022.
Yes,
Is it fair to say that your memory about whether or not John and or Karen was intoxicated would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today?
May we approach, Your Honor?
Why?
I'll see you at 10.
That is a very,
There's
very,
no free-
very basic question that is asked of every single witness when the transcript of their testimony at a grand jury proceeding is used to impeach them. Isn't it true that your memory was better then than it is now? That's a pro forma question. It's asked of every single witness when they testify differently. But they got to go to sidebar because Lally needs help.
Yes.
I had just asked you if your memory of your observations of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe from January 29th would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today.
yes, I think that's fair to say.
And that's because your memory doesn't get better over time, correct?
I don't know. I would say it's fair to say, yes, my memory would be better that day.
Now he's going to be
And
obstinate.
On that day, you were asked by Mr. Lally, quote, did either of them, strike that. I'm going to go back to the previous sentence just to put it in context.
Yes,
The previous sentence was from Mr. Lally, obviously you've had social occasions with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed before, correct? And your answer was, oh, yes, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to let that one.
That's what he testified to. It's in the transcript.
my answer is yes. I don't know if I said, oh, yes, but my answer was yes. Of
Okay.
course, I had
And-
previous relationships with them.
I'm sorry, I cut
Semantics.
you off, sir. I don't.
I'm saying, of course, I had previous relationships with them.
And the question that I wanted to direct you to, just to put it in context, was did either of them, speaking about John and Karen, on this particular evening seem sort of overly intoxicated to you? You recall that question?
I don't recall the specific question, but if that's the question.
That was a dig at Lally because it's actually in the transcript. Did any of them, because remember, Yannetti, none of the defense attorneys were present at the grand jury. So Lally is the only one asking them the questions. Is it, do you remember if she was sort of, and that's actually in the transcript, sort of, here we go.
Previous relationships.
And the question that I wanted to direct you to, just to put it in context, was did either of them, speaking about John and Karen, on this particular evening seem sort of overly intoxicated to you? Do you recall that question?
I don't recall the specific question, but that's the question.
And your answer was no to that?
Yes, if that's my answer, then it was no.
In terms of whether you can confirm that that was the question and answer, if I showed you the transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, of course it would.
This is 2103, lines
Just
13 to 15. For
Sort of overly intoxicated.
that transcript, did I get the question? Having reviewed that transcript, did I get the question and answer correct?
Yes, you did.
Okay, just a couple more things about the waterfall. I wanted to ask you about Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, sir.
Yes.
They were both there that night while you were there, correct?
Yes, they both were there.
And they are both pretty big guys, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes, they're good sized guys.
Did you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins practicing fighting at the waterfall?
Practicing fighting?
Right. Did you see them kind of square up in a fighting stance to each other?
I recall them grabbing each other. I don't recall them squaring up like they were fighting each other. No, they were playing a little grab ass with each other. I did see them grab each other. I don't recall a physical, hey, let's go duke it up.
Grab ass has entered the chat. Higgy and Brian Albert were playing a little grab ass with each other, according to Matt McCabe. He actually laughed when asked if they were play fighting or squaring up, and he's instead calling it grab ass. Oh man, you could not script this in a Hollywood writer's room any better than this. They're big guys. Yeah, they're big guys. They were playing a little grab ass. Oh man, we got to see that again.
Pretty big guys, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes, they're good sized guys.
Good size.
Did you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins practicing fighting at the waterfall?
Practicing fighting?
Right. Did you see them kind of square up in a fighting stance to each other?
Practicing fighting?
I recall them grabbing each other. I don't recall them squaring up like they were fighting each other. No, they were playing a little grab ass with each other. I did see them grab each other. I don't recall a physical, hey, let's go duke it out. I do not recall that.
Okay. So are you saying, taking you literally, that they grabbed each other's asses? Is that it?
No, I'm saying grab ass. It's a figure of speech.
Okay. But what they didn't grab each other. They were in a fighting stance, weren't they? Didn't they crouch down low with each other?
I'm telling you, I don't recall seeing them crouching in a fighting stance. I recall someone grabbing somebody. I don't.
Playing a little grab ass. Grab ass was not on my bingo card either. It's moving quickly. I saw somebody say that. I can't even find it to highlight it. It was not on my bingo card. He's got good veneers, I think. I mean, I think those are veneers. He's got some nice teeth. He recalls someone grabbing somebody. Yeah, didn't he like grab around the waist? Playing a little grab ass. That's an expression. Haha. Were they actually grabbing each other's asses? Oh man. He thinks this is so funny. I can't wait till they show him the video again so he can defend his grab ass comment. If this was not so horrific that a woman is sitting at a defense table being charged with second-degree murder, for which we have not seen one shred of evidence in 14 days of testimony, this would be a reality show comedy. And we're all, and myself included, making jokes, trying to make light of this, because what Karen Reed has been going through for over 2.5 years, or close to 2.5 years, is something that none of us can even imagine. And Officer John O'Keefe, tragically, is getting lost in this entire case. And my prayers and thoughts, and I know that all of your thoughts and prayers are going out to his family and friends and his niece and nephew and to Karen and to everyone who misses him. But this is a clown show. This is like calling it a kangaroo court is a compliment. Most days we watch this testimony of the parade of idiots, and we do not even hear Karen Reed's name. We certainly never hear Officer John O'Keefe referred to as a Boston police officer with the respect and dignity that he deserves. We didn't see any respect and dignity during the investigation of his murder. And Chuckles, the clown over here, is going to laugh with us about grab ass happening that night, the night that a Boston police officer was murdered. This is outrageous. We are outraged. Grab ass. Okay. Back to the comedy. Chuckles.
Grabbed each other's asses, is that it? So,
Grab each other. I don't recall a physical, hey, let's go duke it out. I do not recall that.
okay, so are you saying, taking you literally, that they grabbed each other's asses, is that it?
No, I'm saying grab ass. It's a figure of speech.
Okay, but what they didn't grab each other. They were in a fighting stance, weren't they? Didn't they crouch down low with each other?
I'm telling you, I don't recall seeing them crouching in a fighting stance. I recall them.
Let's go to the tape.
I recall someone grabbing somebody. I don't remember who grabbed who. I just recall like a bear hug or something. I thought I recall them doing a bear hug.
All right, so you recall them, one of them getting behind the other one and kind of restraining them or grabbing them?
I think there was a bear hug, yeah.
Bear hug.
That's what's in my memory. I don't.
And you would agree with me that after closing time, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were two of the people who went back to 34 Fairview Road, the Albert home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But before everyone left, before you left, it was announced around the table that everyone was welcome back at Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's house, correct?
Yes.
Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were both there when that invitation was announced, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that it was expected that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe would go to the Albert home that night, correct?
If they wanted to come, they were welcomed, yes.
And that plan would have been for them to go inside the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what time you left the waterfall?
I left the waterfall after midnight, give or take 12:10,
12:10.
12:15-ish. I don't know the exact.
12:10 is back in the chat. For those of you who don't know, Carrie Roberts and Jen McCabe made a timeline of events before they testified before the grand jury. And I guess 12:10 was on the timeline because every witness has said 12:10.
Specific time.
Do you recall what time you left the waterfall?
I left the waterfall after midnight, give or take 12:10,
12:10. Coincidentally, the same exact time Colin Albert says he left 34 Fairview, 12:10.
15-ish. I don't know the exact specific time. Well, a little before 12:15, but definitely 12:10-ish, 12:15-ish.
Go to the tape.
And you were one of the last to leave the waterfall?
Yes, as I had mentioned, Nick Kolakikis and I walked out together from the waterfall.
Your wife, Jennifer McCabe, had walked out of the bar physically before you did, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you actually met her in the parking lot?
She was already in the vehicle in the parking lot, correct?
And then you got into the car to drive to the Albert's home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I'm going to ask you about the ride back to the Albert's home in a bit, but right now I want to skip to when you got there, okay?
Okay.
When you first got there, your wife parked your vehicle in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Which side of the driveway did you park your vehicle in?
As I mentioned yesterday, I don't recall if it was immediately on the left, meaning the left towards the lawn, or if she was in the next spot over. She pulled in. I don't remember exactly if it was here or one spot over, but she pulled
Cars were in
in.
the driveway at that time.
I don't remember exactly.
At least two. I don't recall if there was more than two.
So if there was at least two, those two would have been parked abutting the garage area. In other words, would they be? Let me rephrase. So there are 2 lanes in that driveway, correct?
My recollection is 2 lanes, but there is more space I know when we go over and we've gone over, there's more space to kind of park 3 cars.
Right?
To the right, correct.
Okay.
But we weren't to the right. We were either left or middle.
You were behind one vehicle, whichever lane you were in, or were you pulled right up to one of the garage entrances?
I don't recall if we pulled all the way in or not, but I don't remember.
Maggie's
So there
memory's getting
were
fuzzy now.
At least 2 vehicles in the driveway before you got there, correct?
In the driveway?
Yes.
Yes, there were cars in the driveway.
And when you parked in the driveway, fair to say that there was no black SUV at the Alberts home?
Are you referencing Karen's SUV? I don't know what color the Albert's cars were.
Oh, okay.
Are you referencing their SUV?
Put it this way.
I'm going to even take that a step further. To the left, everything you own in a box to the left. Might be this poor guy's situation soon. If you know, you know.
Yes, I'm referencing Karen's SUV.
That was not at the home.
And that was not in the driveway, correct?
Karen's SUV was
Right.
not in the driveway.
And it was not adjacent to the property or on the street anywhere that you could see?
Correct. It was not there.
All right, but you say that there was a Jeep in the street at that time, correct?
There was a Jeep parked in front of the end of the driveway in front of the mailbox.
And that Jeep belonged to Brian Higgins?
I found out it belonged to Brian Higgins. I didn't know it was his Jeep when I arrived.
When
And
did you
it
find
had
out?
a plow on the front of it.
Yes, it did.
It was parked adjacent to the Alberts property on Fairview, facing up the hill toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes,
And at the time that you arrived, that was the only vehicle that was parked on Fairview Street adjacent to the Albert property, correct?
yes,
And your testimony is that that Jeep remained parked in front of the Albert house, just to the left of the driveway as you face the house, until Brian Higgins finally left and drove it away at the end of the night, correct?
that's my recollection, was his Jeep was out in front of the mailbox.
With the court's permission, could we display Exhibit 66?
Oh, please do. Lord, I was born a rambling man, trying to make a living and doing the best I can. We've had Beyonce and the Almond Joy and some Almond Joy in the same moment.
So, Mr. McCabe, I'm highlighting with a spotlight the front of the Alberts home. When I get to the point where the Jeep was parked, can you stop me? And you can adjust it right or left if I go too far.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can we have him use the laser pointer first and then?
Sure. Hope you're better than I am.
Yeah,
May I approach?
I was hoping I didn't have
Oh,
to
you
do
have the
this.
other laser pointer.
I don't have one.
That's fine.
I was hoping I didn't have to get up.
You could, yeah, please.
Jeep was right there,
In front of the mailbox.
from the edge of the driveway, to right there. I believe it was a 2-door Jeep.
Okay, it looks like a part of the Jeep would have been blocking the driveway.
Nope, where the mailbox is, the Jeep was right there.
Okay.
It was not blocking the driveway.
I'm gonna step a moment.
Sure.
What's the length of a Jeep Wrangler with a plow attached to the front of it?
Mailbox that's spotlighted there, would that have been where the back of the Jeep was?
Yeah, the back would have been right in the vicinity of the edge of the driveway in the mailbox.
I see, so it wasn't blocking the driveway at all when you saw it?
facing, heading to the left of the house, correct?
We can have the lights back on. And as you testified, that Jeep was there the whole night. Brian Higgins didn't go out to move it at any point, correct?
I never saw Brian Higgins go outside to move his Jeep.
About 5 minutes after you got to the Albert home that night, you saw a black SUV parked outside the home, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact minutes, but give or take 4 or 5 minutes.
And when you saw that black SUV parked outside the Albert home, Higgins' Jeep was still there, correct?
Yes, to my recollection, the Jeep was still outside in front of the mailbox.
The black SUV was parked in front of Higgins' Jeep with the plow on the front, correct?
That's correct.
How far or close to that Jeep was the black SUV?
I don't recall the exact distance. Again, when I looked outside, I noticed my focus was on the black SUV, which
Ricky,
looked
don't
outside would
lose
have
that
been in
number.
front of the.
We stop to sing sometimes. Ricky didn't see the Jeep. Ricky, don't lose that number. You don't want to call nobody else. Yeah, Matt McCabe. He's no angel. That's a good one. Yeah, he's no angel. You can't make this up. You just can't make this up. He was looking out the window all night. He says the Jeep was there the entire time. Ricky and Ryan and Heather, who may or may not have been laying down in the back seat, nobody saw a Jeep. He's the only one who saw a Jeep. Did he take mushrooms that night? I need to know. He does seem very smiley about a very tragic event. So it makes me wonder.
The Albert home, Higgins' Jeep was still there, correct?
Yes, to my recollection, the Jeep was still outside in front of the mailbox.
The black SUV was parked in front of Higgins' Jeep with the plow on the front, correct?
That's correct.
How far or close to that Jeep was the black SUV?
I don't recall the exact distance. Again, when I looked outside, I noticed my focus was on the black SUV, which looked outside would have been in front of the front door.
With regard to the distance between the Jeep and the black SUV, was it greater or smaller than the distance between you and me right now?
Oh, it'd be smaller.
Um,
If I'm the end, if you're the end of the Jeep and
Let's
I'm
say-
the end of the
Let's say that I'm the
Lexus,
rear.
Could the cameraman pan out so we can see this My Cousin Vinny moment where it's like, you know, the lady on the stand with the Coke bottle glasses and he's holding up his fingers. He's like, how far away the witness was from you? Maybe the cameraman could pan out a little because we know he loves to zoom in when Karen's talking to her lawyers so they can do a little lip reading. And Smith says, yeah, mushrooms because he's on a diet. He's not just on a diet. Remember, he's in a diet competition. And I am going to submit to you that a baggie of mushrooms has no calories. So it probably is on the diet. Here we go. We're going to keep going with this.
End of the black SUV, and you're the front end of the Jeep.
yeah, I'd say you'd be a little closer to me.
With the court's permission, may I walk closer to the witness so that he could give an estimate?
Sure.
And you can just stop me, sir.
And cameraman, you could just pan out so we can get a good view of this.
I don't know. Again, when I looked outside, I was focused on the SUV. I wasn't focused on the Jeep or the truck. I don't know the exact distance. You could walk 3 more feet or 3 feet that way, but it was out in front of the house. That's all I can tell you.
If his career in IT doesn't work out for him, he's got a future as an air traffic controller. Again, with the tongue out. Because now, you notice when he gets nervous, he starts talking with his hands. Air traffic control.
You will agree with me that you've given conflicting information about where the black SUV was when you first saw it?
If you tell me I gave conflicting information, you can show it to me. I don't recall. I've always said the SUV was in front of the house.
He wants
Right.
receipts.
And when you said in front of the house, you meant that as you look out the front door of the Albert residence, which on Exhibit 66 would have been the door to the left, that's the classic front door,
The classic front door looking at the house on the main part of the Colonial.
looking straight out from there, that's where the black SUV was positioned, correct?
In that vicinity, correct.
Right. It would have been sort of directly in front of you as you look out that front door, correct?
Like I said, in the vicinity of looking out the front door was the black SUV. If it was 3 feet this way or 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way, I don't know. It was just out in front of the house.
Right.
Okay. Well, this
and-
woman is on trial for murder. So if you're going to be so specific about having seen this car out there 3 different times, you need to be specific, Maddie. And 17 says he was daydreaming about Karen and hoping she would come in. That's the only excuse that I could think of for him being so interested and looking out the window while he's at an after party. I don't know. It's just out there. I don't know. If you could show me. He wants receipts now.
That was where it was when you,
That way, front door
correct?
in that vicinity, correct.
Right. It would have been sort of directly in front of you as you look out that front door, correct?
Like I said, in the vicinity of looking out the front door was the black SUV. If it was 3 feet this way or 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way, I don't know. It was just out in front of the house.
Well, back to
And
62
that was where
feet.
it was when you
Yeah.
first spotted it, according to your testimony today, correct?
Yes,
But you spoke to Michael Proctor during the afternoon of January 29th, did you not?
yes, I did.
That was the very day that these events occurred, correct?
Yes, it was.
You would agree with me that your memory of where that black SUV was when you first spotted it on January 29th would have been better on that very day than it would be today, correct?
Possibly, yes.
It's almost 2.5 years later.
2.5 years that I've lived in my memory, yes.
But your memory does not get better over time, correct?
Objection.
We've been through this,
On
Maddie.
January 29th of 2022, when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you saw a black SUV parked to the right of the residence as you look at the property from the street. Did you not?
I did not. Can you elaborate what you mean by to the right of the residence?
Well, I will just repeat the question.
Excellent.
Did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022 that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
What right? Looking at the house
It
to the
was your
right
statement, dude.
or looking at the house to the left? When
It
you
was-
say right, I don't know what you mean by right.
Is your memory exhausted as to what you told Michael Proctor?
No, not at all.
I'm exhausted.
So if your memory is not exhausted, would you agree with me that while you were at 34 Fairview, you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
That could have been the second time I informed him of seeing the SUV.
Okay. If I suggested to you that that was the first time, according to what you told Michael Proctor, would you dispute that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether or not that was the first or second time, according to what you told Michael Proctor?
My memory is not exhausted.
Would you like to
Okay,
your
so
statement?
if your memory is not exhausted, do you deny telling Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if I can answer it. I believe it's the second question.
All
I
right.
told him I saw an SUV and parked in front of the house. Then I saw an SUV move further up the road, which looking out of the house would be to the right of the house. So that would be when I saw the SUV to the right of the house, would be the second time I saw the SUV. I've always stated the SUV was in front of the house if looking out the front door.
Okay.
So Proctor lied?
When you talked, so you deny telling Michael Proctor that when you first saw the SUV, by the way, sir, is this funny? I'm sorry. you
This
were
is
laughing.
not funny, sir. Not at all. It's been 2 years of misery.
This is not, is this funny, sir? We were just commenting about how he's laughing, and I had to stop and give a whole little TED Talk speech about how this is not funny. But sometimes we try and in the chat make jokes to help ourselves not cry about what's going on here. And now it's in the court record. Yannetti said, "Is there something funny here, sir?" Oh, and now he's going to say it's been 2 years of misery. Is he going to bring harassment in? About how his wife has been harassed. His wife has been on every social media with 20 at least sock puppet accounts terrorizing everyone who dares utter a word about this case and its shoddy investigation, and how perhaps Karen Reed did not hit John O'Keefe with her car. And now he's been called out on it in open court. Oh, I can't wait to see how this goes.
So when you so you deny telling Michael Proctor that when you first saw the SUV, by the way, sir, is this funny? I'm sorry.
This is not funny, sir. Not at all. It's been 2 years of misery.
Well,
Okay.
you're smiling now. That's why I asked.
You keep repeating the same question.
Well, I'm trying to get an answer that you won't give me, sir. When you talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, when you first observed the big dark SUV, you said to him it was parked to the right of the house.
Objection.
This is the last time on that question. Is that right?
That is not right. The SUV, the first time was in front of the house, coming out the front door. The second time it was to the right of the house.
All right.
You have to move on.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So you did not say that, but you did say that you were making those observations from the front door, correct?
As I stated yesterday, I recall.
That's a yes or no question. I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer it yes or no?
Yes.
I
or
can't.
no.
I said yesterday, it's either I looked out the window and I looked out the front door. I don't remember which order.
Well, you told Michael Proctor that the first time you looked out, it was out the front door. Did you not?
I don't recall what I told Michael Proctor on
I
April.
don't
You don't
remember.
recall. May I approach you, Honor?
I don't recall.
Page 2.
I
of
got no
Proctor's
memory
report.
of
So
anything
next
at
time, be
all.
short, Mr.
Of course, I'm sorry.
I don't remember. I don't recall. I
Read
got
the
no
first
memory of
2
anything.
sentences of that second paragraph.
Anything at all. Bum, 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 bum. Peter Gabriel is one of the greats.
You had said that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Did that report refresh your memory?
I'm not saying I don't remember what I told Michael Proctor.
Well, hold
I'm
on.
stating what I
Hold
remember.
on a second, sir. You just told this jury that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Those were your words.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, at the point I'm reading, I don't remember the exact wording, but I know what I told Michael Proctor.
Okay, this is a murder
And
trial.
you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house. Did you not?
At some point in the conversation, yes, I told Michael Proctor that a big dark SUV moved to the right of the house.
Moved to the right of the house? Is that what you just said?
All right, let me rephrase. At some point, there was a big dark SUV
At some
parked
point.
in front of the right of the house.
Mm.
I physically didn't see it move, so I need to rephrase. I can't say move.
Right, but what I'm concentrating on now, sir, is not what your memory is today or what you testified to the jury today. I'm concentrating on what you told Michael Proctor that very day on January 29th, 2022. Okay? And you initially told him that it was parked to the right of the house, the big dark SUV, and that you made those observations from the front door. And then you stated you looked out the front window and
Objection, Your Honor.
and observed the same big dark SUV had moved to the other side of the property.
So
Correct?
the objection sustained, you have to break that down, and I thought we moved on from this, Mr. Yannick.
No, Your Honor, we don't need to move on from this because this witness's testimony is very important. He's the guy who saw the car because he was looking at the windows out the front door the whole time. and he's already testified on direct, he saw Karen's SUV move 3 times. So we don't need to move on from this because this woman is on trial for murder, which, as you know, Your Honor, because you would do the sentencing in this case in the highly unlikely event that she was found guilty of these charges, could sentence her to up to life in prison. So we are not going to move along. This witness deserves to be impeached. He is smarmy. He has done nothing but smirk and chuckle on the stand and talk to us about how this has been 2 years of misery. 2 years of misery for who? For you and your family? Just like Colin Albert didn't think to give anybody screenshots of those messages until a year later because that's when he started getting harassed. And the same thing with the young McCabe girl who came up there. It was all about them. Nobody has been suffering any misery because a Boston police officer was murdered that night. It's all about them. And I don't understand how nobody can see that. Lunatic fringe. We know you're out there. Thank you, Chief Sherry, for that. We are on the fringes of lunacy here.
No, we haven't got,
Sustained, you have to break that down, and I thought we moved on from this, Mr. Chairman.
no, we haven't gotten to the second part of the,
So bring the document, I'll see you at sidebar.
Okay. Your Honor, this is called a trial. And at trial, we are allowed to impeach these percipient witnesses who are so important to the Commonwealth's case when you're trying to put away a woman for life in prison with their prior statements. Just because the lead investigator in this case is a crook. Oh, and Mrs. O'Keefe, is she laughing or crying? I can't tell right now. Camera should not be focused on her. That's not right. It's Karen's parents. But again, is this trial by fire? Trial 101, Judge? This is some BS.
One last question on this, Mr.
One
Chairman.
last question.
regard,
Now we're going to handcuff the defense because this guy's a mess on the stand. Did you tell them not to worry, that you were going to protect them? This is outrageous.
to Trooper Proctor's report that you have in front of you, right? It's II for identification.
Yes, I'm reading the report.
Will agree with me that you reported your conversation as saying that the vehicle was first to the right and then moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You testified before the grand jury regarding this issue on April 26th of 2022, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you talked about the vehicle moving from point A to point B, correct?
Yes, at some point.
And you estimated that it was 15 to 20 feet or so that the SUV moved along the property line, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact distance, but estimates.
And you, at that point in time, you were asked to clarify what you had meant when you said that the vehicle was first on the right side of the property. Do you recall that testimony?
I do not.
Do you recall that Mr. Lally asked you, to the right would have been toward the driveway side of the property, and that you answered that's correct?
I don't remember the conversation. And again, to the right, looking at the house, or to the right, looking out of the house?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway, correct?
To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway, correct?
Right. And that's your testimony where the vehicle started out, correct? And then moved toward the flagpole the second time?
The vehicle started in front of the house and moved towards the flagpole, correct? So looking out of the house, it moved towards the right.
Now, excuse me.
Yes, Jessica. She doesn't limit the questions for the prosecution. They can ask about the weather for an hour.
You told Michael Proctor that initially it was parked closer to the driveway or the mailbox when you first saw it, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained. We're moving off of this, Mr.
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
Maybe if you think it's annoying, maybe you want to move on. You could be, there's plenty of other
Wherever it
places you
was
could
when
watch
you
this
first saw
coverage.
it, where was the Jeep in relation to that black SUV when you first laid eyes on the black SUV?
Again, I was focused on the black SUV. My recollection, the Jeep was still in the same spot, which we had pointed out earlier on the exhibit.
Correct? In terms of where it was facing, the black SUV was behind, I'm sorry, the Jeep was behind the black SUV.
Jeep would have been behind the black SUV, correct?
And wherever it was along that property line, you would agree with me that before the black SUV arrived outside the Albert home, you didn't notice any tire tracks in the snow on the street in front of the house, correct?
Before, yes, that's correct,
Before the black SUV arrived.
correct.
And at all times that you saw the black SUV, first or second, it was always facing toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it was always facing in the same direction that you say that Higgins' Jeep was facing, correct?
Yes,
And that would mean that the passenger side of the black SUV was the closest side to the Albert home, correct?
yes,
And it was the closest side to you when you were first looking at it, correct?
yes.
And now your testimony today is you don't recall if the first time you looked at that black SUV, it was through the front door or if it was through a front window, correct?
Correct. I don't recall which one I looked out first. I know I looked out both of them at some point. I just don't recall which one was first.
Whichever one it was, when you first laid eyes on that black SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe in the passenger seat, correct?
That is correct.
How long a span of time was it between the first time you looked out and saw the black SUV and the second time?
Again, I don't have the exact time. I'm going to guess 3, 4, 5 minutes at most.
And what you did in between those 3, 4, 5 minutes was you went back to the table or near the table in the kitchen dining room area where everybody was congregated?
That's correct.
And you went back there to talk to people and socialize, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you came back to the front of the house and either went to the front window or the front door, and that's when you noticed that the black SUV had moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Yes, at that moment, it had moved to the right of the property.
It had driven forward, correct?
I did not see it drive, but it had moved, yes.
It had moved
So it had to
forward.
get there somehow, yes.
Mm,
It was now closer to the flagpole than it was the first time, correct?
That is correct.
And the flagpole, as you look at the property, not from your vantage point looking out, but as you look at the property from the street, that would have been to the left, correct?
Yes,
And again, it was still facing toward Chapman Street.
yes.
In terms of how many times you saw the black SUV having moved outside the house, you would agree with me that you have contradicted yourself about how many times that it moved, correct?
No,
Yesterday and today, you testified that it had been in 3 different spots and then it was gone, correct?
mm-hmm.
yes. Three times I looked out and saw the SUV.
Right. And, again, in May of 2024, yesterday and today, all 3 times it moved, it was moving further or farther up Fairview toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes,
All together now. Knock 3 times on the ceiling if you want me. Twice on the pipe. If you know, you know.
And in fact, you've testified now in May of 2024 that the 3rd time that you saw it, the black SUV was even past the fire hydrant, just about to the neighbor's property, correct?
yes,
But again, your memory of where it was the last time that you saw it, or how many times you saw it, I should say, would have been better on January 29th than today, correct?
again, assumption, yes, I guess it should be.
And in fact, when you were talking to Michael Proctor, you had just observed the black SUV just hours before speaking to him, correct?
Yes,
Not 2.5 years before. Right.
oh, yes,
And when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you only saw the black SUV in 2 different spots, correct?
That's what it says on this paper. My recollection is always been, I saw the black SUV in 3 different spots.
And you just called it a paper. It's a police report, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr.
It's a
Unanue.
police report.
Now, since you talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, it's fair to say that you've had multiple conversations about this case with your family, correct?
Of course, I've talked about this case
That includes in-person conversations, correct?
with my family.
Yes.
Yes,
As well as phone calls and texts?
yes,
You've also, since you talked to Michael Proctor, have had multiple conversations about this case with your in-laws, correct?
yes,
That also includes in-person conversations as well as phone calls and texts, correct?
that is correct.
And since you gave that statement to Michael Proctor, you've had multiple conversations specifically with Brian Albert, correct?
Yes, I've talked to Brian Albert.
That includes in-person phone calls and texts, correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that in terms of the changes in your version of events from what you've testified during this trial to what is in Michael Proctor's report, you put the SUV farther down Fairview toward Chapman Street now, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh,
Your testimony during this trial puts the SUV past the fire hydrant, almost toward the neighbor's house, correct?
That is correct.
ooh.
But however many times you saw that black SUV, you'd agree with me, you never observed any damage to the rear of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Never saw any damage to the rear right taillight, correct?
Correct.
You'll also agree with me that every time you saw that black SUV, the vehicle had its headlights on, correct?
I was looking as we talked about it moving up the property, I was looking at the back. I could see the back of the SUV. The assumption is the headlights were on, but I wasn't looking at the headlights.
All right, well, that would have meant that the area in front of the vehicle was lit up, correct?
Yes, but like I said, it was further up the road.
Now, sometime after that black SUV first arrived, you noticed that there were tire tracks, I should say, in a V shape on the street in front of the Albert home, correct?
That's correct.
And those tire tracks were from the curb in front of 34 Fairview toward the neighbor's property across the street and then back toward the curb, correct?
Yes, it came out, waved out to the across the street and came back in.
All right. And the pattern of those tire tracks that you observed were consistent with the vehicle making a 3-point turn, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if the vehicle made a 3-point turn.
That's not what we're asking you. We're asking you if you told Proctor that you saw tire tracks on the road that indicated a 3-point turn, because that was the Commonwealth's first theory of this case, that is when Karen struck John with her car and left him to die intentionally struck him in a fit of rage, making a 3-point turn because this guy told Proctor that he saw tire tracks in the road to indicate a 3-point turn. That is what he told Proctor. That's the theory they went with until they figured out it made no sense. Because you may recall, based on the incompetent Canton Police Department, because that's what the Commonwealth wants you to believe, that the Canton PD is incompetent. They didn't find any tire tracks. They didn't find any tire tracks on the lawn, on the street. They didn't find any footprints. They found nothing. They collected nothing. We went through it. Leaf blowers, solo cups, no crime scene tape, leaving the scene unattended for something like 12 hours while another 20 inches of snow fell, no tenting, nothing. The Commonwealth's theory is based on his statement to Proctor that he saw marks indicating a 3-point turn. That's what they went with. And he better be allowed to testify about it because it's in Proctor's statement of him that was taken the day of the accident or the day that Officer O'Keefe was killed. January 29th, 2022.
Waved out towards the, that's correct.
And those tire tracks were from the curb in front of 34 Fairview toward the neighbor's property across the street and then back toward the curb, correct?
Yes, it came out, waved out towards across the street and came back in.
All right. And the pattern of those tire tracks that you observed were consistent with the vehicle making a 3-point turn, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if the vehicle made a 3-point turn. It could be consistent with because it was a wavy pattern. I've never looked at a tire tracks after I've done a 3-point turn to determine what they actually look like.
Okay, now you're going to be a dick? You didn't mean wavy pattern like some drunk guy was, bobbing and weaving down Fairview in the same direction. That's not what you meant by a wavy pattern, right? Clowny McClown. Nobody's asking you whether the vehicle did one. Isn't that what you told Proctor? Let's stick with the question.
Consistent with because it was a wavy pattern. I've never looked at a tire tracks after I've done a 3-point turn to determine what they actually look like, but in and back out.
There was nothing about those tire tracks that ruled out a 3-point turn to you, correct?
No?
All right. You didn't see those tire tracks again until the black SUV arrived at the home, correct?
Yes, I didn't see them previous to the black SUV.
And Higgins' Jeep was already there before the black SUV arrived, correct?
Yes,
So Higgins' Jeep was already parked and stationary when there were no tire tracks in that area, correct?
I didn't notice I parked my car, we parked in the driveway and I walked in the house, so I wasn't looking at the tire tracks. So,
You
but
didn't see-
Higgins' Jeep was already parked.
But you're very observant.
You didn't see
Somehow.
tire tracks at that point, is my point.
Yeah, well, I didn't see any.
And at the point that you saw those tire tracks, there were no other vehicles in the area along the Albert family property line on Fairview other than Higgins' Jeep and the black SUV, correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to where I had left off with regard to meeting your wife, Jennifer McCabe, in the car after leaving the waterfall. You recall that we sort of left off with you getting in the car and starting the drive home.
Yes,
Once you got inside the car, your wife ultimately called John O'Keefe along the ride home, correct?
John O'Keefe had texted my wife and my wife had called him. He was asking where to, we think he was asking for where's the address. So she called him to tell him.
And you knew that he was asking that because the Bluetooth of the car was connected to her phone, correct?
I believe the Bluetooth was on. Again, I could hear his conversation.
Yeah.
My assumption is the Bluetooth was on.
Right, you could hear both sides of the conversation, correct?
I could hear John as well, yes.
Yeah, your wife and John, correct?
Well, yes, I was sitting next to my wife. I could hear her.
And you heard John tell your wife that he was planning to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
He had told your wife in your presence that he and Karen would meet your wife and you there, correct?
he said we're on our way.
Right. And you knew, again, the plan was to go inside 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, that was the plan.
You heard your wife tell John that 34 Fairview's off Chapman Street, correct?
Either I was also talking, so I don't know if my wife was repeating, but yes, we did say off of Chapman Street.
It could have been you, could have been your wife, but he was
Yes.
told it was off Chapman Street, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then your wife hung up with John, at least temporarily, but then John called back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He indicated he needed more specific directions to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
And then you heard your wife, or maybe you participated in the conversation, I won't rule that out, but between the two of you, you did give him more specific directions, correct?
yes, we did.
And either you or your wife, and you can correct me if you know if it's one or the other, but one of you told him to go down Chapman and take Fairview as if they were going to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, we had mentioned go down Chapman to Fairview, you know where Bella lives, drive past Bella's street, the house will come up on your left.
Right, and I believe you previously explained that Bella was a friend of John's niece Kaylee and also your daughter Olivia, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that was a good way to orient him as to where to go, correct?
Yes,
And once you did that, John O'Keefe never called back for any clarification, correct?
yes, not to my recollection.
All right, and with regard to your state of mind, based on that conversation and the instructions that either you or your wife or both of you gave John, you certainly assumed that John and Karen would be arriving at Fairview coming from the Chapman Street direction, correct?
That was my assumption.
Okay.
As I had stated yesterday, there's multiple ways to go, but that was my assumption.
And it was an educated assumption based on the conversation that you had, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
Yes, I'm going to sing over there. Sorry if you don't like it. I don't really care if you don't like. Give me 3 steps. Give me 3 steps, mister. Give me 3 steps towards the door.
Document.
He's wishing he had 3 steps
I
towards the
have
door.
Handed you something, if you could take a look and tell the jury whether you recognize what that depicts.
Yes, this is a map showing Cedar Crest Road intersecting with Fairview Road. On the opposite side shows Chapman Street intersecting with Fairview, as well as other streets in it's called the Cedar Crest neighborhood, in the Cedar Crest neighborhood.
Okay. And realizing that you don't have a compass or a rule, does it appear to be generally to scale in terms of where the roads are?
Is he getting nervous right now
Yes.
with the
Okay,
sirens?
It appears to be a fair and accurate depiction of the layouts of particularly Cedar Crest, Fairview, and Chapman Street.
Yes.
Okay, I would offer that, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
Here come the feds. Here come the feds.
Exhibit 86.
Display that for the jury, Your Honor.
Okay. Comes the map. The map.
Oh, thank you.
I'm going to pause it so I can take these banners down so you can enjoy this map in all its full screen glory.
What is displayed on the screen, Mr. McCabe, does that appear to be what I just showed you in Exhibit 88?
Yes.
You see that there's a red bubble there. Does that have any meaning to you as you look at the map?
Yes, it'd be the location of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And as we look at the map, Cedar Crest is up the top and Chapman is down the bottom?
That is correct.
With regard to the directions that you gave, or you or your wife gave John O'Keefe, if they were coming as you directed them on Chapman Street, would they be taking a right onto Fairview or a left?
If they went the way that we mentioned, they'd be taking a left.
Okay, so in terms of looking at this map, they'd be traveling on Chapman Street really from the left to the right as you look at Exhibit 88, correct?
Yes, left to right, correct.
All right, and that would allow them to take a left down Fairview, heading towards Cedar Crest, correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me that that would put the driver's side closest to the Albert property if they just kept going straight all the way to Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, the driver's side would have been closest to the property.
Okay, we can turn the lights back on. That would mean, well, strike that. All right, so you agree with me that your state of mind was that was the direction that they would go?
That's what I thought they would have, that's how I thought they would have come into the neighborhood, correct?
But you never saw the black SUV traveling in that direction or parked in that direction, correct?
That's correct.
That would mean that in order for the SUV to be facing in the other direction, one way would be for it to make a 3-point turn, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
So we're saying if they came down from Chapman and then spun around and facing back up towards Chapman, is what you're asking? Yes, at some point she would have had to turn around.
Or do a 3-point turn, correct?
She could do a 3-point turn, or she could just loop around at Cedar Crest and come back up, either one.
And a 3-point turn would be consistent with what the V-shaped tire tracks that you saw when you looked out the front of Brian Albert's house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, you had not spoken with Ryan Nagel, correct?
No.
So it's fair to say you did not know what, if anything, Ryan Nagel had seen in terms of how or what direction the black SUV arrived in, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you spoke to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, the phone conversation that your wife had with John O'Keefe that you were either participating in or listening to, that was regarding the directions. That was fresh in your mind on January 29th, correct?
Yeah.
Those directions had just been given to John, the night before or really hours before, correct?
Yes.
So on January 29th, when you're talking to Michael Proctor, believing that John had driven down Chapman Street, you were trying to square in your own mind how the vehicle wound up in the other direction when you looked out the house, correct?
Objection.
Were you?
Can you just repeat that again?
Yeah,
I think I heard you. I just want to make
It
sure.
wasn't a great question. I'll see if I can make it any better. You're talking with Michael Proctor on January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And he's asking you about the positioning of the black SUV, among other things, correct?
Yes.
Again, I'm just getting to your state of mind. Your state of mind was that you gave the direction, you or your wife gave the directions to John, and you're thinking he came down Chapman, but you never saw the vehicle in that direction. It was only in the other direction facing toward Chapman. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so you're naturally trying to square in your own mind, trying to make it make sense as to how that happened, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that. Were you trying to square that in your own mind?
I wasn't trying to, I don't know if I was trying to square it. I just knew that for some reason her vehicle was facing up Chapman. Are you asking?
All right.
I didn't know what she did. I just know her vehicle was facing up Chapman.
And to you, that was the significance of the V-shaped tire tracks when you're talking to Proctor, right?
Objection.
Was it?
If I recall, I said there was a V-shaped tire tracks, and I believe the question was, could it be consistent with a three-point turn? I said it could be. I didn't know if it was a three-point turn. It could be because there was weird tracks. Again, I did not see the vehicle. I don't know if she pulled in the driveway and turned. I don't know if she went to Cedar Crest and turned. I don't know if she did a three-point turn and turn. I have no idea.
You spin me right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round, round. He's trying to backpedal. He's backpedaling now. He's going to try and blame it on Proctor. Maybe Proctor asked me if it was consistent with a three-point turn, and then I said it was. He is dazed and confused for so long. It's not true. Nothing's true. Who knows what's true anymore? I'm in a state of confusion, too. Let's not get too sidetracked on singing because Jen McCabe will be coming soon.
All right, but just one last question on this three-point turn. You offered the V-shaped tire tracks as an explanation for what could have happened, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
I had stated there was a V-shaped tire tracks. I didn't say it was a three-point turn.
All right, well, you'd agree with me in any case that if John and Karen entered from Cedar Crest and you saw them where you saw them, there'd be no need for a three-point turn, correct?
So you're saying if she didn't come from Chapman, she came from the other side, Cedar Crest, there would be no need for a three-point turn
Because
or any type of turn because she was already facing that way.
that's right. If she came from Cedar Crest, she's already in the very direction that you saw the black SUV when you looked out, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, your testimony during this trial is that you were looking straight out from the house to the street. And, again, I understand your qualification. It could have been 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way. But your memory is that the car was essentially right in front of you, give or take, the first time you saw it.
My memory is the car was right in front of the front door.
Yes, okay. And you were looking straight at it, correct?
As I had stated earlier, the first time I looked out, I don't recall if I was looking straight out from the front door or if I was peeking out through the window, but it was, my sight would had it lined up in front of the front door. So if I looked out from the front door, then it would have been, yes, straight in front of me.
And you would agree with me that when you were looking at the vehicle from wherever you were looking at it, you were looking straight over the front lawn, correct?
I was looking over, I would have been looking over the lawn, correct?
And
Again,
the
I was
V-shaped
focused on the
tire
vehicle.
tracks were
Hold on, Mr.
Sorry.
Yannetti.
I said I was focused on the vehicle. I was
Why?
focused,
I didn't know that he was not done with his answer.
my fault.
We only can have one person speaking at a time.
I see your
The court reporter
true
can't be expected
colors
to
shining
two different people at
through.
the same time. So please be
See your
cautious.
true
Lawyer needs to be
colors.
I will try, Your Honor.
And that's why
Did you
I
get your
hate
full
you.
answer out, sir?
I did.
You would agree with me that the V-shaped tire tracks were farther away from you than the front lawn?
Yes, they were on the road.
And if you were able to clearly see those V-shaped tire tracks, you certainly were able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
As I mentioned, I was looking over the lawn, but I'm assuming the lawn was somehow in my visibility. I wasn't focusing on the lawn.
Okay, I'm going to try that question again and see if I can get a yes or no answer. If you were able to clearly see the V-shaped tire tracks, you were certainly able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
If I looked at it, it's a confusing question. As I said, I was
Is it?
focused on
Is
the
it though?
road. I wasn't looking at the lawn.
Confusing.
Let me be clear. I'm not asking you if you looked at it. I asked if you were able to clearly see it.
I would be able to, yes.
And when you looked out at that black SUV, and saw the V-shaped tire tracks, you did not see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
And at no point in time, whenever you looked at that black SUV, did you see John O'Keefe inside the vehicle, correct?
No, I did not see John in the vehicle.
At no point in time did you hear any yelling outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I did not.
At no point in time did you hear any scream of pain outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't.
At no point in time did you ever hear any crash noises outside 34 Fairview.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No,
And last question on this point, at no point did you hear any noises at all outside 34 Fairview that attracted your attention?
no, there's music playing in the house, so I didn't hear it.
Oh, music in the house. Were they dancing?
Now,
Was it
after
Adele?
being at the Albert home for a period of time early that morning, you left the home approximately 1:40 a.m. or so,
Yeah, give or take 140, 145. I don't know the exact time.
and you walked out with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, and two of Brian Jr.'s friends, correct?
Yes, Brian's two friends were joining Jennifer and I. We were driving them home.
And whether you knew their names or not that night, you subsequently learned their names to be Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel.
That's correct.
And you all came out of the house together, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall who was where when we walked to the car, but we all left the house at the same time.
And directly in front of all of you was the front lawn, correct?
If I was to walk straight out the front door, yes, the front lawn's in front of me.
And when you were walking out, the black SUV was gone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you first came out of the house facing that front lawn, you didn't see a black baseball cap, correct?
That's correct.
Or a black sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
Or 45 pieces of red plastic taillight, correct?
That's correct.
Or even one, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, you didn't see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I wish I did, but I didn't.
As you were walking out with your wife and these two other women, none of them yelled that they saw anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And then you all piled into the vehicle which was in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
You and your wife got into the front, the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, I sat in the driver's seat. My wife was in the passenger seat. I had to brush off the car, but that's where we sat.
I had to brush
And
off the car.
The other two women who were friends with
My
Brian
wife
Jr.
wouldn't
got
do it.
into the
I had
second
to.
row passenger seat, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony is you don't know who was where within that, but they did get in there.
Yes, they were behind us. I don't know who sat in what seat.
Once you got inside the vehicle, is that when you realized that you had left something back into the house?
I don't recall leaving something in the house.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall leaving something in the house. I don't-
Oh,
If I did, I did. I don't recall.
you
leaving
forgot your
something in the
jacket.
house.
You don't recall going back into the house?
No, I don't recall going back into the house.
Oh,
If you went back into the house, the front lawn would have been directly in front of you from the driveway, correct?
The lawn would have been to my left and I would have went up the walkway to
Right.
the house.
Okay, well, that's my next question. When you went up the walkway, the front lawn would have been to your left, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then coming out, you would have had the same view that you'd had the first time, correct?
Yes, I would have come back out the same way down the steps to the left.
this is important because Juliana Nagel testified that he went back inside because he forgot his coat. He forgot his maybe puffy jacket, maybe not puffy jacket. And Juliana Nagel, who was hammered off of about 70 Mick Ultras and wanted to stay longer because she was so excited to see Jen McCabe come in, said they got in the car and Matt forgot his jacket and he had to go back in the house to get his coat. He doesn't remember having to go back and get his coat. Interesting. Yes, what say you? He forgot to remember. He forgot, dude, where's my coat? Dude, where's my coat? He's got no memory of anything at all.
Way to
Right.
the house.
Okay, well, that's my next question. When you went up the walkway, the front lawn would have been to your left, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then coming out, you would have had the same view that you'd had the first time, correct?
Yes, I would have come back out the same way down the steps to the left.
And without going through all the various items that I asked you about in terms of not seeing on the front lawn, you know, the speaker, the cap, the tail light, et cetera, you didn't see any of that stuff at any point the second time, correct?
Correct. I did not see anything.
Okay, so now you're finally back in your vehicle and you are backing out of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that to get to your, well, strike that. Is it fair to say that to drop the women off, your plan was to head toward Chapman Street?
Yes, that's what we did.
Which would mean that as you back out of the driveway, the rear end of your car would have been facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And then you would straighten out, and now you've got a straight shot up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And it would also mean that you drove the length of the Alberts property, correct?
Yes.
While you did that, sir, Julie Nagel never said, "What was that?" Did she?
I did not hear Julie say that.
Oh,
She never said she had seen a black object, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
She never said that she saw a black blob, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
And she didn't say that the black blob that she supposedly saw was 5 or 6 feet in length, correct?
Again, I did not hear her say it.
And she never said that she might have seen a person, correct?
I did not hear her. You talk about in the car?
Correct.
Yeah, I did not hear her say it in the car.
And you were right there driving, correct?
I was driving, obviously focused on the road. The windshield wipers, it was snowing pretty heavily.
You didn't have earplugs in.
I didn't, but
Earplugs?
they were all talking in the car.
You didn't have AirPods in.
No, I didn't.
Certainly not the noise cancellation AirPods, correct?
Correct. I did not have earpods in.
And you never stopped the car because you never heard Julie Nagel say anything about anybody being in trouble, correct?
I did not hear her say it.
Okay. You woke up the next morning, as you said, to screaming, correct?
Yes.
oh, I just have to stop for this, Cherry. This is like one of my all-time faves. Dang, dang, diggity, dang, a dang. Dang, dang, diggity, dang, a dang. Dang, dang, diggity, dang, dang, diggity, dang, a dang, diggity, dang, dang. White lines flow through my mind. If you know, you know.
The screaming was so loud that you thought that the person screaming was actually in your bedroom, correct?
That is correct.
That was, and it startled you, fair to say?
Yes, it did.
And then ultimately, you learned that Karen Reed ended up in your driveway, correct?
Yes.
You could hear her screaming outside, correct?
I could hear her outside, correct.
She was hysterical
She was screaming, Jen. She just kept repeating Jen.
in a hysterical manner.
Yeah, Jen, Jen. Yes.
And she was screaming so loud that she was in danger of waking up the whole neighborhood, correct?
She was loud, correct.
And other than screaming Jen, Jen in that hysterical tone, you really couldn't make out her words a lot of the time, correct?
Not when she was outside my house, no.
Skipping ahead to when you went back to Fairview that morning, it's fair to say that when you went, did you say that you went inside Fairview at maybe around 7 a.m.? Is that a good estimate?
Yeah, I don't know the exact time, but it would say give or take, could be a little before, a little after, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And I believe you testified that the only people inside that you saw there were your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert. In addition to Officer.
At that moment, that's who I recall seeing there.
Okay, so there were, and you didn't know where Brian Jr. was, whether he was sleeping, but you didn't see him.
I don't recall seeing him at that moment, no.
Okay. And Officer Lank was the only police official that you saw inside, correct?
At that moment, correct.
Okay. Now,
That's a great point, TC. And I remember this from, all the way back in like my teenage years. People used to keep peanut butter like in their car and if they ever got pulled over for, let's say, drinking and driving, they would take like a scoop of peanut butter and put it in their mouth. Does anybody remember this from like years ago? It was like a thing. And TC says peanut butter and jelly covers all the alcohol smell in their breath if they get stopped by one of their fellow bully cops. It was a thing. People used to keep peanut butter in their car. Am I imagining this? Did I dream it? Yes. Angela Marie did peanut butter. If you're ahead, no spoilers. Thank you, Scott. Thanks. We're a little bit behind because we had to rewind his testimony like 14 times because we couldn't believe what was coming out of his mouth with the dang dang diggity dang a dang. Dang dang diggity dang a dang. Dang dang diggity dang. Yes. Yeah, JC. It is the best with Duran Duran and Run DMC. Yep. The more I see, the more I do.
in the days after January 29th, you participated in a group text exchange with 3 other people. Do you recall that?
I'm sorry, what's the
Can you name
date?
the 3 people?
Sure.
Oh, could you give me 3 people? Oh, you got receipts on this? Sorry.
You participated in a group January 29th. In the days after January 29th,
Days after.
you participated in a group text exchange with 3 other people. Do you recall that?
Could you name the 3 people?
Sure.
He's getting
You had a group text chat going with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and your sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, correct?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
I'd like to ask you some questions about that group text chat, if I might.
Sure.
You would agree with me that on February 1st of 2022, that was 3 days after John O'Keefe passed away, correct?
Yes.
And at some point on February 1st of 2022, you were physically either at or near the Albert home at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
I could have been. I don't recall if I was there.
Geofence.
All watching what investigators were doing in the neighborhood on February 1st?
I do not. If you could show it to me, I could maybe reflect my memory. I do not recall that specific day.
You don't recall monitoring what troopers were doing? In
I
the
was not
neighborhood?
monitoring anything that the troopers were doing.
Is something funny, sir? Do you think this is funny? Can anybody say TUI material? The feds have everything. Clowny McClown, they've got it all. The texts are going to say, yeah, I'm monitoring what the troopers are doing, but he's telling you as he laughs, I'm not I wasn't monitoring what any troopers were doing. Reflect my memory. I caught that too, Mark. Yeah, refresh, reflect. The correct terminology would be refresh, but yeah, reflect. Oh no, I wasn't monitoring what the troopers are doing. Laugh, laugh. Some people laugh when they're nervous. It's a real thing. You know he's got the receipts. Yannetti does not talk without receipts in his hand.
Not recall that specific day.
You don't recall monitoring what troopers were doing? in
I
the
was not
neighborhood?
monitoring anything that the troopers were doing. If I had driven down the street, dropping someone off, picking somebody up, and saw the troopers, then I saw the troopers.
See
I
any
was not
taillight?
monitoring anything.
Directing your attention to 1:34 p.m. and 27 seconds. You texted your wife.
Did he just mouth, wow? Like you have the time of my text? Lance, I think you just nailed it there. He's a classic voyeur. He watches everything. That would explain why he's watching out the door. But did he just mouth wow? Hold on, dang, dang, you get a dang, a dang. Watch and learn.
Recall monitoring what troopers were doing? in
I
the
was not
neighborhood?
monitoring anything that the troopers were doing. If I had driven down the street, dropping someone off, picking somebody up, and saw the troopers, then I saw the troopers. I was not monitoring anything.
Directing your attention to 1:34 p.m. and 27 seconds. You texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house. Did you not?
If I texted that, you could show it to me.
But in front of whose house?
Yes.
Troopers back in front, but out of whose house? Hold on. We're gonna
No, show it to him, don't.
no, show it to him.
Touch it?
Oh, you show it to.
Show it to
Oh,
Mr.
I'm
Miller,
sorry.
and don't reference what it is.
You think this is my first try?
No, he's so excited. He's so excited because you know he's dropping the bomb. He's so excited. He just can't wait.
Thank
Turn
Let me-
yourself and look up at me when you're done.
you. I don't use glasses, but I can't see this.
Oh,
So
don't worry.
maybe I
We've
need
got some
glasses.
readers for you, sir, just like at the expensive restaurants.
I'm making it out. I got it.
Is the Asian house?
Is it a light?
No, he says he doesn't.
No, it's
wear
not. It's just dark, but I got it.
You know where else it's going to be, Doc? The cell block.
If you're struggling,
I'm reading mine, right? The middle
Oh,
one.
somebody said Asian house. There's
Yeah,
two Asians
yeah.
on the jury.
Yep, I got it.
Dang, dang, diggity, dang, dang. Dang, dang, diggity, dang, dang.
Refresh. Having reviewed that document, is your memory refresh?
I see that I texted what you said I texted. The
Oh.
troopers were outside of the house. Yes.
Right, that's my question. This is a page that contains the group text that you had with Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of the question that I asked you, you now acknowledge that you testified troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. McCabe, what is an Asian house?
The next door neighbors to the Alberts were Asian.
So you mean that
Racism has entered the chat. The world is watching. Clowny McClown, clown, dang, dang, diggity, dang, a dang.
a family of Asian origin lived next door?
Yes.
They were the next door neighbors to your brother-in-law and sister-in-law?
Correct. They lived, if you come out of Fairview, they lived to the right of the Alberts.
And did you know their last name was the Chungs?
I had no idea that I've never met them. I don't know their last names. I just knew it was an Asian.
How did you know they're Asian if you've never met them and you don't know their last name? Because that's how your family refers to them? Wow. What a I have no words.
Asian family next door. Met them.
And did you know their last name was the Chungs?
I had no idea that I've never met them. I don't know their last names. I just knew it was an Asian family next door.
And you didn't feel the need to ask their names or try to call them by their names.
I've never
Objection.
met them, sorry.
Objections sustained. You know what, Ms. Giannetti, let's come to sidebar, please.
Really? Let's come to sidebar because we want to expose this man's bias and racism. Hmm.
Nobody asked you to clarify which house that house. When you did tell the group chat about the troopers being at that house, nobody asked you to clarify which house you were talking about, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did anyone ask you to clarify?
Nobody asked me to clarify that I recall.
In fact, Brian Albert responded with just a question right now. Do you recall that?
Yes, I think that was on the screen you just showed me.
And you responded yes, correct?
Did I get to see all the text or no?
Do I get to see them all? Oh, yes, please. Please see them all because you know that we want to see them too.
And with the court's permission,
Yes.
I'm going to give you the previous page in case you need it.
Just give it to him. Thank you.
Did you hear what she said? Just give it to him. She wants this to be over too.
Thank you. Right now?
Yeah.
Am I to assume? So am I to assume where you said Brian Albert said right now?
Yeah, would you like to see that?
So would that be the last one and then this is the next one?
What you,
I'm just making sure.
I understand, I appreciate that. You tell me,
Okay,
if with the court's permission.
Sure.
thank you. Yep, that's what I was just looking for.
If I may collect the documents.
I didn't read the rest of it.
No, take your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You would agree with me that after you told the group in this group text that the troopers were back out front, in front of that house, Brian Albert's response was right now?
Yes,
And then you said yes, correct?
yes,
And then Brian Albert replied, okay, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. As of the reading,
Is that how he replied?
that's what it just said, yes.
All right. Now, at that point, you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing, correct?
I didn't see that on the text.
And you don't deny that you said that in the text,
Can you
correct?
show me the text, please?
Oh, sure. Oh, did you say you didn't see it in the text?
I didn't see that,
I'm
no.
sorry. I think that's probably because I didn't give it to you. May I push?
Yes. Have you shown those both to Mr. Lally?
That's the next page after this one. I'm showing you 2 pages.
Okay,
Again, read it to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Do you have a phone with a flashlight on you?
I don't have a phone on me. If you have a flashlight, I'll be able to see it.
Do you mind? Oh,
Just
Nancy.
dark.
Madam Court Reporter. Wood.
She's like, do you have a phone with a flashlight on it?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, much better. I got it now.
Grab that from you.
Thanks.
Having reviewed that, do you acknowledge that you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing?
Yes, I said I was going to try to take a photo.
You would agree with me that you were watching what was going on, correct, on February 1st?
No, I just happened to be driving through the neighborhood at that moment.
So you happen to be driving through, and then you texted the group to tell them what you saw, correct?
Yes,
And then you didn't just keep driving up the road and leave the area, did you?
I think I did.
Well,
Unless you tell me I went back, I think I did. I said I was going to try to take a picture.
right, well, that's my point.
Yeah.
You weren't, just having seen the troopers back out there at that house, in your mind, you still weren't done, correct?
I was going to take a picture to show them, oh, the troopers are outside your house.
Right, so in answer to my question, you weren't done with that scene, correct?
I think I was, because I don't know if I took a picture.
Well,
I think I went through. I mentioned I was going to try to take a picture.
That's
I don't know if I took a picture or not.
you didn't intend to be done at that point, correct?
I didn't intend to be done.
Right, because you wanted to take a picture of what was going on.
I was going to take a picture to show them that troopers were outside in front of the house.
You wanted
Correct.
to continue to monitor what was going on, did you not?
I was not monitoring what was going on. I just happened to drive by at that moment.
May we be seen at sidebar?
Okay. Back in, should he need a flashlight again?
No objection.
From counsel, if Mr. McCabe brings his own phone back in, should he need? Is there any objection from counsel if Mr. McCabe brings his own phone back?
All right, can you hear me now? I had to shut my mic off because I have what sounds like an airplane landing on my front lawn or helicopters, but it seemingly is leaf blowers outside. And he just happened to be driving by, just like Chief Berkowitz happened to be driving by that day when he saw a giant piece of taillight on the lawn at 34 Fairview. I believe they're all standing, so it sounds like they sent out the jury. With everything going on here, I couldn't hear what Yannetti was saying, but I'm going to mute again and continue this for you.
In, should he need a flashlight again?
No objection.
So why don't you do that? Okay.
They walk up.
You're all set. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. Court's back in session. Please be seated.
All right, can we bring Mr. McCabe back in, please?
Witness, please.
Yes. All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. McCabe, I'm going to approach this in a little bit of a different way to hopefully make it easier on you and me and the jury. I'd like to hand you, with the court's permission, the 4 pages that you've already reviewed, just to have you identify them. If I may, please.
Sure. Thank you.
And I'd just like you to take a look at them and just confirm that's what you've already seen before we took the break.
Yes, these are the ones you showed me earlier.
Thank you, sir. May I approach it?
Yes.
Having reviewed those, sir, does this appear to be an accurate transcription of the sequence and the content of the group text chat within that time frame?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
All right. The only concern I have is I don't want to give the jury something they need a flashlight to read.
Well, my next.
So can I see it?
Of course.
Why don't I see counsel?
How is your distance vision? You were able to read what's on the screen?
I don't know why it's on blue. This is. Can I have them in front of me
Can
while
I have
you're
that? Thank
displaying
you.
them?
Yes.
Please. Thank you very much.
And feel free to use the flashlight there.
Yes, thank you.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, that's much better.
Much better. Okay,
Yes.
now we can all see it. With regard to your initial text exchange that we talked about, can you confirm what you texted at 1:34 and 27 seconds in the afternoon of February 1st of 2022?
Yes. Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Oh, troopers back out front, but in front of Agent House. Looks like more has been dug up there for at least, there or at least looks like it.
Oh, and Mr. Baker, can you go down the page to see the responses? Okay, and who was it that responded to your notification that the troopers were back out front?
That would be Brian Albert.
Brian Albert Senior.
Yeah, yep, senior.
And his response was?
Right now.
And that was at 1:34 PM and 45 seconds?
Yes, it was.
And you took that to be a question, correct?
Yeah, asking right now, yes.
And we can move to the next. Yes, 2151, please. Would I walk you, sir? Yes, please. All right. And you responded to Brian by saying what to his question about right now?
I responded, yes,
And that was at 1:34 PM and 56 seconds?
yes.
You would have still been on scene at that time?
I'm not sure if I was still on scene, but I was obviously If it was in the area, it must have been in the area, correct?
And the next exchange is this?
Did he just say, I'm not sure if I was still on scene? On scene? Like he's armchair detective now? Mark says, are we being punked? Melanie, are you in on this? Notice in these text messages, Uncle Brian A is who they're referring to Brian Albert as. Uncle Brian A. And the phone number ends in 0888. Keep that in mind because later, Uncle Brian Albert is going to change his phone number.
And who responded to you?
Brian Albert again.
And his response was?
Okay.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not Brian Albert was on scene at that time or if he was somewhere else?
I don't have a memory of where Brian was at that time.
Given the fact that you're saying troopers are out front and he's asking right now.
I'd assume he's not. I'd assume he's somewhere else. Yeah.
And your response to him, or your response to the group, I should say, was what?
I had to pick up a car, so I drove through.
Right, so this is a little further than we talked about.
Well, I know we're getting to the next.
So take this one down, please.
I mean, just have a moment here, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we know we're behind.
The second bubble, please, Mr. Bates, on 2152. Okay, now we're at 1:35 p.m. and 16 seconds, Mr. McCabe.
Yes, that's correct.
And your text to the group of you, your wife, Brian and Nicole Albert is what?
Trying to get pictures.
All right, and at this point, I've asked the next bubble be displayed, and then I'm going to skip to the bubble after that once you see it. The next bubble comes from Brian Albert.
Yes, Brian Albert.
All right, and that's at
Action.
1:35 and 30.
Ms. Gianetti, let him,
I'm sorry.
the screen speaks for itself. If
What-
it
what-
doesn't, then the witness can.
Of course. What time is that at?
1:35, 32.
All right, and his response, does that appear to be a typo?
PK, I'm assuming.
All right, the next bubble after that would be 2153, please, just off. And that is from whom?
Brian Albert.
All right, and the time there, are you able to make that out?
Does that say 1:35, 34 or 1:38, 34?
Whatever it says. If you can't see it, you can't see it. Next.
Sure, and his response was,
Okay,
does that appear to be correct in the PK?
I'd have to go back and,
Well, the previous one, you
Next,
tested.
next question.
Sure. All right, we can take that off for a minute. I'd like to just go over two more areas of these group chats with you. You would agree with me that later that same day on February 4th, the four of you, your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, discussed in that group chat the fact that Michael Proctor was talking to Kerry Roberts over the phone, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 3:01 and 48 seconds, you commented on the interview of Michael Proctor with Kerry Roberts, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we be seen?
Yes, please be seen. Watching the detective. Who can name that artist? If you know, you know.
Dark, if there's something that he can have.
Watching the
Hand you
detective.
3 more pages and ask if you can identify those.
Thank you.
Well, I can barely hear anything, but I want to hear him say, "Oh my God," under his breath.
I think you can have it. Thank you. So I'd like you to not leave the witness in the dark if there's something that he can have.
What I'm going to do now, sir, is to hand you 3 more pages and ask if you can identify those.
He did. He said it. He said, "Oh my God." Now he's whistling because he's nervous. Somebody said that Nicole Albert and her sisters were sitting in the back row of the courtroom. Anybody I spy them? So they're all staring him down.
Mr. McCabe, generally, do you recognize those,
Yeah.
sir? All right, so
I
go
just
ahead.
marked.
And that you now have in your possession.
Yes, that's correct.
Objection. Again, over the Commonwealth's objection, again, I'm not sending anything to the jury that they can't read. So let's mark this for,
We could read it. Let it up on the screen. What are you talking about, ma'am?
and the substance of those, each individual one will be question by question.
Understood.
If you're just joining, we're still on voir dire.
With regard to page,
Jury's out of the room. They're
Mr.
confronting
United, was this in
Matt
the,
McCabe with his group.
what was marked for your,
Thank you.
all right. And if it's a question by question objection, just,
may that be displayed on?
may what be displayed?
I just offered that as an exhibit, and I'm asking.
And I did not take it in. I said the content on a question by question, so it's each bubble.
All right. You saw that at 3:01 p.m. and 48 seconds on February 1st that you texted, quote, "Very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was just told. I was supposed to have them talk last night and forgot to tell Proctor to call her." Do you recall that?
I recall it, correct.
And those were your words, correct?
Yes, they are.
And may that be displayed?
No, it's in. We may display it later, but I'd like to move this testimony along. So that's in
I
evidence.
forgot to tell Proctor to call her.
In that discussion, at 3:03 p.m. and 15 seconds, it was Brian Albert who texted, quote, "Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact for some reason," end quote, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Can you read the timestamp again?
It's the
Yes, on-
second
it's on
page.
02161.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's in the middle. I got that timestamp correct?
3:03:15.
Correct. And I read that accurately. Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact.
Yes, that's correct.
And then
K.O. bang bang. K.O. bang
a
bang.
minute later at 3:05 and 32 seconds, You replied, yes, she was hardly interviewed, and I think just answered what was asked. Oh, I'm sorry, strike that whole question. I skipped his next response, which was at 3:05 and 2 seconds, where he said, but if they barely interviewed her, that's on them, correct?
That's from, from Brian. Yes,
This is about
that's
Terry
correct.
Roberts.
Okay. Now, with regard to that exchange, you would agree with me that you were talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed by Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't want to make an assumption. Do you have the text previous to this that shows that we're referencing Kerry?
I do, and I'll show you that only to refresh your memory.
Yeah, I don't want to assume something.
I understand. I'm going to show you one page.
Yeah, he
and
had
ask you
it.
to look at it silently to yourself.
Okay.
And I've opened the packet to the page.
Did you see him grab his collar? He's getting a little hot under the
Me
collar.
and you're done.
Another page.
Feel free.
Can I look back another page? Feel free. We've got it all. We've got it all.
Did those previous pages refresh your memory about the context of your group chat conversation?
Yes, it did.
And certainly it was talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you were passing along information about that interview to Brian Albert, were you not?
Yes, I was letting him know that Kerry was being interviewed.
What did you know?
And you were telling him things that she was saying, correct?
Jury is still out.
Remember you said the whole dead comment was just told?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, but I-
Sustained.
All right, in any case, we're going to move on to the very last discussion that I'd like to ask you about. Earlier that day, February 1st of 2022,
Oh,
at
before.
12:50 p.m. and 37 seconds, Brian Albert texted the group, which would have again been his wife Nicole, your wife Jennifer, and you. And that text was,
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so I can't, which bubble on which page?
02148.
The jury is
Right.
out of the room.
On which page?
That's the page, 02148.
Okay, so I don't have
And
it.
the bubble is the second of the three bubbles.
So I don't have it.
I don't have it.
I don't know what the objection's pertaining to.
We'll make you a copy, Your Honor. No worries. We have a copy machine here.
Jurors, I apologize that this is taking so long.
Oh, wait, the jurors are here? What? I thought the jurors were out of the room.
You know what, Mr. Yannetti, why don't you?
Okay, my whole banner is wrong. I heard somebody say voir dire, so I put that up because
So you're objecting to it, so I'm not going to let you say what it is. You can show it to the witness. Which one is this?
there this whole time.
Second bubble on 02148. Then the third bubble on 02148. And then the first bubble on 02149. That's all I'll be asking him about.
Thank you.
All right, so I won't allow, based on the objection from the Commonwealth, the second bubble on 02148. I will allow the author of the third bubble
It-
on page 02148.
No. The second bubble on 02148,
Is not allowed into evidence.
I need to be heard on that then.
No, all right, I'll hear you at sidebar.
Right, well, if she's doing a sidebar, that means the jury was brought back in. Okay, so my banner was wrong. I thought there was a voir dire. And then they went on break because I thought the judge wanted to hear argument about what they wanted to question this witness on about these group texts between him, Jen McCabe, Nicole Albert, and Brian Albert. Because I had a plane landing on my phone, apparently I couldn't hear what was going on. So I relied on somebody in the chat who said there was a voir dire, and now I got to catch up a little bit. But it looks like they're standing up now, so now the jury's going out. There's no sound. If you're just joining, these text messages are explosive. There's a group text message between Brian Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Nicole Albert. Matt McCabe is playing detective, just happens to be driving down Fairview and texts the group that the troopers are on the scene in front of the Asian's house. And they're digging up something. And now they're talking about Kerry Roberts giving a statement to Proctor. And he told her to call him back. She hadn't called him back yet. And then Brian Albert said something such as, but if they barely interviewed her, that's on them. And somebody said, I forgot to tell her to call. Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact. Somebody says she was hardly interviewed. These came from the feds. They have it all. And poor Matt McCabe is being skewered right now. Skewered.
So that we can avoid this. I'd like you to let and Mr. Jackson, if you are planning on doing this with the next witness, I'd like you to let Mr. Lally know which ones of these you intend to use so that we can avoid all of this. And if you have a copy from me, that would be helpful for objections. Stianetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCabe, when we broke, I was just about to ask you about the last exchange here. You will agree with me that on February 1st of 2022 at 12:51 and 49 seconds, you texted the group chat to say, ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yep, I'm reading it right now. Yes, that's correct.
And who is the Chris you were referring to?
That would be Chris Albert.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is correct.
And then you texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes.
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
That would be John O'Keefe.
Tell them the guy never went in the house, John O'Keefe. Tell them the guy never went. Maybe he's the puppeteer. Maybe he's the mastermind behind this. Tell them the guy never went in the house. It's unclear who he's texting this to. They're mentioning Chris Albert. He said, ask Chris to ask some questions. I'm taking it back because I need to be more clear on this.
Court is back in session. Please be seated.
Stianetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCabe, when we broke, I was just about to ask you about the last exchange here. You will agree with me that on February 1st of 2022 at 12:51 and 49 seconds, you texted the group chat to say, ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Ask Chris to
Yep,
ask.
I'm reading it right now. Yes, that's correct.
And who is the Chris you were referring to?
That would be Chris Albert.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is correct.
And then you texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes.
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
That would be John O'Keefe.
When you told the group to tell them the guy never went in the house, that was you talking about how you should all get your stories straight, correct?
No.
You would agree with me that your stories are all straight in terms of the guy never went in the house, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
John never went in the house. It's not a story, it's a fact.
Well, when you said,
You can try and clean this up, sir, but no.
tell them the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert was on that exchange still, was he not? He was still part of the group text?
Yes, Brian is on the exchange.
And Brian Albert was the one to respond, wasn't he?
Let me switch pages here. 51.
He responded, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And then at that point, you knew Brian Albert was the oldest brother of the Albert family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The oldest sibling in that family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in his response to your instructions that his younger brother, Chris, should say that John O'Keefe never went in the house, or the guy never went in the house, you would agree with me that he responded with one word, correct?
Yes, he did.
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was exactly, correct?
Exactly.
Yes, that's his response.
All right, we're done here.
We're done here.
All right. Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Really, just briefly, Your Honor. Hello, if you're just joining, na 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 na, hey hey hey, goodbye. In the group text between Matt McCabe, Brian Albert, Jen McCabe, and Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe said, "Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house." Brian Albert responded, "Exactly." And Matt McCabe was asked, when you said, "Tell them the guy never went in the house," who were you referring to? And he said, "John O'Keefe." And now Lally is going to get up very briefly. I can't pick my jaw up. My jaw will not.
Now, Mr. McCabe, John O'Keefe never went in the house that night, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from this text communication, as far as Chris Albert was concerned, was Chris Albert ever at the house on that night?
No, he was not.
And this is something that you, obviously, this death of John O'Keefe occurring, how it did, where it did, and why it did. That was something that you discussed.
Can you keep your voice up?
Yeah, we can hear you.
This tragic occurrence, as far as what happened to John O'Keefe, his death, where, why, how, that was something that you discussed within your family, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Or what?
Now he's calling it a tragic occurrence. For the first time ever, tragic occurrence and John O'Keefe's death have entered the same sentence by Lally-flop. For the first time. People are saying he's texting on the stand. I'm so riveted with my mouth open, I can't see, but keep an eye out for that.
As far as what happened to, yes, I'm sorry. This tragic occurrence, as far as what happened to John O'Keefe, his death, where, why, how, that was something that you discussed within your family, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Or what?
I didn't hear that
Why
one.
was it a discussion?
Why? Don't ever ask a question.
You're talking about the immediately after? No one knew what happened. John never came in the house, so we had no idea what happened to John.
Where
John was
they?
someone you were friends with, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you ever tell anybody what to say at any point in time to the state police, to any investigator whatsoever?
No,
Did anyone in your family or in your presence ever tell anyone that in front of you?
no.
Now, you asked some questions about when you were looking out and you saw the SUV, correct?
Yes,
And your focus, as you indicated in your testimony, was on the SUV, correct?
yes, that's correct.
Now, during the time that you were looking out, did you ever see a pickup truck outside?
I knew the pickup truck was out there, but again, I didn't look at the pickup. I kind of saw it, but was focusing on the SUV.
And
I saw a vehicle out there. Let's say that.
my question is more so as far as the tire marks that you were talking about in the road, was that before or after the pickup truck was hit?
It was after.
Now, you were asking questions about directionality and things of that nature as far as coming down Chapman or Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if someone had driven by the house, missed the house, and then went on to Cedar Crest, turned around, presumably then they would be taking a left or a right from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, is that right?
Does Lally think anybody's listening to him?
Yes, if they passed the house, they would have come to Cedar Crest and turned around and come back onto Fairview.
And you were asking questions about whether or not you saw Mr. O'Keefe from your vantage point in the SUV, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
You didn't see him, correct?
I did not see him.
Could you see anyone inside from where you were?
I could not see anybody in the vehicle.
Did you see anything about the windows as far as their tint or anything like that?
I don't recall the tint. I couldn't see inside though.
As far as any statements that Ms. Nagel made on the way home, is it your testimony that you, Ms. Nagel, didn't say those statements or that you didn't hear those statements?
I did not hear those statements.
Now, turning to February 1st, do you recall what you were doing on that day when you drove by Fairview?
I don't recall what I was doing. I don't recall what.
Is anybody just hearing Charlie Brown's teacher right now? Every time Lally opens his mouth, wah, 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 wah. Nobody cares. I can't even believe that he got up and is trying to divert from what we just heard.
I don't recall what I was doing. I don't recall exactly what I did that day.
Recon?
And were you going specifically by Fairview or where were you?
Based off of reading these text messages, I was doing something, picking up a car or something. It says, I don't recall where, and I cut down Fairview.
Now, as far as your statement in those text messages where you said, looks like more has been dug up, do you recall that?
I don't recall it. I read it in the text message.
Do you recall what that was in regard to? As far as what were they digging?
Oh, sorry. I do recall. They dug out the snow. It looked like the snow banks. It looked like there was more snow dug out around the scene.
So they could find more
And by
taillight?
scene, you mean around where the flagpole fire hydrant that was?
Correct. Yes.
Like
Did you
more
recall any sort
cowbell?
of change in the weather between the 29th?
Change in the weather?
I believe the temperature rose. Snow was starting to melt, if I recall.
I'm just looking for Ashton Kutcher.
Now, when you and your wife your wife was talking to Mr. O'Keefe and you were given directions, there was some reference to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was sort of used as a directionality as far as Mr. O'Keefe would be familiar with where Bella's house was.
Bella.
Yes, that's
Going back
correct.
to Bella's house.
What,
Now,
any relationship in the
Bella,
past
a
that you're
reference
aware
to-
of between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella?
Bella, a reference to Twilight. And we're also in the Twilight Zone, so it's perfectly apropos that it was near Bella's house because Bella was a character in Twilight, and this reminds me of the Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone emojis in the chat, please.
And Bella's mother.
At some point, Bella's parents were separated, since divorced. At some point, Mr. O'Keefe had a relationship with Bella's mother.
And after that conversation in which that was referenced as far as Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe again?
Never heard from him again.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Just very briefly.
Okay.
You were just asked if you ever told anyone, if you told anyone what to tell the state police or investigators, and your answer was no, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall telling anyone to tell anybody anything.
So with regard to your statement, tell them the guy never went in the house, who's the them?
Do you mind if I go back and read?
Please do, because we'd like to hear more.
I think I know. I just want to read it.
Yeah. Please tell them the guy never went in the house.
The them was Channel 4 went into D&E.
Mhm.
You done with your answer?
Yeah, you just asked me who them was.
And the answer is you were instructing people on the group chat to tell Channel 4 that the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yes, this was on February
February
1st. As I said, none of us in the house had any idea what happened to John O'Keefe. So we instructed, I was saying, we
Instructed.
don't know what happened. He never came in the house.
Instructed.
That's what was my statement was.
Sir, I didn't ask you for any of that just now, did I?
You just asked me
No.
why I said
I
that.
asked you who the them was. did I
Objection, Your
not?
Honor.
You didn't. You look like you asked me to elaborate.
You look like
So
you asked
your
me.
answer to my question is, the them was you were saying that Channel 4 should be told that the guy never went in the house. Yes or no?
Channel 4 was who I was referencing. Yes.
No further.
All right, you are all set, Mr. McCabe. I
And that
will
was the
take those
same day
documents.
Karen Reed was arrested, February 1st of 2022.
Jennifer McCabe to the stand.
Okay, guys, buckle up.
Jim.
Here comes Jennifer McCabe.
The truth, the whole truth.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE,
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Approximately 20, well, my whole life, I lived in Canton, except when I first got married, I lived in Stoughton for a year or two.
And where you live currently in Canton, how long have you lived there?
I live at 12 Country Lane, and I've lived there about 10 years.
And prior to that, where did you live in Canton before Country Lane?
15 Sutcliffe Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live on Sutcliffe?
Approximately 10 years.
And with regard to both addresses, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live there with my husband, Matt, and my 4 daughters.
And how old are your 4 daughters?
15, 16, 18, and 20.
Now, if I could turn your attention.
Does she still live in that house on Country Lane Drive? Does she still live there? She just doxed herself? Why wouldn't she just say I live in Canton? Yeah, why dox yourself? I don't see a crucifix on her yet. Yeah, Magnolia Gypsy was Channel 4 also reporting that there was video of Karen hitting him? Might be.
Attention to January 28th into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those days?
I do, yes.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday and a Saturday.
So starting with Friday, January 28th in the evening, do you recall what was going on that night or where you went? What were you doing?
Well, first, I set up at my house for a team dinner for my daughter's hockey team. Then I met up with some parents for my daughter played for the Canton High basketball team. So we met up with some parents before. We had a drink, appetizers. My younger 2 were with us. We fed them dinner. And then we went on to Canton High School to the basketball game.
Now, starting back, the oldest daughter with the hockey dinner at your house, that was your daughter, Allie, is that correct?
Yes,
She's your oldest?
yes,
Now, the daughter who had the basketball game, is that your second oldest?
yes,
And with regard to her, she was on varsity team, is that right?
yes,
For Canton High School?
yes.
And with respect to just basketball in general, when the kids were younger, what, if any, role did you have in regard to that?
I'll allow it, but then you'll move on quickly.
I was a basketball coach for the rec, well, the town program.
For how many years?
I believe with Emily, I started approximately when she was in 5th grade. And then I was also a coach for my daughter, Olivia, I think starting when she was in 6th grade. And with my youngest, I think I coached from 1st grade on up until 8th grade.
Now, as far as the high school game was concerned, is there a sort of a typical start time for high school basketball game?
Yeah. Move on. We know the
Yeah.
time. Move on.
After the basketball game, where did you go?
My husband and I dropped my youngest daughter home, and then we proceeded to meet my sister at the waterfall.
And which sister is that?
My sister, Nicole,
How many sisters do you
3.
have? And do you recall about what time it was that you got to the waterfall?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
And when you say we, who do you mean?
My husband, Matt, and myself.
And do you recall which vehicle that you were in going around Canton that night?
I believe it was my car, yes.
And what kind of car was that?
Denali, Yukon, I think. Denali, yeah.
So bigger type vehicles? that
Yes, big SUV.
correct? Now, with respect to, you had a cell phone around that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Your cell phone, what if any connection did that have between the cell phone and the vehicle?
Again, with the Bluetooth.
At that point, I don't think mine was connected. I'm not sure.
Now, when you arrived to the waterfall, did you go right in or what if anything did you do?
I waited a few minutes because my husband was on a phone call.
And at some point, did you and your husband then go in?
Yes.
And when you arrived in the waterfall, where within the waterfall did you go?
We walked in, and I believe we sat at the 3rd table.
And at the time that you arrived, who, if anyone, was there that you were familiar with at that day?
Chris and Julie Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Tristan Morris.
And at some point shortly after that, or at some point after that, who, if anyone else, came in and joined the group that you were with?
Nick Kolikitis did, and then his wife did a little bit after. And then Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived. And then Karen and John arrived.
And prior to Karen and John arriving, who, if anyone from the group, had left?
I believe Tristan left, maybe to go sleep because he had to plow, I think.
Now, with reference to Karen and John,
Mhm.
we're talking about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
And how long had you known John O'Keefe?
Approximately 10 years.
And how was it that you first came to know John O'Keefe?
John's sister and her husband lived in the neighborhood, and my daughter became friends with John's niece when they were in kindergarten. And during that kindergarten year, John's sister and then brother-in-law passed away, and John moved in and took care of the kids.
And just for clarity purposes, this would have been when you were living at the home on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And then after John moved in with his niece and nephew, what, if any, role or what, if any, relationship did you have with either John or his niece specifically?
So my daughter was very good friends with his niece. And so, she would be over all the time. And JJ would come over with Patrick and pick her up. And he would come in and talk to us and hang out.
And how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
He was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy.
Mm-hmm. Well, remember that when you hear the 911 call again, there's a man passed out in the snow. I love John McCabe. John O'Keefe. He was my friend. Loved him. But, she's very calm in crisis mode, as her husband has told us. Let's hear that again. She's trying to muster a tear, I think. Hold on.
And so, she would be over all the time. And JJ would come over with Patrick and pick her up. And he would come in and talk to us and hang out.
Okay, so just so we're clear, you call him JJ. You call John O'Keefe JJ. And everybody calls you JJ? Auntie JJ? Including Juliana Nagel calls you JJ as well? Isn't that a little weird?
And how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
He was my friend. I loved John. He was an amazing guy.
I loved John. He was an amazing guy.
Now, with reference to Karen Reed, and just for clarity purposes, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify just as to where she's seated or not?
She's seated between her attorneys.
If looks could kill, they probably
Okay.
will.
Like identification
Yes.
by the witness. Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, when was it that you met her?
John had reached out to me saying that he was dating a new girl and that she had MS and I also have MS. So he said he would like for me to meet her.
And how long have you had MS?
I believe it will be 10 years this October.
And do you recall specifically when around that was, what year, what month, anything like that?
That I met Miss Reed?
Yes.
Yes, they came over in July of 2020.
And came over to your house, is that correct?
Yes, they came over to the house. They brought the kids, swam. I have a pool.
Now, over the course of, you were familiar, obviously, that Ms. Reed was dating Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Mhm.
Over the course of time.
Yes. Sorry.
Over the course of time from July of 2020, when you met.
That was a little snappish. Let me hear that again.
Miss Reed?
Yes.
Yes, they came over in July of 2020.
And came over to your house, is that correct?
Yes, they came over to the house. They brought the kids, swam. I have a pool.
Now, over the course of, you were familiar, obviously, that Ms. Reed was dating Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Mhm.
Over the course of time.
Yes. Sorry.
Over the course of time from July of 2020, when you met her, to January of 2022, how often would you see Ms. Reed?
It would vary. You know, there were times that we would bump into them, or depending on their sports, or, for my daughter's birthday party, when it was time to pick up, they'd come over and hang out, or Halloween. It just varied. We have 4 kids, so we're always kind of in all different directions. Sometimes it depends on what month it is and what team we're with.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I enjoyed Miss Reed. I really liked her. I thought we connected from the beginning. She was very easy to talk to. She had MS, I had MS, and there's not a lot of people our age that I personally know that have it. So
I enjoyed Miss Reed. I enjoyed her. She was an amazing guy, like John was. I enjoyed her.
it was nice to have someone who understood like what I was going through. So we had that in common.
Now, with respect, to either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, was your friendship the type where you would have any sort of discussions about his relationship with Ms. Reed or any girls that he dated at any point in time that you were friends with him?
At different points, yes.
And what, if anything, specific do you recall him telling you about his relationship with Ms. Reed specifically?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Why, so she can add some stuff now to her prior statements about conversations she had with someone who is no longer among the living about his relationship with Karen. I call BS on this.
So, Ms. McCabe, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his relationship with Ms. Reed, is that something that you spend any real time talking about with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, occasionally, hey, how are things going? How's she feeling? How's she doing? Very general.
And same sort of question with regards to Ms. Reed, is that a conversation that you had as far as her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, similar.
Now, on that evening, if I could turn you back to the waterfall. You arrive about 9. About what time was it that you left?
Approximately midnight, a little give or take.
And so during the 3 hours or so that you were there, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor of the group that you were with during the time you were
Fine, friendly, normal, typical night, just out having a drink, listening to music.
Get the camera off, Karen.
You mentioned about 11 o'clock or so was that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the bar.
Correct.
We'd like to
When
see
they
the
came to
witness,
the bar,
please.
where did they go in relation to where you were?
They came right over and talked to the group that we were with.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came over, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant do or have with her when she came?
Oh, she had brought a glass with her and kind of took it out of her coat and just kind of chuckled about it.
What, if anything, did you observe about the glass?
Just going to have to think about this one for a minute. You mean to tell me a woman who likely makes hundreds of thousands of dollars a year as a financial analyst is going to bring a drink with her from another bar to this bar because she doesn't want to pay another, I don't know how much drinks cost in Canton, 10 to 12 bucks for a drink? Because now you're trying to make it out like she was hammered. She was so hammered and such a drunk that she had to bring the drink with her from CF McCarthy. Are we really supposed to believe that? Let's see how long she thinks about what kind of glass it was.
Chuckled about it.
Or when she came?
Oh, she had brought a glass with her and kind of took it out of her coat and just kind of chuckled about it.
What, if anything, did you observe about the glass?
What, if anything, did you observe about
I
the glass?
believe it had ridges on it.
Oh, ridges.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as what was in the glass?
It was clear.
Was there any other kind of like a straw or a lime or anything like that?
I don't remember.
As far as you knew, at some point, did you become aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And where were they?
CF McCarthy's,
Where is that in location to the waterfall?
just right up the street.
Now, over the course of the evening, you were at a bar. Fair to say you were drinking, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall specifically what you were drinking?
I think beer.
And same question with regard to Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall him drinking? And if so, what, if anything, was he?
I can't be certain. Possibly a beer, but I can't be certain.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, same question as far as do you recall her drinking? And if so, what, if anything, do you recall her?
Again, I remember just a clear glass with a clear liquid in it.
Any different glass beyond the one that you've already testified about or no?
I don't remember, sorry.
Oh, the silence is deafening.
Now, when you left the waterfall sometime around midnight, is that correct?
Yes.
And well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So with respect to the time that you were at the waterfall, did you speak with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, briefly at the bar.
And do you recall just generally what it was that you talked about?
Yes, his niece had just gotten into Bishop Fian, so he was very excited.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, did you speak to her at the bar?
Yes.
And do you recall what, if anything, the two of you spoke about?
Yes.
And what was it?
Karen had shared a little bit of frustration that morning, or one morning she had taken Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts, and John, was frustrated, didn't, saying, don't take her. She's going to, make a habit of it, meaning like she's going to come to expect it every day. And then we just talked about how, challenging it is with kids. And, she mentioned that that's kind of all they ever fight about. And I said, yeah, well, welcome to parenthood, and
Welcome to parenthood. Like if you can't handle it, maybe you should get out because welcome to parenthood. It's hard. She tried to start this conversation, the recanting of this conversation or the description of this conversation in a very friendly way, but look at her eyes. Yeah, well, welcome to parenthood, says the woman whose husband said, yeah, of course I'm happy. I'm in a bar, to Karen, and admitted it on the stand. Let's hear this, because this is her conversation with Karen. That's going to be the motive for murder, my friends. This is the motive for murder.
Of course, I'm sorry. So with respect to the time that you were at the waterfall, did you speak with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, briefly at the bar.
And do you recall just generally what it was that you talked about?
Yes, his niece had just gotten into Bishop Fian, so he was very excited.
And with respect to Miss Reed, did you speak to her at the bar?
Yes.
And do you recall what, if anything, that you spoke about?
I'm finding him hard to hear, but he's saying this is the conversation with Miss Reed. Now, Jen McCabe is going to tell you the conversation with Karen.
Yes.
And what was it?
Karen had shared a little bit of frustration that morning, or one morning she had taken Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts, and John, was frustrated, didn't, saying, don't take her. She's going to, make a habit of it, meaning like she's going to come to expect it every day. And then we just talked about how, challenging it is with kids. And, she mentioned that that's kind of all they ever fight about. And I said, yeah, well,
That's kind of all they ever fight about is the kids.
welcome to parenthood, and, she just was a little bit frustrated, felt like the family needed to be doing more to help. And she just wished she had, more time, just her and John.
Okay, she wished the family would do more to help. We've heard that from Karina Kolothikis. And so she could have some more alone time with John. Okay. Is that a motive for murder?
But again, it was just, girlfriend to girlfriend kind of venting.
Girlfriend to girlfriend. You want the jury to believe that you and Karen were girlfriends? Girlfriend to girlfriend. Hey, girlfriend, she didn't even have your number in her phone. She had to wake Kaylee up at 4:45 a.m. for Kaylee to call you. It was just kind of girlfriend to girlfriend. Oh, girlfriend. Oh, girlfriend. Wow. As if she's confiding in you, right? Yeah, she comes across way different than Karina. Notice how she's looking at the jury.
Meaning like she's going to come to expect it every day. And then we just talked about how, challenging it is with kids. And, she mentioned that that's kind of all they ever fight about. And I said, yeah, well, welcome to parenthood, and, she just was a little bit frustrated, felt like the family needed to be doing more to help. And she just wished she had, more time, just her and John. But again, it was just, girlfriend to girlfriend kind of venting.
Venting. Girlfriend to girlfriend kind of venting.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as to how he was dressed?
Baseball hat, jeans. That's what I remember.
Do you recall any sort of winter coat or heavier coat or anything like that?
No.
Hi, Kate.
Now, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion was there amongst the group as far as going somewhere next or what to do after the waterfall?
Karen had asked Chris if we could go up to D&E. She wanted to go up to D&E and have him cook some food.
And was that something that was brought up by the defendant once, or more than once, or something?
Many times.
And what was sort of the response from the group in regard to going to D&E and making food?
So Brian, Chris, and Matt do this annual weight loss challenge every year, and it was in the midst of that. So they were like, no, 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 we can't go up there. We're not going to eat. We'll do it another time.
Now, following that conversation, what, if any, other, let me ask you this, why did you go to the waterfall in the first place?
So I went to meet my sister, Nicole. She was heading there because she was going to go have a drink with her. Her son was going to have some friends and then meet out. So I was going to meet them for a drink for my nephew's birthday.
Before
Wow,
that,
that's
it was Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Yes,
And did Brian Albert Jr. ever show up at the waterfall that evening?
he did not know.
Do you know why not?
Brian suffers from anxiety, and during that time period, he was really struggling.
So he decided to stay home?
He just decided to stay home, yes.
How much anxiety do you think he's suffering now that you guys have thrown him into the middle of this? That poor kid. Little Brian.
And so after the discussion about going over to D&E and then the communication of not going over, what, if any, other discussion was had as to where people were going or what was happening after leaving the waterfall?
Brian Albert Sr. Just made a general, hey, I'm going to go home, have a drink with Brian if anyone would like to come.
And was that something that was just to certain people, or was it expressed at the table, or how was that expressed?
It was expressed to everyone like, hey, we're going to go back home, have a beer with Brian if anyone would like to come.
Now, after that was sort of put out to the table, what, if any, discussion did you have in regard to that with either Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, or both?
Both of them. I said, oh, you guys should come. Do you want to come?
And did they indicate that that was something that they wanted to do, or did they indicate that they were coming?
They both wanted to come, and they said they were coming, yes.
Now, when you left the waterfall,
Mhm.
who, if anyone, left with you or left at the same time?
I believe I walked out with Karen. I know I walked out with Karen, and I believe Miss Kolakidis as well.
Prior to you leaving, your sister Nicole and her husband Brian, had they left prior to you leaving?
Yes,
And so you're walking out with the defendant and Ms. Kolakidis, is that right?
yes.
And when you were walking out with them, what, if anything, was the sort of conversation or the discussion as you were walking out the door?
Well, Matt and John were still inside. So at one point I said, oh, Karen, why don't you just come with me? Figuring, because, Matt can talk to anyone, and God knows how long he was going to stay in there. So I was just like, hey, do you want to drive with me and they can meet us?
Your husband's a talker, is that correct?
Anybody think she watched Karina Kolathikis' testimony? Anybody remember what Karina said? Karina said they were walking out and Jen McCabe grabbed Karen and said, you're coming with me. And Karen said, what do you mean? Where? And Karina said that Jen said, don't worry, it's a surprise. Because this is the first time anybody has heard Jen McCabe talking about this. So do you think she watched Karina's testimony? Do you think she was prepped on what Karina's already said? What say you, my friends? What say you? I don't think she said this in any of her statements. Matt's a talker, she's going to say. Matt's a talker. We know Matt's a talker because we just saw him be crucified on the stand.
Conversation or the discussion as you were walking out the door?
Well, Matt and John were still inside. So at one point I said, oh, Karen, why don't you just come with me? Figuring, because, Matt can talk to anyone, and God knows how long he was going to stay in there. So I was just like, hey, do you want to drive with me and they can meet us?
Your husband's a talker, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the car that you had parked there before, where was that parked in relation to the waterfall?
I believe I had to kind of walk straight out.
In the parking lot?
In the parking lot, yes.
And after you had exited from the waterfall, at some point did you observe Mr. O'Keefe come out as well?
Yes, he did.
And did you have any conversation with him in the parking lot while you were out there?
I believe briefly, Karen, him, and I all spoke, yes.
Do you recall briefly what you spoke about?
Them coming back to Fairview.
And after sort of the two of you parted ways, did you observe where Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went?
I just saw them like they walked left, I walked straight.
And if one were to walk left in the direction they were walking, where would that bring them to?
Washington Street, the main street.
So you went over then to your car in the parking lot?
Yes.
And while you were in your car in the parking lot, well, let me ask you this first. When you walked out of the waterfall, what, if anything, was different about the weather from when you had walked?
It had started to snow.
And as far as the snow was concerned, what was that initial point when you walked out of the waterfall? Was it accumulating or anything like that?
Yes, I would say, it was starting to cover the car, so you'd have to put your windshield wipers on to clear it.
So you didn't have to get the scraper out or anything like that, just click on the windshield.
Clip on the windshield wipers. I probably was lazy and just rolled the windows down to get it off the windows.
He was lazy?
And so
Wait a
you're
second.
in the car.
She just call him lazy?
And as far as the snow was concerned, what was that initial point when you walked out of the waterfall? Was it accumulating or anything like that?
Yes, I would say, it was starting to cover the car, so you'd have to put your windshield wipers on to clear it.
So you didn't have to get the scraper out or anything like that, just click on the windshield.
Clip on the windshield wipers. I probably was lazy and just rolled the windows down to get it off
He was
the
lazy. Didn't
windows.
have the scraper.
And so you're in the car for some period of time waiting for your husband, correct?
Yes.
And about how long is it that you're waiting for your husband before he comes in?
Actually, it wasn't long. I think I turned the car on and then I saw him walking and I pulled up.
And while you're waiting for your husband or shortly after he gets to the car, what if any communication did you receive at that point?
I received a text from John saying where to.
And with respect to that, did you respond in kind via text, or how did you respond, if at all, to Mr. O'Keefe?
I was driving, so I called him.
And when you called him, if you know, was that something that was done through Bluetooth with regard to the car, or?
Yes, it would have been because it was my phone and I was driving. So I would have had it over the car.
So your phone would have been paired up with your phone?
Yes, I plugged it in when I got it. I always plug my phone in when I get in, if I'm driving.
And with your husband in the car, it's fair to say that he could hear both sides of the conversation as far as you and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And so that initial call that you placed to Mr. O'Keefe, is that done while you're driving?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you telling him as far as that initial call was concerned?
He had asked for he said where to. I gave him the address. And then I believe I, just started giving him directions. And I actually think Matt spoke over me and was saying, go this way, go this way. And then I said, yeah, you just go down to Fairview. It's at the bottom.
And so as far as the directions, do you recall anything specifically about what you told Mr. O'Keefe as far as where the directions were?
Well, he actually called back a second time. And when he called back a second time, I instructed him that it was by a friend's house, one of his niece and my daughter's friend. And I said, oh, it's right, go past Bella's street. It's at the bottom of the hill.
And before we get to that, just as far as that initial phone call, essentially Fairview Road, you're familiar with?
Yes.
And it's where your sister lives with her family, correct?
Yes.
And if I could just ask, with regard to your sister's husband, Brian, how long have you known him?
Since I was in kindergarten, very long time.
So they had dated for some period of time before they got married, and they've been married for some significant period of time.
Yeah, she had a crush on him for years. Then they dated, I think, for 10 years and before they got married. So.
Did Matt say that he drove and she's saying that she drove? Hey guys, don't put any like drug names in the chat, please, because it's like one of those banned words that YouTube will shadow ban for. So if we can please keep the Pepsi Cola, Cokes, Pepsi Cola nickname, the other brand, out of the chat, that would be great. Thank you. Let's speed her up a little bit because yeah, it is kind of boring. If there's anything really interesting, I'll be sure and rewind it as I do.
Yeah, they've been together most of my life.
So you're familiar with Fairview in the sense that there's on one end of it is Chapman and one end of it is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
And just in that initial phone call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe and you and your husband are giving directions, do you recall if you were indicating to him to go to Cedar Crest or go to Chapman in order to get on the Fairview?
Go to Chapman.
And is that the way that you went as far as going from Washington Street downtown to Fairview?
Yes.
Now, how long a drive is that going from the waterfall to Fairview?
Approximately 5+ minutes, depending on if you hit lights.
Now, if you're indicating you're indicating to someone come down Chapman, and you said it was, I'm sorry, your testimony is it's sort of towards the end from that direction?
The end of Fairview, the bottom of Fairview.
And that's to my point as far as the bottom. What if any kind of incline or decline, or how does the road sort of situated as you come from the Chapman side down to where your sister lives, 34th Fairview?
It's a hill.
And the hill goes down, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that somewhat of a precipitous? How would you describe sort of the hill?
Well, the first hill is a bit steep, and then it flattens a little, and then there's another hill. But the second hill is more long.
So there's actually two hills as you're going down, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned the second call, Mr. O'Keefe then calls you.
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed between when you first talked to Mr. O'Keefe and the second?
Approximately 4 or 5 minutes tops.
During either call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe, could you hear anything? You had it on Bluetooth, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell whether or not he was connected to a Bluetooth? Could you hear anything in the background?
I couldn't know.
And as far as when you were speaking to Mr. O'Keefe, did he express an intent that he was going to the house at Fairview?
Yes, he was driving there and he was trying to find it.
And when he indicated that he was trying to find it, was he expressing that in singular or plural or something else?
No, more general. Like, where is it? Type.
Did he make any reference during the time that you were talking to him to anyone he was with?
No.
And now, as far as the second call, you indicated, what did you use exactly as sort of a geographic locator?
My daughter and his niece's very close friend lives on a side street off of Fairview. So I just said, go past Bella Street, and it's at the bottom.
Is this repetitive?
And Bella is someone that's through his niece, John O'Keefe would have known, correct?
Correct.
Now, at this time, what, if any, relationship were you aware of between Bella's mother and John O'Keefe?
They had dated briefly.
She had to get that in. Somebody said it was going here. I didn't realize it was going to go here. What, if any, relationship were you aware of between Bella's mom and John O'Keefe? Is this the big fight they're going to say that caused her to want to murder John? Poor Bella. I agree. Wild Lights Arts. Poor Bella being dragged into this mess. You're as cold as ice. That's it, Jerry. Willing to sacrifice. Okay, let's see what he says. Or what she says. Bella's mom and John. Looking at the jury. Look.
A side street off of Fairview. So I just said, go past Bella Street, and it's at the bottom.
And Bella is someone that's through his niece, John O'Keefe would have known, correct?
Correct.
Now, at this time, what, if any, relationship were you aware of between Bella's mother and John O'Keefe?
They had dated briefly.
I'm going to allow it.
She's going to allow it.
They had dated briefly years before.
They did object. It was sustained.
Now, was that sort of the substance of the conversation that you had with Mr. O'Keefe? In that second phone call?
Yes.
Now, after that second phone call, did you speak to Mr. O'Keefe on the phone at any point in time after that?
No.
Now, you arrived at the house on Fairview. Do you recall where you parked when you got there?
Yes, pulled into the driveway.
And the driveway at the house of Fairview essentially has two garage doors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sort of widens out as you get to the top, closer to the house.
Yes.
Do you recall where in relation to the driveway was parked when you got there?
I just
Yeah.
remember pulling in. There was definitely a car in front of me. There possibly could have been a car to the left.
You exit the vehicle, go into the house, correct?
Correct.
When you get to the house, who, if anyone, you observe it?
When I walk in, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson are all sitting at the kitchen table. My sister Nicole was in the kitchen wiping the counters because she's always cleaning.
She likes to
And
clean.
Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were in the, I guess you'd call it the TV room area, just standing and talking.
And ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm just having a little trouble hearing you.
Oh, okay.
Really? We're having trouble hearing you.
Anywhere you want, so anywhere you want to put that.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. And so when you come into the house, where would, you mentioned a table, where were people situated?
In the kitchen.
Now, with respect to what was going on at the house throughout the course of the evening that you were there?
I sat at the table and I just spoke to Brian and Katie and the two girls most of the night.
And just so we're clear, when you're talking about Brian, that's Brian Albert Jr. or Little Brian?
Yeah, little Brian. Yeah, little Brian.
Now, as far as at any point in time when you were,
She sat at the table and just talked to the people for the whole night. Didn't Juliana Nagel say that, or Sarah, one of them said that she was walking around the whole time and plugged her phone in on the floor behind her while she was sitting at the table? And she was walking around. She kept coming back to check her phone.
at the house?
Little Brian.
And just so we're clear, when you're talking about Brian, that's Brian Albert Jr. or Little Brian?
Yeah, little Brian. Yeah, little Brian.
Now, as far as at any point in time when you were at the house, you familiar with a gentleman named, someone named Colin Albert?
I am. Yes.
How do you know?
He is my friend's son and my sister's nephew.
Your friend Julie's son, correct?
Yeah, so my friend Julie's son.
And your oldest daughter, Allie, was Colin friends, or is Colin friends with your oldest daughter, Allie?
Yes, they're born a week or two apart, and we've kind of just, they've done everything together. They're very good friends.
Now, at any point in time that you were there on that early morning, did you see Colin Albert at all?
No,
And when you arrived at the house, obviously you're familiar with your daughter and the car that she drives around that time. Did you see your daughter there, Allie, at any point in time?
no,
Were you aware at any point in time in that early morning hour that you were there that your daughter had been there at any point in time prior?
Sustained.
Now, with reference to the home, at any point in time, did John O'Keefe ever come inside the house?
no.
During the time that you were there, let me ask more specifically about.
Oh, that was so well done, the way she looked at the jury and shook her head and said no. Once more for emphasis.
Sustained.
Now, with reference to the home, at any point in time, did John O'Keefe ever come inside the house?
No.
During the time that you were there, let me ask more specifically about how long a period of time was it that you were there, or about what time did you leave?
I believe I left approximately around 1:30, 1:45, approximately.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived there?
I'd say approximately somewhere between 12:20, 12:30. Well, 12:20, I believe, 12:20-ish, because the last call from John, when I went back and looked, was 12:18.
Oh, you went back and looked at your text messages. The last call from John was 12:18. Approximately.
Similar to what I asked about the waterfall, as far as the sort of mood, demeanor inside the house, what, if anything, do you recall with respect to that?
Good. Everybody was in a good mood. There was no, Brian and Brian were talking. My sister was cleaning. I was talking with the kids. You know, just a normal night.
Now, while you were in the kitchen dining room area for the time that you were there, did you see anybody or observe anybody from the group that you just described go anywhere else in the house as far as away from that area?
Julie Nagel went outside.
So beyond Julie Nagel going outside, did you see anybody else go upstairs, downstairs, to a basement area, or anywhere else in the house?
No.
Now, given that when you were in the car and you were driving, you hooked your phone up to the charger, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall charging your phone at any point in time when you were at your sister's house on Fairview that night?
I don't recall.
And you mentioned Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson. Were those people that you knew prior to that night of the 28th?
I was familiar with who Sarah Levinson was, maybe had run into her at different points. Julie Nagel was closer to Brian, so I would see her. I think she's dog sat for me when I've been away. Like Brian will do it, but then if he's not available, Julie will do it. I don't know if she had dog sat for me before then or right after then, but I was definitely familiar with Julie.
Then why did your husband testify that when you and he walked in the house, Julie was so excited to see you? So excited to see you. And some of us thought maybe he slipped and he meant Julie Albert, because Julie Albert claims that Colin's mom, that she had a migraine and she did not go to 34 Fairview, despite the fact that her original Proctor statements say that she and Chris followed to 34 Fairview. But I'm sure we'll get into that with Proctor. So if you didn't really know Juliana Nagel, and you're not even sure if she babysat for Bailey or Golden Doodle before that night, why was she so excited to see you? Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
And she possibly could have dog sat for me.
Take it back.
At different points. I was familiar with who Sarah Levinson was, maybe had run into her at different points. Julie Nagel was closer to Brian, so I would see her. I think she's dog sat for me when I've been away. Like Brian will do it, but then if he's not available, Julie will do it. I don't know if she had dog sat for me before then or right after then, but I was definitely familiar with Julie, and she possibly could have dog sat for me.
Oh, tongue. Look at the tongue again with the tongue. Her and her husband both. Remember when Juliana Nagel testified that she sent you screenshots of her texts with her brother about timing of when he was there and when she told him to come to get her? Did you cozy up to Julie after the night or early morning hours of January 29th to 22? Is that when you guys cozied up? Because now you're distancing yourself from her like you didn't really know her, not really sure if you should dog sat for me before or after, because you know that she testified that she dog sat for your Golden Doodle Bailey. And also she drove your kids around, right? Right? Okay. Why are you trying to distance yourself from her now? You got her to send you those screenshots of her text messages with her brother. Huh.
Prior to that.
And now with reference, there was also someone there by the name of Brian Higgins, is that correct?
Correct.
And that is also someone who was there prior to you getting there, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you know about Mr. Higgins, or did you know him prior to that?
I had met him a few times. He's Brian Albert's friend.
So other than being your brother-in-law's friend and meeting him a couple times, you didn't really know him that well, fair to say?
Good. Yes.
Now, you mentioned at some points that Julie went outside, correct?
Yes.
Nagel went outside?
Yes.
And do you know what she was going outside for?
Yes. Her brother had come to pick her up. And so she was going to go tell him, try to get him to come in.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Nagel or Ms. Levinson in regard to their going home prior to Ms. Nagel going out and talking to her brother?
Objection.
I'll sustain it in that form.
What, if anything, had you said to Ms. Nagel prior to her going out prior to her going outside? Objection.
Sustained.
Now, if you know, about how long was Ms. Nagel outside?
Miss Basil.
I believe it was just a few minutes.
And at any point in time while Ms. Nagel was outside, what, if anything, did you?
Excuse me?
So when Ms. Nagel went outside, what were you?
I was sitting at the table, and then my nephew had said another car was out there.
Oh, no, your nephew said another car was out there.
What, if anything, did you do?
I went to the front door.
And front door of the home leads sort of, you walk in there, there's a foyer and a staircase in front of you.
Yes.
And as far as the front door was concerned, is there any sort of other door that's, is it just sort of the wooden front door, or is there another door in front of it?
The door was open, so it was just a storm door.
And the storm door is made out of glass, is that correct?
Yes.
So when you went over to the storm door and looked out, what if anything was?
I saw a vehicle.
Okay. Refresh my recollection, my friends. We have a little song request in the chat. So while you answer my question, did little Brian, aka Brian Jr., testify that he said that another car was out there at or around the same time that Julie Nagel went outside to see her brother? And then I want to know if she went to the front door with Matt, her husband, because he went to the front door too to look through the storm door. Ooh, witchy woman, see how high she flies. Yeah. No, he didn't, David Reese says. No, he did not say. Little Brian said no. Then Pilo's mom said he did. We'd have to go back and listen. Brian Jr. did say another car came up. Okay. Because they're all looking out the front door. Yep. All of them. Every single one of them. Let's see if Matt was with her, if she was alone. She was not in the courtroom when Matt just testified, but her sister was.
And can you describe the vehicle that you saw?
I saw a dark SUV.
And as far as Ms. Nagel, did you make any observations of where she was when you looked outside?
I kind of just looked at the vehicle, and then I saw lights kind of over to this side. But then once I saw the vehicle, I took out my phone and I texted John.
And just so we're clear, as far as when you say this side, so you're standing at the storm door,
Mhm.
see the vehicle, and where's the vehicle in relation to you when where you're standing at the front?
It was straight ahead.
Now, the headlights that you were saying is sort of off to the side. From your perspective, looking out at the street, is that to the left, to the right, or something else?
Left.
Jokers to the left of me, clowns to the right. Here I am.
Dark SUV that you saw, could you tell anything else about it as far as the make or model, or recognize it at all?
No.
Now, at this time on January 29th, 2022, were you familiar with any sort of vehicles that Mr. O'Keefe had?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicles did he have?
Gosh, I don't know the brand. It's, it was a small SUV type.
Do you recall like what color it was?
John's car?
His might have been grayish. I'm not 100% sure.
And any other vehicles that he may have had?
Yes, he had this old fashioned car that he loved, but Kaylee is so embarrassed of it. But yeah, he had that as well.
What was
Now,
that?
as far as Miss Reed was concerned, were you familiar with?
We know he had some kind of classic car in the garage because we've heard that it took up one of the spots in the garage. But Kaylee's so embarrassed of it. Why are you adding that? Yeah, I hope they're taking notes. Thank you.
What kind of vehicle she had at that time?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle were you generally aware of her driving?
She had a Lexus.
And was that?
Don't you remember in one of her statements that we read together all these months ago? She said, I'm not good with cars. I really don't know what kind of car it was. I'm not good with cars. She's not good with cars. I'm sure she's going to get crossed on that, but now she knows it was a Lexus. Now she knows because there were a lot of family group texts going on in the days following about the troopers being outside the Asian's house, and some other stuff had been dug up because her husband was out there being Inspector Clouseau, getting pictures. Telling the group chat to tell Chris. And to tell them that guy never came in the house.
Is that a sedan or an SUV, or what kind of vehicle?
I think it was like a small SUV.
Now, the vehicle that you saw outside of the residence of Fairview when you looked out the storm door, was that consistent with what you knew Ms. Reed to be driving at that time?
Yes.
Now, as far as that vehicle was concerned, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you see anyone exit that vehicle or come out of that vehicle at all?
No.
Certainly never saw anybody exit that vehicle and walk over and come inside the house.
Sustained.
As far as that vehicle, when you first saw it, did you tell whether or not it was running or anything like that?
It was running. Yes, I could. I could tell it was running. It had the taillights. I could see the red.
You could
I'm
see
going
the
to
red.
ask you to keep your voice
I
up.
could see the
Okay,
red.
sorry.
I could see the red. Should have pointed out the red taillights. You could see the red in the taillights. Was that one of the pieces of red that when I can't even get these names straight anymore. The chief Berkowitz, one of the pieces of red taillight that Berkowitz just happened to be driving by about a week later and found on the lawn. I could see the red. I'm seeing red too, but it has nothing to do with the taillight. But
I could I could tell it was running. It had the taillights. I could see the red.
You could
I'm
see
going
the
to
red.
ask you to keep your voice up. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Now, in addition to the taillights that you saw, can you see the headlights or anything like that?
Yes, the headlights were on.
And as far as the interior of the vehicle, were there any lights on inside the vehicle that you saw at any point in time?
No,
And as far as the windows of the vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their coloration? Was it tint or anything like that that you saw?
didn't observe. No.
never saw the interior light on because that would mean that somebody might have opened the passenger side door and was getting out. So she never saw the interior light on. Of course not. Why would she?
Now, you see the vehicle sort of straight ahead of the front door, and then you pull out your phone to text Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you texted to him at that point?
I think I said here ?
Well, we have it, the text. We know what time that was. Anybody in the chat know what time she texted here with a
Said
question
here,
mark?
Is that correct?
Yes.
Your may I approach?
Oh.
Yes.
Yes. She's like, yes. Please approach.
I do.
He's
What do you recognize?
I got on.
It's my text.
Document, do you recognize the contents of that?
I do.
Or what do you recognize it to be?
It's my text messaging with John.
So from sort of the early part of the 28th and around midnight through, the 29th through the entirety of the 29th.
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Almost.
Is there any objection, Mr. Jackson? Okay. And Ms. McCabe, I'll just ask you to let the jurors walk out first and then. Okay.
Court, all rise.
Now what are they doing?
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Jury's leaving. Are we going to do a voir dire? I mean, it's 1:26 here on the East Coast. I don't know. We're behind. I know we're behind, so may have to roll straight through unless they're going to lunch now.
Be seated.
That's what I was hoping for. Thank you. Yes. Make
And by we, I mean Ms. Gilman, because, yes, Your Honor, I think we can, and by we, I mean Ms. Gilman, because she's the one who can actually do these things. But no, I think we would be able to sort of take the whole numbers off of it and be able to print new copies without the numbers
Okay,
so
because
that they can be
so
used.
the same
doesn't know how
version.
to redact
Exact same thing.
messages.
Just with-
Authentication, redacted for purposes of admission and publication.
Yes,
All
yes.
right. Great. I appreciate that. We'll see you at 2:00.
Great. Okay. So they'll be back at 2. We have, it's about 1:30 here. Going to go to the chat for some questions. Well, that was interesting. Matt McCabe dug himself into a hole that I don't think he's coming out of personally. F and hippie. Thanks for the 10. Lyric for the day from the Dylan Classic, Positively Fairview Street. You had a nerve to say you are a friend. When I was down, you just stood there grinning. Yeah. Thank you, Charlie, for the super sticker, and Colleen St. Ange, thank you for the super sticker. Do we think Higgins will be up after Jen? Asks Sketchy B. I do not know. I hope. I don't know if they're going to call him. I don't know. I'll try and get word. I'll try and find out. Mayor says, I'm sitting here for an award ceremony for my 7-year-old. I've suffered with MS since I was 17. I'm 43. And when you said the amount raised, it brought me to tears. Thank you to you both. Oh, you're so very welcome. Mayor, sending you all the healing vibes and the feeling good vibes. And for those of you who are new, one of my viewers said she would match all donations yesterday to donate to MS research at Women and Brigham Hospital. And she's amazing. She wants to remain anonymous, but her YouTube name is Prestige Worldwide. And we raised $1,755 for MS research in Karen's honor. So thank you, Mayor. Gail says, thanks, Brett. I would ask anyone with an autoimmune disorder to research low-dose naltrexone. It's so helpful for many people with these issues. Research. Thank you. Thanks, Gail. David Reese says, quote of the day yesterday, there's no evidence of anything in this case. Lally did say that, didn't he? I have to go back and watch it because I think I skipped over it when it actually happened. Evil Queen Yaya, thanks for the 5. Nope, not JJ. She says, or he says, Jen, thanks for the 5. Congrats on the Rangers win. I'm predicting they will win the cup. All right. Woohoo. Thanks, Jen. All the good vibes coming in for the Rangers. I'm predicting they'll win the cup. Diehard Bruins fan here and season ticket holder, but I'm realistic. Listen, I'm rooting for the Bruins too at this point. But if we meet up in the next round, all bets are off. Thanks, Life 360, for the win, for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing and so generous, and to everyone who got them. Shannon, thanks for gifting a membership, and to everyone who got them. Random Remixes says, thanks for the 10. Well, with Colin denying he has been on social media, then admitting he was online being bullied, come back to get him. I don't know. Maybe he would say that after he started getting bullied, that's when he went off social media. I don't know. Great question. Harley, I got $20 saying JM, please do. I'm not sure what that is supposed to say, Harley CC, but thanks for the super sticker. JM, please DA the FO. I don't know. Keith Johnson, thanks for the 5. Rumor is that Colin sold and took steroids. Also, Colin was at the district attorney yesterday before court. I saw some rumblings about that, but I'm not sure. And I wouldn't be surprised if he was there getting prepped. But I think he lied about that, if it was true. Hello, Katie Fisher. Hiya, watching from Edinburgh. Jen McCabe today. Yes, and thank you for your donation. Dave the Pious, he sounds like he's telling a story. Thanks for the 2. I think we were talking about Matt McCabe because that's the only guy we've seen today, Matt McCabe, and his wife, Jennifer. I'm just a girl in the world. The math isn't math. And she says, thank you so much for the 5. Laura, thanks for your contribution. Also, he said his wife started calling people around the bar. So his wife is crazy too and forgets. So many stories. It's fine. It's hard to keep them straight, right? MC Free Karen Reed, $4.99. Thank you. Karen hadn't backed out of the driveway yet, so he couldn't have heard anything about a cracked taillight yet. That's a great point. Matt testified that he knew about the cracked taillight that Karen had while he was in his bedroom with Jen when she got that early morning phone call around 4:55 a.m. I'm just a girl in the world. Thanks for the 5. Did I tune into Comedy Central by accident? I know, it was like that this morning. It really was. Boho Chic, thanks for the $4.99. Why didn't he drive since Karen Reed's light was broken? Talking about Matt? Thanks, Boho Chic. Multajane Maki, thank you for the donation. Enjoying your channel, watching from South Africa. That's amazing. This really is a worldwide case, you guys. The world is watching. Hi, Madam Roz. Says they're trying to say that he was going to meet with Tom Beatty. Tom's daughter is the young girl that Colin called at 12:33, possibly for an alibi. Tom was pressured later to delete the screenshot. Yeah, there was no more mention of who it was that Jen McCabe was calling. And Matt said he was calling somebody. Matt said that John O'Keefe was supposed to meet somebody else, another person. And so Jen called that person, but they never said who that person was, right? I was confused by that. Disabled Rebel says, has anyone plotted out a list of all the witnesses' timelines to see where everything lines up and where it diverges? I have not done that, but there are some people who are very good at charts, like Brandy Churchwell, and I'm not sure if she's done one. Thank you for the donation. Hearts of Inspiration, thanks for the 10. Will there be any FBI agents testifying in the trial for the defense? Love your coverage. I don't know. I don't know if their accident reconstruction experts are going to come in, because three of them with PhDs, said a car did not hit John O'Keefe and John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. And I think they are on the witness list. So we'll see. I don't know if they're actual FBI agents or if they're accident reconstructionists with PhDs. It'll be interesting. Leandra, thanks for the super chat. Is it too late to make $100 donation? Everything that happened was yesterday for the MS contributions. So I cannot ask my generous benefactor, Prestige Worldwide, to match any donations again today, but that is a very, very kind offer of you. I'm just a girl in a world. The lies are telling themselves at this point. It's insane. You can't script this, you guys. Leandra, Little Lies by Fleetwood Mac and Lally Flop are on continuous rotation in my head now. Heat of the Moment by Asia. Good one. We thinking song lyrics over here. I Gotta Know. Thanks for the 2. Drinking for hours, no sleep. I'd be hungover sick. I think a lot of people would. Colleen, thank you so much for the 5. And Colleen, another 5. How did he know the name was mispronounced if he didn't watch previous testimony? It was Matt that made that joke of pronouncing it correctly, right? Or he's been watching it on social media. And you're talking about Yuri's nickname that we can't put in the chat because it's a bad word and YouTube doesn't like it. Hi, Laura. Laura's on a road trip with her daughter. So glad I can listen in the car. Thank you for staying classy, Mel. So happy I can listen with all of you. We're so happy, Laura, that you're listening. Hello, Mrs. Bucket, and thank you for your super sticker. Mrs. Wild says John's life was sacrificed to expose all of this corruption. He went out serving his community just as he lived. It's really such a great point, and I highlighted that earlier to show it to everyone. My views. Thanks for the 5. This case makes sense if they were all swingers except John and Karen. There's been some rumblings of that. I don't really know. I can't speak to that, so I'm not really sure. I know that she said that she didn't feel welcome there. And so she wanted John to go in first to text her back to say that they were really welcome there. And then that's why she got annoyed because he never texted her back. And that kind of makes sense that her car might have been out there for 10 minutes waiting for him. And then she just left. That's the theory. Beer hug. Thank you. Thank you, Lena, for the beer hug. Carrie Ann, misery for your family or for the family or for the loss of Officer O'Keefe. Yeah. I highlighted that one as well because it seems like everyone is getting miserable because of the harassment that they have suffered and not with respect to the fact that, I mean, Jen McCabe just said that she loved John, that he was a dear, dear friend. And yet her husband says that she wasn't hysterical because she's great in a crisis. And yet Brian Albert said that Jen bombed into their bedroom and she was hysterical. So which is it? Because it depends. Mrs. Parks is in the house. Thank you. Marty McCabe is the Gladys Kravitz of Fairview Road looking out of all the windows. If you know, you know. Yep. Somebody said we're going to rename Fairview Wisteria Lane. Wasn't that Desperate Housewives, the name of the street they lived on? Charlie Lynn is getting hot in here. Yep. Thanks for the 5. Leandra. This fellow buff is outraged at this pugnacious sham of justice at the expense of Karen. Scobuffs. Next year is going to be a great year. We have Coach Prime. I am a proud alum of the University of Colorado. Colorado has a special place in my heart, and you know that. And we are outraged, but I can't wait for a great season. They just announced yesterday that the first 2 games of the season are going to be televised on national television. So no more trying to find the Pac-12 channel at some random place because we couldn't get that here on the East Coast. And it was very hard to watch our Buffs for very many years. But I think this year will be easier. So Skill Buffs, if you know, you know. Charlie Lynn, did said vehicle move through the Jeep? I don't know. The Jeep's there. It's not there. Matt saw the Jeep, right? Matt said the Jeep was parked in front of the mailbox. I'm losing track of who said what now. It's getting so conflicting. Liz, we need a map of Canton with key addresses noted. I think Proctor's house is within walking distance of McCabe's house. That's interesting. I know her car was there, so she drove. People spotted her car there. What if Proctor wrote what he wanted in the report? That's what Keith Johnson says. Thank you. And I've been saying that all along. And because none of them were recorded or signed or initialed by any of the witnesses, they can just say, I never told Proctor that. And it's going to make Proctor look like a liar. And I think that's why a lot of these statements are not coming into evidence until Proctor gets on the stand. Because they're just going to say, I didn't say that. I'm an Emily Baker refugee this morning, and your singing is delightful. This guy, though. Thanks. Thanks, it's me. I'm glad to welcome all of you over here because I saw she was starting late today. She's got 25,000 people in her chat. So listen, we had like almost 6,000 today, which is great for us and big for us. It's hard on the mods, but thanks for coming on over. I hope you liked it here. Dave, am I a clown? Do I amuse you? Oh, yeah. Remember that was Joe Pesci. That was great. What movie was that, Dave? Janice Conway, thanks for the 10. It's going to be Suspicious Minds from Maddie and Jen. We can't go on together. Yeah, with Suspicious Minds. Yeah, great one, Janice. Desert Cat. When I see Paul O'Keefe, how tall and broad he is, probably similar to his brother's build, it would be impossible to miss that big body on the ground. Yep. Charlie Lynn, thank you. Insert foot into mouth, sir. Yeah, Matt McCabe had a lot of that. Charlie, sure sounds like monitoring to me. Life 360 for the win. Thank you so much for the 20. Is there anything the defense can do? Anything about this Ringling Brothers lying circus? After the prosecution rests their case, they will move for a directed verdict based on lack of evidence. It's rarely granted. In this case, will it be? It's a crapshoot. I mean, you've seen the way the judge has been ruling this entire time. That's what they can do. Move to dismiss. Move for a directed verdict. Who knows? At this point, we're going to be here for weeks. But I'm enjoying every minute of it with you guys. Carly, how is this not a mistrial? Nobody's brought it up yet. I mean, I don't think that the defense wants a mistrial at this point. At this point, it's just like, let's get it over with because everything is in our favor so far. And if there's a mistrial against the defense, she can be tried again. There's a mistrial against the prosecution. She can't be. How could she not get granted directed verdict? Laura, you've been watching this all along. You've seen the rulings. She didn't recuse herself from the case. She didn't disqualify the DA. We'll see. I hope. I mean, we can see it, right? Nancy, sad my maiden name is McLaughlin. Thanks, Nancy. Charlie, shut it, Bev. Thanks for the 5. And then True Crime. Erica, thank you for your super sticker. Charlie, Lally, you can't erase that Etch-a-Sketch. Thanks, Charlie, for the 5. Scoop, Scorpio Moon, thanks for your super sticker. And Nina, thanks for your donation. Mel, if KR gets acquitted, can the feds force the Commonwealth to press charges against other people, or can the feds charge them directly? Let's see what happens. They usually don't get involved in murder investigations unless, I mean, look, if Higgins has flipped, like a lot of people think that he has, and he's a federal agent, and he's got eyewitness testimony that someone else did it, it's a great question. There's so much time has passed that unless there's really an eyewitness to what happened, I don't know what could happen with regard to somebody else paying for this crime. I don't know. Feds generally would not charge them directly, but at this point, pretty much anything goes. Not the weight loss contest says True Crime with Stephanie Michelle. Kathy, thank you for the 10. I'm literally crying right now. It's all coming together. I ache for Karen and what she's been through. I know. I think we all do. Thank you, Kathy, so much for that. Rubicon, thanks for the 20 for Karen's MS. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rubicon. Charlie, these people don't deserve Officer John O'Keefe or Karen Reed. Yeah. Thanks, Mia, for becoming a member. And Dallas born Boston bred says thank you. You're welcome. Thanks for being a member. Mr. Glock. Brian Albert lost control, so Jen and Matt are now in command. They messed up by texting. Brian Albert would have never agreed to communicating via text. Great point, Mr. Glock. Thanks for the 10. Lisa, keep the donations for MS open. No need to match. That's very sweet. Thank you, Liz. Dave the Pious, Goodfellas. Thank you. That was Goodfellas. Some guy with cancer. So sorry about your cancer, but thanks for the 5. I was stuck at O'Hare for 9 hours yesterday after my flight was canceled. It was less painful than listening to Lally. That is crazy. That's crazy. Insane. Suzanne, someone said that the feds can prosecute for conspiracy to commit murder. Yeah. So that would be like a RICO case. So that is a federal charge. So yes, that could be. You're right. Not for the murder, but for conspiracy. There's a lot of options here to commit murder of a law enforcement officer. Is that true? Who knows? There's no statute of limitations for that. But yeah, feds do bring RICO cases all the time. All the time. So yeah, it could be conspiracy thing. Let's take a little bit of a break, you guys. It's 1:44. We'll keep this stream going. You can talk amongst yourselves in the chat. Is there anything you want to watch while I take a quick break? Because I need to get up and stretch. We'll just keep this one going for the afternoon because teleporting over for another one is a little crazy. All right, so just talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to put up a little thing. Let everyone know we're coming back at 2. So I will pin a little note in the chat. You guys can just keep talking amongst yourselves. Mods, please go take a break. And I'm going to pin it. That's the wrong one. Everybody go make some popcorn or something. Go make some popcorn. See you in a few. Well, okay, now I'll start over. I think my mic was muted that whole time. Hi, everyone. We're back. The fan is on, and we are not going to nauseate you by watching in the fan. Oh, it's all right. I'll start over. Hope everybody got a chance to stretch and do some yoga, some mindfulness, some deep breathing, little namaste. Hopefully you went and listened to that song that I told you about first thing this morning, the new Taylor Swift song, Who's Afraid of Little Old Me. Great haunting song by the Queen, Taylor Swift. And yes, I'm a Deadhead. And yes, I'm a Dave Matthews head. And those are the bands that I tour with. My girls like Taylor Swift. I know, Scott. I'm muted. I got it. I figured it out. Thank you, Scott. Scott, I told you to go take a break. You can hear me now, right? Can you hear me now? Yeah, don't Taylor Swift ugh, okay? Taylor Swift is a woman who is a billionaire, first of all. And second of all, go listen to this song, Who's Afraid of Little Old Me? Because it's very haunting and it's very apropos. Very apropos. I'm not muted now, am I? Are people like starting over from the beginning? You can hear me, right? Yeah, you should be. Who's afraid of little old me? Well, you should be. You should be. You should be. And I think it applies to Karen. Because boy, did these people want to get rid of Karen. These people did not like Karen. Who's afraid of little old me? Well, you should be. I'm going to pull up the lyrics. Who's got Spotify on their phone? I can't play it for you because I'll get stricken. They're very, very touchy about music. I wanted to pull up some footage for you from the Dead and Company show from the Sphere last night, but I don't think I can because I think they'll strike me for it. Although they had some really cool shots for those of you who are familiar with the Sphere. U2 has played there and Fish has played there, and like just like the graphics and at the beginning of the show, they had a whole set of like Haight Ashbury and the house where the Grateful Dead lived together. I think it was on the Haight. Somebody must know the address of that house. And they had like the skyline. I mean, it just looked insane. Insane. If you're behind and you can't hear me, just fast forward a bit because I'm here now. But if you're behind, yeah, I was muted for a minute. Am I back on now, Scott? All good? Okay, you guys can hear me. People might have started like early. I don't know. Sound is a word off. I don't know. Listen, StreamYard blows right now. And they know it because I sent them a message about it yesterday. So let's do this. If you wanted me dead, you should have just said. Nothing makes me feel more alive. Yes. Who's afraid of little old me? I'm telling you, it's a great song. Let me pull up some of the lyrics. It just reminded me of this trial, reminded me of a lot of strong women that I know. Because you can't kill us. You can try. But we're still going to be right here. It's still the fan, don't worry. I don't know if did they have some things to hash out? All these days are kind of starting to blend together after a while. Yeah, the scandal was contained. The bullet had just grazed. At all costs, keep your good name. You don't get to tell me to feel bad. You don't get to tell me you feel bad. Is it a wonder I broke? Let's hear one more joke. Then we could all just laugh until I cry. So I leap from the gallows and I levitate down your street. Crash the party like a record scratch as I scream. Who's afraid of little old me? Well, you should be. Should be. Should be.
Good afternoon, court is back in session. Please be seated.
God save the Commonwealth. Here we are for the afternoon session.
Thank you.
All right, now to Squish. If you're going to diss Taylor Swift, I'm going to mute you. I just am.
All
Okay,
right,
bye.
so Mr. Lally, just before you begin, folks, I neglected to tell you before or during the testimony of Mr. McCabe, and I don't want to keep repeating instructions, but I do want to remind you when it comes to electronic communications, before you can consider them in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent the communication was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find it more likely true than not that the person identified as sending the message was the one who sent it, then you may not consider that electronic communication in your deliberations. All right, thank you. Mr. Lally, go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to introduce, well, let me. Those pages that I've just placed before you, do you recognize the content of those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
They are text messages between myself and John.
And from sort of specifically that time period of the early morning of January 29th to the morning of January 29th?
Yes.
And what's contained in those, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the content of those text communications?
Yes.
Now, with reference to Mr. O'Keefe, this is someone that you knew and you had his information put into your phone as far as contact.
Yes.
And on prior occasions when you had contacted, or specifically that morning when you had left the waterfall and you talked to him on the phone, you called him, and who answered? You called the contact that you had as John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Okay, who answered the phone?
John.
Okay. And then the contact that you had put in as John O'Keefe called you, and you answered, and who was on the other line?
John.
Is this a trick question?
Yes.
Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit information.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Are they screenshots? Yeah. Are they screenshots?
Yes, understood.
Thank you.
Do we need a sidebar?
That's exhibit 89. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, with respect to what's now been marked as Exhibit 89, if I could, with the court's permission, publish that to the jury.
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, what's up on the screen, is that what
Great
you have
camera
before you
work.
as that exhibit?
Yes.
And this is a text communication between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to do this. May we approach?
Sure, why don't you take that down, Ms. Gilman?
Oh, man.
And thank you.
Just when it was getting good. Now we're on real time, so now we can go to the chat. Keith Johnson. Could the missing truck be in the pool? Sent a second super chat to make sure that we got with the correct spelling. Could the missing truck be in the pool? Yes. For those of you who don't know, Tim Albert, brother Tim, of these 6 Albert brothers. There's 6 Albert brothers and 1 Albert sister. She doesn't really get talked about much. Tim Albert filled in his pool shortly after Officer John O'Keefe was murdered. Filled in his in-ground pool, or had it filled in. I don't know when exactly in time that was, but that's what Keith is referring to. Michelle, welcome. Thanks for becoming a member. And Dennis, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. You're so generous. You're also kind and generous, as Natalie Merchant would say. That was a great song. Love Natalie Merchant. Kathy Todd, thank you for your super sticker. Kathleen, thanks for the 20. Says, woohoo, I was gifted. Awesome. Hi, Melanie. Heart show. Thanks for all the laughs. I try and entertain. Because Kathleen, you know, if we don't laugh, we're going to cry. Thank you for the 20. Appreciate each and every one of you so very much for keeping me sane throughout the insanity that has become the Karen Reed trial. The beeping is in the courtroom. I'm not sure. It's what they put on some sound machine. So when they do the sidebar, the jury can't hear what they're talking about.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So, Ms. McCabe, with what's for you and what's up on the screen is the exhibits. There are sort of green bubbles and blue bubbles, right?
Correct.
And can you tell the jury as far as who's communicating which direction, as far as the green bubbles are who and the blue bubbles?
Green is John and blue is myself.
And so the first steps from this particular date, if you could just read to the jury as far as from whom the message is sent, what the content is, and then what the time is.
So John sent to me where to at 12:14.
And it assists you if you have that in front of you.
Oh, okay.
You can look at that. So the next bubble down is a blue bubble, is that correct?
Correct.
Similar to the one before, can you just read as far as that? Well, before I get to that, I'm sorry. So you receive that message from Mr. O'Keefe. You call him, have a conversation. He calls you back for the conversation.
Correct.
And then subsequent to that, could you read the next blue bubble down as far as from whom, what the content is, and what time it is?
So this one is from myself to John, and it says here at 12:27. So at that point, I see a car out front, and I text him here.
You testified to as far as looking out the front storm door, seeing a car, and then you sent a text. That's the text.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to that. And ma'am, similar, if you could just, who sent it, what's the content, and what is the time?
I sent to John, pull behind me at 12:31.
Pull behind me with 4 L's. Pull behind me. 4 minutes after she says she saw his car out there, which was here with a question mark, which she says, and now she's claiming that that's when she saw the car. And then she waits 4 minutes to say, pull behind me. She's in the driveway. They're already in front of the house. Why would she, if she saw the car in front of the house, and I'm just calling it like it is, she sees them already in front of the house at 12:27. She just said she saw the car there then. Why would she 4 minutes later say, pull behind me if they're already in front of the house? Ask yourself that question. Hold on. Let's go take it back.
And I text him here at 12:27. So at that point, I see a car out front,
She
and
saw
I
that
text
front?
him here.
You testified to as far as looking out the front storm door, seeing a car, and then you sent a text. That's the text.
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down to that. And ma'am, similar, if you could just, who sent it, what's the content, and what is the time?
I sent to John, pull behind me at 12:31.
And what were you referring to when you said pull behind?
So at this point, the car had moved from the prior spot where I originally saw it. So I thought, what is he doing? Why don't they just pull behind me in the,
Okay, what you thought.
in the driveway?
Okay.
Pull down. And again, with this bubble, if you could read out.
From me to John saying hello, and it was at 12:40.
And at this point in time, as far as, let me ask you this way. When you're sending these text messages over these periodic time periods, what, if anything, are you doing sort of in between?
So I originally went to the front door, saw the car, texted them, that texted John. Then I went back, kind of sat at the table, just either threw my phone probably in my back pocket. And then a couple minutes later, I got up again and saw that the car had moved. So I had sent the pull behind me. And then a few minutes later, I went back to the window, to the front door, I'm sorry.
And when you went back to the front door, what, if anything, did you see at that?
So at this specific point at 12:40, when I say hello, I cannot be certain whether they were still out front or if they had left.
Oh, okay. Okay. The feds are watching, so we're going to change our testimony a little bit more. So, just to clarify, if you can even call this a clarification, 12:27, she says she goes to the front door, she sees the car out front, and she through the storm door of the middle center door, the main door of the home at 12:27, and she says, "Here." Then at 12:31, she goes back to the table and she says, "Pull in behind me," meaning the driveway. At 12:40, now she's saying hello, and she's not sure if the car is still there anymore. The Commonwealth's theory is that Karen Reed hit and killed John O'Keefe, backing up 60 feet. She's going 60 feet in reverse in that Lexus SUV at 24.2 miles an hour, hits him and leaves him to die in the cold at 12:45. That is what Lally said in his opening statement. But now Jen McCabe is saying that at 12:40, when she sent that message, hello, she's not sure if the car was gone or not. It's going to screw up Lally's timeline, isn't it? Say you.
Back to the front door, what if anything did you see at that?
So at this specific point at 12:40, when I say hello, I cannot be certain whether they were still out front or if they had left.
And from any of these text messages that you sent, what kind of response did you receive from Mr. O'Keefe after the weird scene?
None.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, to the next level. And similar to the prior ones that we did.
Sure. Jen to John, where are you? And that was at 12:42.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the next level.
In the basement.
Myself to John, hello, at 12:45.
So you said the car could have been gone. Okay.
Now this is late.
The car could have been gone, you said, by 12:40, because now you're not sure. And yet you're still texting him at 12:42, where are you? And 12:45, hello. Doesn't that indicate to you that she thought Karen left and John was somewhere nearby? Where are you? Hello? Right. Karen was already home, because we know Karen was home by 12:41. Oh, and then there's a please answer here at 4:59. Oh, okay. Hold on to your hats for this one.
Later in the morning.
12:45.
Now this is later in the morning, and we'll get to that a little bit more in a minute.
4:59 a.m.
When you left the residence.
Please answer.
You went home and you were woken by something, and then at some point you texted John later on that morning, 29th.
Yes.
You know, the next couple of those text messages that you sent at that point,
Correct.
if you could just, similar to the other ones.
Myself to John, please answer at 4:59.
Was that a 4:59? Approximately 2.5 hours after you Googled how long to die in the cold, and you were hoping he didn't die in the cold, so you're hoping that he would please answer? I'm just wondering, asking for a friend.
Myself to John, Karen is worried. We need to find you at 4:59. Myself to John, please answer so I know you're okay. 5:04.
Now may I approach this retreat?
Please, I got to write this down.
5:04.
So
On
Karen is worried. We need to
find-
find you. She texts him.
correct.
If you could just, similar to the other ones.
Myself to John, please answer at 4:59. Myself to John, Karen is worried. We need to find you at 4:59.
We need to find you, right? Not where are you?
Myself to John, please answer so I know you're okay. 5:04.
May I approach this retreat?
Now, remember, Matt McCabe said that they assumed he went to meet someone else and they knew who that was. So maybe she'll answer that question.
Now, Ms. McCabe, if I can take you back to at the house on Fairview. Again, you're sending these text messages and going back to the table and then going back to the window at various times.
To the front door.
To the front door.
Yes.
And at any point in time, do you see anybody exit from the dark SUV or the black SUV you see in front of the house?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe come into that?
No.
And at any point in time, did John O'Keefe respond to your text messages?
No.
At any point in time, did John O'Keefe call?
No.
Now, at some point subsequent to this, have you had occasion to look at your phone or at your call history?
Yes.
And through review of that, were you able to see phone calls that your phone made to John O'Keefe's phone around that same time frame that you were texting him and going to the store?
Yes.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Oh, somebody just sighed. It was Jim. I could hear it. Jim, the clerk, just went. Somebody said we're far ahead. We're not far ahead. We're on real time here, girl. Whoever just said that.
And I'm showing you a 4-page document. Actually, look at that and look up when you finish. And if I could suggest, I think it starts in reverse order from page 4, timing-wise, up through page 1.
I want Higgins too, Nicole. Where is Higgins? Got to get Higgy with it. We're going to be getting Higgy with it. Right. Jessica's like, is Karen his girlfriend or Jen? What the heck? Joseph Kane, the text details are blowing their
Just
minds.
generally speaking, ma'am, do you recognize what's contained in that 4-page document?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
The calls between myself and John O'Keefe.
And am I correct that it starts in sort of a ascending order as far as the earliest calls are on page 4 and then the most recent are on the first page?
Yes.
And the phone calls that you were testifying to about before, as far as talking to him on the way from the waterfall to residents at Fairview, did they appear in those?
They do.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Ella says Higgins is busy playing grab ass somewhere.
That you were testifying to about before, as far as talking to him on the way from the waterfall to residents at Fairview, did they appear in those?
They do.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, there's an objection to the text messages between when they left the waterfall and arrived at 34 Fairview.
Withdraw objection.
Okay.
So, Ms. McCabe, as far as the first calls that you were testifying about, as far as when you spoke to Mr. O'Keefe on the way from the waterfall to the residents of Fairview, were those contained within those calls?
Yes.
As far as, is there a time that's associated with those calls that you observe in those 4-page documents?
Yes.
And what are
12:14 and 12:18.
they? And turning your attention to page 1, that would be sort of the last in line there. What time is the last call between yourself and Mr. O'Keefe, and who's calling?
I'm calling him at 5:25.
May I approach him?
Yes.
And by last call, he means phone call, not last call at the bar.
I won't seek to introduce him as the next exhibit.
Is there any objection?
There's not, Your Honor. Thank you.
I want to know how many calls there were in between, because there's at least 26, and she deleted a whole bunch of them from her phone. Closing
You had
time.
mentioned that during the course of the evening, shortly after you arrived at the residence at Fairview, you observed a vehicle outside of your sister's house, correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish with this witness exhibits 71, 72, and 73.
Okay.
And Ms. McCabe, first and foremost, what's up on the screen is exhibit 71. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, I think you can just go right to what you want her to identify.
Please,
Mr.
forget.
Lally.
So, Ms. McCabe, in front of you on the desk, there should
Picture
be
the damn
a
house.
pointer. Just click on the button and point at the screen. And if I could ask if you could direct, well, first and foremost, with respect to this photograph, do you observe in this photograph where you first saw the black SUV in front of the house?
It was directly if I was staring out the front door. So this angle is kind of unique to see it. But if you
Unique.
go from the front door directly straight out, so maybe the edge, if you understand what I'm saying.
Using that just direct your attention.
So if there's the front door and I look straight out, but the perception is almost like a side view. It's not straight on. So it could have been a little over here.
Mr. Lally, why don't you show another picture? if it's-
Did she see
this one
Higgy's
isn't-
Jeep?
Just gonna look like that exhibit. Is it visible in this photograph?
Yes. So just follow this and then come straight.
Sam.
And lastly, exhibit 73. Now, Mr. McCabe testified that another point you come to the front door and you observe the vehicle in a different spot, correct?
Correct.
If you could, again, using the laser pointer, just bring your attention to where in this photograph, if at all, you observe where the vehicle is second.
It was right about, right near the flagpole.
Right near the blob of rhododendrons.
Just come in, you can take that.
That's right. Love heals. Jen liked being John's helper until Karen came along.
Now, turning your attention to back in the home, at some point you indicated you looked out and didn't see the black SUV there anymore.
Correct.
And what was your thought as far as where John was or where John had gone at that point?
At that point, I thought maybe they decided not to come in. Maybe they got into an argument, or maybe Kaylee had called.
Did you think much of it at that point?
No.
Now, you leave the home around what time?
Approximately 1:30, roughly 1:30, 1:45.
I'm just getting confused now.
And when you leave, who, if anyone, goes with you?
So it's myself, my husband, Matt, and I had offered, when Julie Nagel's brother had come to the house earlier, I had offered Julie and Sarah Levinson a ride home because we had just gotten there and they had wanted to stay later. So I also drove home Julie and Sarah. Well, my husband drove them home.
And so you exit the house, go out to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And your husband, Matt, was driving?
Yes.
Where are you seated in?
And the front seat.
And do you recall where Ms. Levinson and Ms. Nagel were seated in the car?
They were in the back seat.
Do you recall which one was on which side?
I do not.
And when you come out of the house and you're starting to go home, what, if anything, had changed as far as the weather from when you had gone in to when you had come out?
The snow had accumulated more.
And when you get into the vehicle and as the vehicle is pulling away, what, if any, conversation do you recall having with anyone in the car?
When I got in the car, I kind of turned around to Julie.
I'm going to allow the subject to move his strength. There's a portion that's relevant. Go ahead.
I turned around and was facing them and talking to them. And I believe Sarah Levinson had laughed or made a joke because I had bread or something in my car. And we made a joke about that. I had had my niece earlier that week for the week. And so I had brought stuff in the car because I was dragging her from one of my kids' sporting events to the next.
So you feed her bread in the car? Not little baggies of goldfish or mini muffins or anything. You're feeding her bread in the car. Did you put hot sauce on the bread before you fed it to her? Asking for a friend. All right. StreamYard is having issues. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm just going to wait until these issues seem to resolve because there's a little indicator here that says that it's a problem. So let's just hang on for a second. You can hear me? Okay. I just want to make sure I'm not frozen and this thing clears up. You know what I'm referring to when I say, did she put hot sauce on the bread before she fed it to her niece? If you know, you know. Like, that's what you keep in the car for your niece? A loaf of bread? What about the peanut butter and jelly? Was that there too? Yeah. And water, bread and water, says Team Brittany, right?
And as, do you recall which direction, or did you observe which direction your husband Matt exited from the residence in Fairview? And by that I mean, did he head towards Chapman or did he head towards Seacrest?
Chapman.
And so as far as, I may not have asked this before, but as far as the black SUV that you observed in front of the house, which direction was that vehicle facing?
Chapman.
Each of the times that you saw it?
Yes.
And so as with that vehicle, as with the one that your husband was driving, which side of the vehicle would have been closest to the house in Fairview?
Passenger.
Now, as you're driving past the house, heading towards Chapman, how were you positioned within the car?
I'm turned chatting to the girls.
So, and when you're turned, are you turned towards the window or are you turned towards the console? Which way are you?
Turn the console towards the back seat. So my back is to the window.
And either of these girls, did you know where they lived?
No.
Do you recall whether or not you found their homes by way of sort of yes, or was it just sort of verbal directions?
I'm assuming they just gave Matt directions to where they lived.
Don't assume. Makes an ass out of you and me.
Them off, do you recall which order they were dropped off in?
Julie, then Sarah.
And then following dropping off Sarah, where did you and your husband go?
Home.
And this whole trip sort of from Fairview to dropping off Miss Nagel, Miss Leather,
Sort of.
going home, about how long a period of time is that?
It could be 20, 30 minutes, maybe about approximately 20 minutes. I'm not exactly sure.
You arrived home sometime after 2 a.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And when you and your husband Matt got home, went inside the house, and where did you go?
I went upstairs to bed.
And at some point, did your husband come up as well?
He did.
Was it a long period of time between when you arrived home and when your husband came up?
I don't think too long. I think he had like some cheese or something because he was on a crazy diet, and then he came upstairs.
Some cheese. He was on a crazy diet. Distract, deflect, distract, deflect, distract. He had some cheese or something at 2 o'clock in the morning. At what point did you Google how long to die in cold? That's all we're waiting for. Did he tell you to Google it?
What did you do when you went up to bed?
What if anything?
I asked him to watch a show. He said no. He was going to fall asleep, which he does usually immediately. And I went on my phone.
And what, if anything, do you recall doing on your phone as far as going on?
I was researching. My husband and I did briefly talk. My daughter had gotten an offer to play on a club
Just tell us what you were doing, please.
Sure. I was researching a basketball team, and I believe I also texted my sisters, and I texted in a group chat with my husband and another individual.
Mm. Who?
Now, if I could just turn your attention back to when you were at the house on Fairview that evening, and I believe this is the last time, so I apologize for the back and forth, but when you were there, what, if any, videos or any music?
Kenny for the win. Whilst he was cheesing. Let's see what she said again. She's texting her sisters at after 2 a.m. What?
As far as going on.
I had I was researching, my husband and I did briefly talk. My daughter had gotten an offer to play on a club
Just tell us what you need, please.
Sure. I was researching a basketball team,
Mhm.
and I believe I also texted my sisters,
Mhm.
and I texted in a group chat with my husband and another individual.
Now,
After 2 a.m.
if I could just turn your attention back to when you were at the house on Fairview that evening, and I believe this is the last time. So I apologize for the back and forth, but when you
Mhm.
were there, what if any videos or any music or anything that you pull up on your phone to share with the group that you were with?
So one of my sisters loves the song "Raining Men," and she always, well, not always, maybe every once in a while, she's a little too much to drink and takes out an umbrella and sings and dances, and it's like a big family joke. And my other nephew had previously been over, and
Her sister always has too much to drink. Her sister's sitting in the courtroom, right? Isn't Nicole sitting in the courtroom? Is that her sister? She said her sister, so she has another sister. Another McCabe sister, or whatever their maiden name is, has entered the chat. She's got a lot of explanations for this stuff. Always. She's always had too much to drink.
showed me the men. So one of my sisters loves this song "Raining Men," and she always, well, not always, maybe every once in a while, she's a little too much to drink and takes out an umbrella and sings and dances, and it's like a big family joke. And my other nephew had previously been over and showed me the video from whenever, I don't know if it's the 1970s, of "It's Raining Men." So I just was playing it, showing my other nieces and nephews, and we were just like laughing because they all have umbrellas, and it's just something, it's like an inside family joke. So I played that, I think, a couple of times.
You're at the trial for the murder of one of your besties. You loved him. He was an amazing man. And you're chuckling on the stand about your sister always having too much to drink and making funny videos about "It's Raining Men." And it's an inside family joke. So ha ha ha, I played the video. Are you kidding me right now? Too much info is right. And you know when people give too much info, it's usually because they're not being so truthful.
After you get home and you're looking at the basketball program and things of that nature, what, if anything, else did you do before you went to bed or went to sleep, I should say?
Nothing. I possibly could have gotten up to go to the bathroom. I do that almost every night.
Now, at this time, you had an iPhone, is that correct?
Yes,
Did you also have an Apple Watch?
I did. Yes.
And do you recall whether or not you were wearing the Apple Watch that evening or when you went to bed or anything like that?
I do not recall.
And as far as the Apple Watch is concerned, is that something that you routinely or always take off before you go to bed? Or not?
Mostly, but not always. I mean, there are times I go to bed with it on. More often than not, I take it off, but there are times that I do sleep with it.
And with respect to this particular evening, do you recall whether you had it on or whether you took it off or even had it on at all that night?
I don't recall if I had it on that night.
Because that has you pacing all night.
Now, turning back to that last exhibit, as far as the phone calls were concerned, were there certain phone calls that you made to Mr. O'Keefe's phone around the time that you were observing the vehicle outside?
Yes.
Do you recall making any phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
I don't.
Fair to say that at no point while you saw the vehicle outside did you have any conversation with Mr. O'Keefe?
I didn't.
Now you go to sleep, and at some point later on in the morning, you wake up, correct?
Correct.
And what is it that wakes you up, and when about was that?
I woken up to my phone ringing.
And do you know what time it was?
4:53.
And according to your phone, who was calling you at 4:53?
John's niece.
And so that would be John's niece, Kaylee, is that correct?
Okay, the phone was ringing. Matt didn't wake up when the phone was ringing. Matt said he woke up when he heard screaming, Jen, 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 Jen. So he didn't wake up when the phone was ringing. Pay attention.
Correct.
And how old was she at this time?
I believe she was 14.
And she had just gotten into the Bishop, correct?
Correct.
She was in 8th grade going in, finishing up her 8th grade year of middle school, correct?
Yes.
Is that a normal thing, that Kaylee would be calling you at 4:53 in the morning on a Saturday?
No.
So you answer the call, is that correct?
Yes.
When you answer the call, who, if anyone, is initially on the other end?
Initially, it's Kaylee.
And what, if anything, did Kaylee say to you?
That John didn't come home and Karen and we wanted to talk to me.
And even in that initial call, when you're speaking to Kaylee, what, if anything, do you hear sort of in the background when you're talking?
Karen screaming.
And could you hear what she was screaming?
She was just screaming, Jen, Jen, Jen.
Fairly loudly, is that correct?
Extremely.
Now,
I guess she had to imitate that, right? Yes. She hangs up with Karen and she calls Julie. Okay, so the timeline, Julie Albert said she had a missed call from Jen at 5:55 a.m. No, it was 4:55 a.m. And she thought nothing of it. As we watched her testify, went to Dunkie, got the donuts, was going to leave him in the car for a little bri. Didn't think anything of it when she saw Jen McCabe's car in their driveway, even though she had that missed call from Jen at 4:55 a.m. Somebody calls you at 4:55 a.m. You think maybe it's an emergency, and then you don't think anything of it when you pull up to your sister's house, and the girl who called you at 4:55 a.m. that you claim you never talked to or got a message from, her car's in the driveway. The math ain't mathing for me. Just saying.
at some point, does the defendant get on the phone with you?
She does.
And what, if any, conversation do you have with her at that?
She proceeds to scream my name multiple times. And she tells me that John didn't come home. They got into a fight and that she left him at the waterfall.
Oh, they got into a fight and she left him at the waterfall. This is new information. This is not what she said in her statements. She didn't say we got in a fight and I left him at the waterfall. I think her original statement, or one of her three that she gave on the first day, said something as like she didn't remember seeing him after the waterfall. Not that she got in the fight and left him at the waterfall. You guys know. New info. Let's see that again and look at those crazy eyes looking right at the jury. When you kind of get on the phone.
She does. Jen, Jen.
It's just to imitate her.
Fairly loudly, is that correct?
Extremely.
Now, at some point, does the defendant get on the phone with you?
She does.
And what, if any, conversation do you have with her at that?
She proceeds to scream my name multiple times. And she tells me that John didn't come home. They got into a fight and that she left him at the waterfall.
John didn't go home. They got in a fight and she left him at the waterfall.
I had just woken up. I was confused. I didn't know what she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? And then she, told me that they had gotten into a fight and she left him there. And now where is he? And she was just kept screaming my name over and over. And so then I remembered that Chris Albert had still been at the bar. So I thought, well, maybe John walked home with Chris because Chris lives close to the waterfall.
Let her keep going, Lally. Let her keep going, because the longer she talks, the bigger hole she digs. And the longer she talks, the more nuggets. Hopefully, Alan Jackson. I think they're both amazing attorneys. Yannetti and Jackson. The more she talks, the more they have to work with. And she had to put it in there twice. Did you know she said that twice? John didn't come home. They got in a fight. She left him at the waterfall. And then she repeated it again. For emphasis, please believe me. John didn't come home. They got into a fight. She left him at the waterfall and then kept yelling my name. The only thing Matt heard was her yelling, Jen, 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 Jen. And that's what woke him up, not the phone ringing. Yeah, she's trying to make this too convincing. Right. Now she's remembering, oh, well, Chris was still at the waterfall. So I thought maybe I'd call him to see if he went home, if he took John home. But meanwhile, she just told us that she saw Karen's car outside of 34 Fairview. So which is it? You can't have it both ways. You can't say, oh, I saw them come to 34 Fairview and I was texting him here, pull in behind me. And the next morning when Karen calls up and to tell you she can't find John, they had a fight, she left him at the waterfall. You're thinking, oh, I'm going to call Chris because Chris was still there. Maybe he went with Chris. Come on. Are you believing this? I want to hear this part about Chris again.
Now, where is he? And she was just kept screaming my name over and over. And so then I remembered that Chris Albert had still been at the bar. So I thought, well, maybe John walked home with Chris because Chris lives close to the waterfall.
Is that what you thought when you just testified that you were talking to John on the phone and giving him directions to 34 Fairview? And he was in the car with Karen when you were giving him the directions to 34 Fairview? She needs an excuse for why she called Julie Albert at 4:55 a.m. And her excuse is, oh, well, I remember Chris was at the waterfall, so I thought maybe John went home with him. Well, that's kind of impossible because you were giving him directions at 12:14. What she
With
thinks
Chris,
she's
and
she thinks she's the smartest one in the room. And this is insane. This is her excuse for calling Julie at 4:55. And in Julie's original statement, I'm going to point this out. Julie says, I had a missed call at 4:55 a.m. from Jen McCabe, and that's how I found out that John O'Keefe was dead.
just kept screaming my name over and over. And so then I remembered that Chris Albert had still been at the bar. So I thought, well, maybe John walked home with Chris because Chris lives close to the waterfall.
And so at some point that conversation ended and you recall how that ended?
I told her that I was going to call Julie and see if John had ended up with Chris.
And so you hang up with her, and then what did you do then?
I called Julie Albert.
And did Julie pick up the phone?
She did not.
And as you were calling Julie, did you have any conversation with your husband, Matt, around that time?
Yes. He, had kind of shot up out of bed when Karen had called. When Kaylee had called because Karen was screaming. And then he was, what's going on? And I said, well, I'm calling Julie because Karen, they got into a fight and I was trying to explain it to him. And
Again,
he
the
said, what are
fight.
you talking about? We saw them outside of your sister's house. And at that point, I hung up.
So Matt reminded you that you saw them at your sister's house? Matt reminded you of that because you were what, still hammered from the night before you hadn't slept because you were up Googling how long to die in cold? And you didn't remember that you saw them at the house when you just testified that you were giving him directions on the phone? I really, I had a feeling. I thought she was going to come in. I thought she was going to be well prepared. I thought she was going to have a story and stick to it. She's falling apart. Her story is falling apart.
And when you hung up, Julie had not answered yet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Miss Reed,
That explains. So there was a missed call because she decided to hang up because Matt reminded her. What do you mean? We saw them at 34 Fairview. So she decided to hang up, and that's why it was a missed call to Julie, and you didn't leave her a voicemail saying John's dead? Okay.
as you were calling Julie, did you have any conversation with your husband, Matt, around that time?
Yes. He, had kind of shot up out of bed when Karen had called. When Kaylee had called because Karen was screaming. And then he was, what's going on? And I said, well, I'm calling Julie because Karen, they got into a fight and I was trying to explain it to him. And he said, what are you talking about? We saw them outside of your sister's house. And at that point, I hung up.
We saw them.
And when you hung up, Julie had not answered yet. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Miss Reed is that someone who had your phone number, did you have her plugged into your phone as a contact on before that date of January 29th?
No,
So never had any kind of conversation with her over the phone as far as a text or a phone call or anything. You didn't even have her information.
correct.
You didn't have her information in your phone, but she was venting to you at the bar, girlfriend to girlfriend, about, being in a fight with John about Dunkin' Donuts and taking Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts and how he didn't like that and how it was so hard, how she wished his family would step up and help and they could have some more alone time together, just girlfriend to girlfriend venting, but you didn't have her in your phone. It's just another brick in the wall. And the bricks are falling down. Castles made of sand.
And so after hanging up while calling Julie, what, if anything, did you do then?
And then I'm not sure if I called Kaylee back or if Kaylee called me back.
But at some point, you get back in touch with Kaylee, or at least her phone, correct?
Yes, I get Karen. I get in touch with Karen again, and I say, Karen, we saw you outside of my sister's.
And what was her response?
She told me that she didn't remember going there, and then she started yelling, Jen, Jen, and then she was saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then
Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Has entered the chat. But this time, it wasn't in the car on the way to John's house. This time, it wasn't outside when they found the body. This time, my friends, it's on the phone before Karen Reed even gets to Jen's house. Right away, she's telling her on the phone. And Matt is in the room. Matt didn't say that, did he? Oh boy, this cross better happen today. We're a little bit behind. It's almost 3 here on the East Coast. Nope, Matt didn't hear anything other than Jen, 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 Jen. Let's hear this, because now she's hearing this in her bedroom the second time they talk on the phone. And look how when she imitates Karen, look at the look on her face. If looks could kill, they probably will. This is it. Games without frontiers.
and I say, Karen, we saw you outside of my sister's.
And what was her response?
She told me that she didn't remember going there. And then she started yelling, Jen, Jen. And then she was saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she proceeded to say that she had a cracked taillight.
Oh,
And this is why.
let's just get all the juicy nuggets in there at the same time. Oh my God, my freeze frame is on point today. Oh, wow. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then said, I have a cracked taillight. Let's just get it all in there. In that phone call. All new information. And somebody said, John's niece is going to back her up. Yeah, because she's been prepped. She's been talking to Kaylee probably since the day this happened. Over 2 years. I don't know how these people live with themselves either. Nope, the husband didn't hear any of that. All Matt said, and I'm going to go back and watch his testimony later with a fine-tooth comb, is that his wife said, Karen can't find John, and so we're going to go look for him. And he let them go. But the taillight, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? She didn't tell him any of that stuff.
She told me that she didn't remember going there. And then she started yelling, Jen, Jen. And then she was saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she proceeded to say that she had a cracked taillight.
Of course she did.
And this is while you're still in your home and you're in your bedroom, right?
Correct.
And what was your response to that?
I thought she was honestly like just talking crazy. And then she said, "Oh my God, I left him there." Like she was extremely irrational. She said that it told me again that they had gotten into a fight. So now she was just kind of all over the place, just
4 times on the
screaming.
fight.
She was very hard to understand. So my brain started going, okay, well, if she left him there, where could he be? Who could he be with?
As you're going through that sort of process, what did you do next?
Oh, well,
Are sort of going around.
you didn't think, let me call my sister Coco. You didn't think that? Because I know I saw their car outside 34 Fairview. You didn't think I'll call Uncle Bry and Coco? Your brain's going crazy. You can't think of what to do. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Around different.
After Matt just told you, what are you talking about? Hang up with Julie. He didn't go home with Chris because we saw them. We saw them outside your sister's house. And now her brain's going crazy. She doesn't know what to do because, she's so good in a crisis. You can't script it. You cannot script it. I'm sorry, Hollywood writers' rooms, you've got nothing on this.
Then I kind of walked up to.
And then once you get into the house.
Oh, wait, we got a little bit ahead. What had happened?
So that was a pretty well-known rule for anybody that spent any.
Hold on. Oh, there's a rule? A rule about shoes? Hold on.
Do that almost every night.
And when you and your husband Matt got home, went inside the house, and where did you go?
I went upstairs to bed. I did briefly talk. My daughter had gotten an offer to play on a club bath. Chris Albert had still been at the bar. So I thought, well, maybe John walked home with Chris because Chris lives close to the waterfall.
And so at some point that conversation ended, and you recall how that ended?
I told her that I was going to call Julie. And
okay, and then she calls Julie.
When Kaylee had called because Karen was screaming. And then he was, what's going on? And I said, well, I'm calling Julie because Karen, they got into a fight. And I was.
It's repeating because we lost our place. We had to go back.
Before that date of January.
Didn't have her contact.
Kaylee back, or if Kaylee called me back.
When you're home and you're in your bed, correct?
Correct.
And what was your response to that?
I thought she was honestly like just talking crazy. And then she said, "Oh my God, I left him there." Like she was extremely irrational. She said that it told me again that they had gotten into a fight. So now she was just kind of all over the place, just screaming. She was very hard to understand. So my brain started going, okay, well, if she left him there, where could he be? Who could he be with?
This is where we left off.
As you're going through that sort of process, what did you do next?
So then earlier in the night, there was another individual who we had been in contact with, or my husband had been talking to, and he had mentioned that he was going to meet up with John at Waterfall as well, but he never ended up coming. I knew he was at a house close to Fairview. So I thought, well, maybe if they got into a fight, like John might have texted this individual and maybe he just ended up on his couch.
Said Tom.
Who was that individual?
Tom Beatty.
And who is Tom Beatty in relation to, how did you know him?
He has 2 daughters that are the same age as my daughters.
One of those daughters, at least around the same age as Kaylee?
Yes.
And so based on sort of that process, thought process and what you're doing, what did you do then?
So then I start calling Tom.
And at any point in time, did you call Tom? Did Tom pick up the phone? Did you speak with him?
He did not.
And so following that, what did you do?
So I know at some point I was starting to call John. My husband was as well. At that point, I get up and I'm like, okay, well, got to go out and look for him. And in my head, I was thinking I'll drive over to Tom's and maybe he's there. I then go downstairs. Matt gets up. He's starting to get dressed. I go downstairs. I make a coffee. And I'm not sure how much time passed, but then all of a sudden I hear screaming out front.
She's making coffee too. I thought Matt made the coffee.
As far as a decade or so that you had known and been friends with John O'Keefe, with his either his niece or his nephew or both home, is him not coming home? Is that something that had ever happened before? You were ever aware of before?
I was never.
Ask it differently.
Had John ever gone out at night and then not come home when the kids were home?
Objection. I'm gonna allow it.
Of course, you
Not
don't
to
know.
my knowledge, no.
So
The question was, had John ever not come home before?
at some point you make your way downstairs, is that right?
Correct.
And then what, if anything, did you hear once you were downstairs?
Screaming
And where was the screaming coming
out front.
from? And when you heard that screaming, where did you go?
I ran to my front door.
At some point, did you open your front door?
I opened my front door, correct.
And then what did you see when you opened the front door?
Miss Reed came running up my walkway.
And prior to, during any of the other conversations that you had with Miss Reed, did you know where she was when you were talking to her?
No.
Obviously, the first call was Kaylee calling from the house. That was
Yes.
the assumption.
hmm
And then
So
subsequent.
is that a yes or no?
Yes.
Is she now going to testify that she did not tell Karen to come over? We've seen the original statements. Didn't she tell Karen to come to her house? Now she's saying it was a surprise. It was a drop in. Karen just came running up the walkway. Okay, let's go with that.
And as far as the second call that you were talking about, do you know where she was when she was talking to you then?
The first couple calls, I know she was at the house, and then I don't know.
So was opening your door, hearing the screaming from out front, was that something that surprised
Yes.
you? And when you hear the screaming, if you could just explain to the jury, how loud was the screaming that you were hearing?
Very loud.
And what, if anything, was she saying?
It was more of the, Jen, did I hit him? And then she would yell, did I hit him? Could I have hit him?
Hmm.
And then she was,
She yelled that on your front lawn to the point where your husband was so annoyed that she was going to wake up the neighbors. And the only thing he heard her yelling was Jen, Jen, Jen. But now for good measure, you're going to throw it in there again. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? That she's yelling that while she's running up your damn walkway and you didn't know she was coming. She's making up a new story, Mrs. Wicked Smart. You are wicked smart, and she's making up a new story. This is gold for cross-examination. This is completely different than any of her original statements, and she gave quite a few.
yelling, we have to go to Fairview. Yeah.
So was opening your door, hearing the screaming from out front, was that something that surprised you?
Yes.
And when
Surprised.
you hear the screaming, if you could just explain to the jury, how loud was the screaming that you were hearing?
Very loud.
And what, if anything, was she saying?
It was more of the, Jen, did I hit him? And then she would yell, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And then she was yelling, we have to go to Fairview.
And in addition to Miss Reed, what, if anything, else did you see when you opened up the door?
Just,
That's in a better way. Did you
yeah.
see a
Help me.
vehicle?
yes,
And where was the vehicle and what did the vehicle look like?
it was in my driveway. I believe the driver door was left open.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
A black Lexus.
Consistent with what you were.
Ms. McCabe, you've said you're not good with cars. You don't know anything about cars. You have no idea what kind of car she drove, but now it's a black Lexus SUV. Let's just break this down a minute. She was surprised to see her, didn't know she was coming. She's running up the walkway, screaming, Jen, Jen, Jen. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Over and over and over and over. We have to go to Fairview. And the car is in the driveway, in her driveway, with the door open. This is all new. All new. She's banking on the fact that the jury doesn't know anything about all of her prior statements that we know about. So if Jen's screaming at you, we have to go to Fairview. I thought you said she didn't even remember that she went to Fairview. So, but now she's saying we have to go to Fairview. And instead of going to Fairview, what do? Jen, what do? You convince her to go back to One Meadows, don't you? Let's see what she says, if she even admits to that.
Seen outside of Fairview the night or earlier in the morning.
Yes,
And where was the vehicle and what did the vehicle look like?
it was in my driveway. I believe the driver door was left open.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
A black Lexus.
Consistent with what you had seen outside of Fairview the night or earlier in the morning.
Yes.
And so as she's coming up your walk towards your front door,
Running. Yes.
Running.
and then what, if any,
In the snow.
conversation did you have with her there in reference to that?
I just said, Karen, I was trying to calm her down. Matt came, I believe, and was yelling down that she was going to wake up the neighborhood.
Mhm.
And then she was yelling that we had to go to Fairview. So I told Matt that I was going to go with Karen.
Initially, before that, what were your plans as far as going to look for John before Miss Reed showed up again?
My husband and I were going to go to Tom Beatty's.
Did Matt say that?
Once you decide that now you're going with Miss Reed, the defendant, where did the two of you go?
So as we walked out, there was a car pulled up and then a plow.
Recognize the car that pulled up?
No.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. So the car pulls up and then the plow, and then what happened?
So in the car was Kerry Roberts. And so she kind of rolled down the window and was like, Karen, what are you doing? And then the plow was behind her. So Kerry pulled up and I told Karen that I was going to drive her car because I didn't want her driving because she was hysterical. So we got in her car and then Kerry Roberts called Karen. And then Karen was screaming and, saying that she had cracked her taillight. We need to go to Fairview.
Wow. Okay. So Kerry Roberts is now outside your house in front of a plow. Yes. How did Kerry know where to find Karen? Great point. Are Kerry and Jen friends? Because I don't think they are. I don't think they were. Now there's a plow, another plow. Was Lucky driving the plow? Because, I mean, really, why not? Lucky should be driving that plow too, right? And then you get in the car because you don't want Karen driving because she's hysterical. Your husband, all he cares about is waking up the neighbors, but he didn't hear any of this business about, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? We have to go to Fairview. And then Kerry calls Karen on the phone. What? Exactly. When was Kerry contacted? We have to hear this again. Because there's so many lies in one sentence, I don't even know where to start with this.
And I believe Kerry.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. So the car pulls up and then the plow, and then what happened?
So in the car was Kerry Roberts. And so she kind of rolled down the window and was like, Karen, what are you doing? And then the plow was behind her. So Kerry pulled up and I told Karen that I was going to drive her car because I didn't want her driving because she was hysterical.
Because you're so
So
concerned.
we
about
got in
you.
her car and then Kerry Roberts called Karen. And then Karen was screaming and, saying that she had cracked her taillight. We need to go to Fairview.
Let's crack the tail.
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then she would just scream our names. Kerry was telling her to shut up, that we needed to just go back to John's and we'll drive in one car and let's go to John's. Maybe he's there and he's passed out and you didn't see him.
Okay. Now she's going to throw Kerry under the bus because she's going to say it was Kerry's idea to go back to One Meadows. Might want to make yourself a real stiff drink for this one. I'm drinking iced coffee. You drink whatever you want. Carrie's original statement says that she went to One Meadows. She didn't go to Jen McCabe's house in her statement. Jen is going to throw in there as many times as she possibly can. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? I have a cracked tail light. She's already said it. I don't know. I lost count. 5, 6, 7 times. And now she's saying, this isn't a repeat. She keeps repeating herself. Then she keeps saying, now she's saying that it's Carrie's idea to go to One Meadows because maybe he's passed out on the couch and you missed him. Meanwhile, she just left there to go to Jen McCabe's, which Jen McCabe now says was a drop-in. Didn't even have any idea that Karen was coming. Yeah, what does the McCabe's Life 360 say? That's right. So now she's saying it was Carrie's idea to go back to One Meadows.
Now, when you open up the door initially and you come outside and you see the defendant out there screaming and all of that, again, with respect to the weather, what was the weather at that point?
The weather.
It was like dark and it was almost like a whiteout.
And so you get into Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes,
And you're driving that vehicle from your house to Meadows Ave, is that correct?
yes,
That's Mr. O'Keefe's house.
yes,
You're familiar with that residence? You've been there plenty of times before.
yes.
Now, with respect to Kerry Roberts, did you know Kerry Roberts prior to this morning of January 29th?
I had met her once before.
And can you describe for the jury sort of the circumstances of that or how you knew her prior to January 29th?
Way back when, after John's sister and brother-in-law died, I would have Kaylee a lot and Kerry would have Patrick. And one day John said, I get a discount at Reebok. I'm going to take you guys for sneakers, get all your kids' sizes. So he took Kerry and myself and we went to Reebok and bought sneakers for all my girls and me. And then he took Kerry and I to the hillside for lunch just to thank him for, helping, because that's what he did.
Now, was Kerry Roberts someone that you had?
Reebok has entered the chat. Now she's going to, try and pull the sympathy card here about what a great guy he was. And she's going to now mist up and tear up about him getting them a discount at Reebok. Reebok has entered the chat. She's only met Kerry Roberts one time. And yet Kerry Roberts pulls up to her house. Is anybody buying what she's selling here or is it me?
As contacts saved in your phone? Had you ever texted her or called her or talked to her over your phone before?
No,
So you indicated that Ms. Roberts then calls Ms. Reed's phone while you're in Ms. Reed's car, correct?
yes,
Now, as far as that, Ms. Reed's phone, was that similar to your phone that earlier in the morning? Was that hooked up in any way or matched or paired with the vehicle that you were driving?
yes,
So fair to say you could hear both sides of the conversation as far as Ms. Reed talking next to you and then obviously Ms. Roberts on the other end.
yes,
So the conversation that you were talking about as far as Ms. Roberts saying, shut up and we're going to Meadows Ave and all that, you could hear Ms. Roberts saying that?
yes,
Shut up.
Now, the vehicle, when you get into the defendant's vehicle, she pulled in straight into your driveway, is that correct?
yes,
So fair to say you had to back out of the driveway, correct?
correct.
Now, when you were operating Ms. Reed's vehicle in reverse, what, if anything, showed up in sort of the center console area of that?
I do not remember. I
Oh,
don't know.
Do you recall anything as far as a camera or anything like
oh, but Lally wanted that center console to be so important when the jury went on their field trip to 34 Fairview and the vehicle was there. And he told the jury to pay special attention to what was in the center console. And he wants her to answer something so badly and she doesn't know the answer.
you were operating Ms. Reed's vehicle in reverse? What, if anything, showed up in sort of the center console area of that vehicle?
I do not remember.
Oh,
I don't know.
Do
you
recall
screwed up,
anything as
Jen.
far as a camera or anything like that?
I don't remember.
didn't-
I don't remember.
You back the vehicle out of the driveway and you proceed to Meadows Ave, correct?
Yes,
And about how long a drive is it from your house to Mr. O'Keefe's?
approximately 5-6 minutes.
And when you get to Mr. O'Keefe's house, where do you park?
I pull in the straight in the driveway.
And after you pull into the driveway, at some point you all get out, correct?
Yes,
Do you recall who pulled in first as far as who was in front of who on the way to Meadows, yourself or Miss Roberts?
I believe I was in front.
You would have pulled into the driveway and parked, and Miss Roberts would have pulled in and parked behind, correct?
Yes.
And so after the three of you get out of your respective vehicles, what happened?
Karen brings us to the back of the car and says, look, see, I have a cracked taillight.
Mm.
And where on the vehicle was she directing yourself and Miss Roberts' attention?
The back right.
So the passenger side, rear part of the vehicle.
Yes.
And when you looked at that area of the vehicle, what could you see at that?
I saw that there were missing pieces, but there was also snow covering it. And Karen was screaming.
Now she sees missing pieces of the taillight, my friends. New information. Never saw missing pieces of the taillight before, correct? She said the taillight was cracked. Now she's at One Meadows. She gets out the car. Karen says, look, I cracked my taillight. She says, I looked at the taillight. There was missing pieces, but there was snow all over it. Because remember, the officer, the first responder who went to do the welfare check or the wellness check on the children, pulled in and we're watching his dash cam video, and it was like a Friday and we're on the edge of our seat like a cliffhanger. I don't even remember if it was a Friday. And we pull in and we're watching his dash cam video. And then there's a cliffhanger because it pulls up right behind Karen's car and it's covered in snow. And we're like, okay, well, they're going to show a cracked taillight. They're going to show pieces missing from the taillight. These people on the other side were screaming like, see. We never saw that video. We saw video of him going and knocking on the door and the kids didn't answer, so they left. Now Ms. Fix-It, somebody said Ms. Fix-It is going to come in and say, oh yeah, I saw there were pieces missing from the taillight, but there was snow covering it. This is like a super lie compendium. I got it. The taillight pieces were in the center console. What the actual fuck are we? Sorry, earmuffs. What are we listening to right now? This is all new. Pieces missing. Pieces missing. She sees the pieces missing now today, May 14th, May 17th, 2024. First time ever she sees pieces missing from the taillight as soon as they get back to Meadows. Wow. Just when you think it can't get worse. Yeah, he's going to get her, but we might have to wait until Monday.
Side, rear part of the vehicle.
Yeah, she's nodding like,
Car and
I know what you're going to ask me. We went over this. I know. I'm ready. I'm ready for your question. Watch.
He would have pulled into the driveway and parked, and Ms. Roberts would have pulled in and parked behind you, correct?
yes.
And so after the three of you get out of your respective vehicles, what happened?
Karen brings us to the back of the car and says, look, see, I have a cracked taillight.
And where on
Karen brings you to the back of the car to show this to you because she killed her boyfriend the night before and she wants to point out that she damaged her car doing so. Karen brought you there to see it. Really? Okay, let's go with that theory.
the vehicle was she directing yourself and Ms. Roberts' attention?
The back right.
So the passenger side, rear part of the vehicle.
Yes.
And when you looked at that area of the vehicle, what could you see at that?
I saw that there were missing pieces, but there was also snow covering it. And Karen was screaming, look, look. And then Kerry was screaming back at her. It was very chaotic. So I didn't stare in depth, but what I can tell you is I saw missing pieces from
What I can
the
tell you.
taillight.
Oh yeah. What I can tell you is there were missing pieces, 100%.
And
Oh, this is going to be so good.
And at some point, about how long a period of time is this that you're out in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway looking at the cracked tail?
Not long, because then Kerry's, yelling at her, telling her she's crazy and that she was driving around drunk and she could have hit anything, and kind of rushes us to go in.
Oh, now Carrie was telling her she was driving around drunk and she could have hit anything. It just keeps getting better and better and better. Who wrote this? Did you guys come up with this together? Like you made your timeline before you testified before the grand jury? You and Carrie? Did you now create a whole script? And is Carrie going to come in and say the exact same thing?
Into the house.
Driveway looking at the cracked hill.
Not long, because then Carrie's, yelling at her, telling her she's crazy and that she was driving around drunk and she could have hit anything, and kind of rushes us to go into the house.
She was driving around drunk and she could have hit
Look in
anything.
there for John.
Defense isn't even objecting
I would ask if I could publish on the screen
because
what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
the executioner is preparing. She was driving. Carrie was just saying to her she was driving around drunk and she could have hit anything.
What's up on the screen?
I do.
What is that?
That is Meadows Ave, John's house.
And the driveway that you're talking about as far as where you pulled in, that's not visible in this photograph, correct?
Correct.
So from facing Mr. O'Keefe's house on Meadows, which side of the photograph would the driveway be? The left or the right?
The right.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Yes.
What do you recognize?
Okay.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That's John's car.
And where is John's car in relation to John's?
It's parked to the side of the driveway.
And you also see sort of the garage area in that photograph?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce in the minute as the next.
No objection.
No objection. Go ahead. Show whatever you want.
Now, Mr. McCabe, with reference to what's up on the screen, is that the photo that you just had before you?
Yes.
And there are 2 garage doors on the house at One Meadows Ave, correct?
Correct.
Left and a right, is that fair way?
Yes.
And you've been inside Mr. O'Keefe's house a number of times, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the garage door on the left, what was contained within that part of the garage?
His old-fashioned car.
The one that Kaylee didn't like?
Yes.
The one that Kaylee didn't like.
On the right side of the garage, what if anything was in there?
It's pretty open.
How would you describe Mr. O'Keefe as far as how he kept things around his house, either in the house or the lawn or things around?
John was very meticulous. Everything had its place.
Now, when you arrived there on the morning of the 29th, Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle wasn't parked in that, correct?
Correct.
From sort of the outside of the residence, were you aware of there being any sort of security cameras or anything on affixed to the house of One Meadows Ave at that time?
Yes.
How were you aware of that?
John told us I don't remember, years prior, I believe, he came over and he was so excited that he got in a ring and he would always show us it. He just,
Ooh, a ring, like
always
an
watching.
engagement ring. Was he going to put a ring on it, and that's what really threw you over the cliff? He was going to put a ring on it, or are you talking about a Ring doorbell camera?
And when he would show you that,
Mhm.
how would he show you? Like on what kind of device?
On his phone.
So he had the ring application hooked up to his cell phone.
Yes.
Now, with respect
John O'Keefe was so excited about his Ring camera that he showed you his Ring footage on his phone. He was showing off to you that he had a Ring camera. Are you do you think so? Do you really believe this? He was so excited about his Ring camera that he showed it to her on his phone. So that's how you knew how to access the footage. Did you tell Proctor that he had the Ring app on his phone? You just kind of screwed the pooch, sweetie. Because now we know that John had the Ring app on your phone because he showed it to you. She screwed the pooch. Hold on. Who let this woman out of the house? Nicole. Nicole, I love you so much because you keep me laughing. You keep me laughing all day long. She thinks she's being cute here, but she screwed herself. He was always watching. Meticulous. His other friend, Michael Camerano, great guy, seemed like, said he had OCD. He liked when people took the shoes off in his house.
Told us he was, yeah, I don't remember, years prior, I believe, he came over and he was so excited that he got in a ring, and he would always show us it. He just
Always
was
showed us
always
it.
watching.
And when he would show you that,
Mhm.
Years
how
ago.
would he show you? Like on what kind of device?
On his phone,
Do we have the Ring application hooked up to his cell phone?
yes.
Now, with respect to that morning when you arrived, if you could, using the laser pointer, just sort of delineate for the jury whereabouts you had parked Ms. Reed's vehicle when you pulled in and you see it in this photo.
So it would be right there because John's car was further over
Mr. O'Keefe's car was further over to the fence.
towards the fence. Yes.
And so when you arrive there, you're looking at the taillight, and at some point you go in the house, correct?
Correct.
How did you get into the house that morning?
The right garage door was open.
Now, is that something normal as far as when you get to Mr. O'Keefe's house that a garage door is open in a snowstorm?
No.
And so you go in through the garage door and then you go into the house, correct?
Yes.
And it's going to you can take it.
Because
So, Mr.
Karen
McCabe, if
was
you could,
freaking out and forgot
describe
to
to the
close
jury
it.
sort of how you, when you come in through that right garage door and you start to go into the house, what is it when you see when you first come into the house, and what is sort of the layout of Mr. O'Keefe's house?
You walk in from the garage and there's a mud room.
And typically when you would walk into Mr. O'Keefe's house, what, if anything, would you or anyone else do when they walked into his house?
Take off your shoes.
Mm-hmm.
And why was that?
He didn't want dirt or that morning snow probably getting all over his house.
And so that was a pretty well-known rule for anybody that spent any time at his house on Meadows.
Yes.
And so when you and Ms. Roberts and Ms. Reed.
Okay. So we have surmised this since the first time we heard about this from Michael Camerano that John had OCD. He was meticulous. He didn't want people wearing shoes in his house. Perhaps, maybe, he also took off his shoes at other people's houses as a courtesy, and that if he did indeed go into 34 Fairview, he would have taken his shoes off there as well, which explains why when he was found outside, he only had one shoe on and there was a shoe missing. Nobody's ever asked if 34 Fairview was a shoeless house. I'm really interested to know that, but I'm going to assume since Nicole loves to clean, she told us she loves to clean and she likes to keep a clean house as well. And that she said she did go in the front door because there's a little place there to take off your shoes, that she would insist people take off their shoes, especially during a blizzard when little Bri is having some cake with his friends. And she would not want those teenagers traipsing what we have now learned is a blizzard. Remnants all over her clean house that she likes to clean. So, sweetie, keep digging because there's not a big enough shovel for you. Give me some shovels in the chat, please. Please, please. Thank you, members. Wow. Okay, go on. Go on with your bad self.
Home that morning into the mudroom. What did you do? What did Ms. Roberts do? What did Ms. Reed do?
I took off my boots or shoes, whatever I had on. Carrie Roberts took off. Karen just ran straight in the house.
Okay. She's freaking out. She thinks her boyfriend is somewhere in peril because he would never stay out alone all night. She goes to Jen McCabe for help. They lure her back to One Meadows from where she just left. And they take the time to go into the house and take their damn shoes off. Because this is no longer any type of an emergency. They took their but Karen didn't. She just ran straight into the house. I'm looking here on StreamYard that my connection is weak. If I disappear, as you know I sometimes do, I will be right back. but they took the time to take off the damn shoes. She really thinks she's nailing it. Yeah, yeah. She really does. She really does. Right, exactly. Karen's guilty. She didn't take off her shoes.
You and Ms.
I took off my boots or shoes, whatever I had
Boots.
on. Carrie Roberts took off. Karen just ran straight in the house.
You and Ms. Roberts both took off your shoes, and Ms. Reed then just walked in the house with boots or shoes or whatever she was wearing on.
Yes.
And then once you get into the house, where is it that the three of you went respectively once you got in?
We all dispersed. I looked in the TV room where there is a couch. Then I kind of walked through a dining room, and then I peeked into a living room. I went
Living room,
upstairs.
a
I
dining room,
looked in.
not his living room, his dining room. It's very impersonal now. I looked into a dining room. I looked into a living room. See what she's doing here? Consciousness of guilt. Looking at the jury. I looked in a living room, a dining room. Who would say that? Wouldn't you say his living room, his dining room, this house that you've been to so many times before because your kids were such good friends? Listen to what, yeah, distancing language. Listen.
We all dispersed. I looked in the TV room where there is a couch. Then I kind of walked through a dining room, and then I peeked into a living room. I went upstairs. I looked in John's room. Carrie was also running around different rooms. And then I went into Kaylee's room.
And during this time when you and Ms. Roberts are sort of going around room to room, what was the defendant?
I'm not sure.
When you see her doing the same thing that you were doing?
No.
Now, with respect to
Listen up, because she went into Kaylee's room. Of course, she's going to now relay some conversation to us that she had with Kaylee. You watch. It's not in any of her statements, but she's going to embellish it here. Let's listen.
when it at least peeked into John's bedroom, is that right?
Yes,
What, if anything, did you note about the bed when you looked?
it was made.
And so then you go into Kaylee's room and check on her, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see Patrick at any point?
No.
And were you aware of where Patrick was, or did you know at that point?
At that point, I believe Kaylee told me he was at a sleepover.
So you have some conversation with Kaylee, is that right?
Yes.
And about how long a conversation did you have with Kaylee?
Probably about a few minutes.
And when you left from Kaylee, what is it that you said to her as you were leaving?
Objection.
Oh, here she's going to start crying.
I promised Kaylee. I promised Kaylee that I would find John and everything was going to be okay.
Question for the chat. Kaylee told her Patrick was at a sleepover. Why would anybody need to go over there and do a wellness check when Karen was sectioned? Why would the police be sent to One Meadows to do a wellness check when this woman knew that Patrick was at a sleepover? Anyone?
Find Kaylee.
About how long a conversation did you have with Kaylee?
Probably about a few minutes.
And when you left from Kaylee, what is it that you said to her as you were leaving?
Objection.
I promised Kaylee. I promised Kaylee that I would find John and everything was going to be okay.
Find John? Why don't you call him JJ?
After that, where did the
You've been wearing Justice for JJ buttons for months. For 2.5 years, you've been wearing Justice for JJ buttons. But when you're talking to his niece who calls him JJ, you're going to refer to him as John? Okay.
where did the three of you go from
After that, the three of us got in the car and we drove to Fairview.
there? And when you say you got into the car, which part of the game?
Kerry's.
You can't make this up. You can't. Do you think she'd refer to him as John to his niece?
Yes.
They're such good friends. What are we breaking for a tissue? I felt bad when her daughter Allie was on the stand. I did feel bad for Allie. I thought somebody should give Allie a tissue. I'm not buying this.
Showing you two photographs again.
Not even a little.
Those will look up when we're finished.
Get the camera off of Karen.
Yes.
I could publish it here as well. McCabe, what's depicted in this photograph is the defendant misreads the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And in sort
Okay, they're at the Sally Port now. The Sally Port video has entered the chat. They're not going to show the taillight missing at any other time, but now the vehicle has been towed. We will find later on from Proctor the timeline's all wrong. He lies about when he picks it up. In fact, he got, I don't even know if he got a warrant, but he made a call to have the car towed from Dighton before they even were thinking that it was a motor vehicle accident. The whole thing is so fakakta that I'm just going to save that for you. So now they towed the vehicle. It's in the Sally Port, okay, which is at the Canton PD. Later that evening, January 29th. And as such, the Canton PD has lost jurisdiction because remember in the morning they were conflicted out of the case because Kevin Albert, the brother of homeowner Brian Albert, was with the Canton PD and therefore as such, Canton PD shouldn't really be handling it. It should go over to Massachusetts State Police. But also if it's a homicide or a death case, then MSP gets jurisdiction too. It's a little bit convoluted and whatever because nobody seems to really care about the fine details regarding this. But in any event, they tow this vehicle from Dighton, where Karen was driven back to her parents, about 40 miles in a blizzard. And then they tow it back from Dighton to this Canton PD Sallyport. And then all of a sudden they find the yellow crime scene tape. Now they've got the crime scene tape up. In the Sallyport, you cannot make this up. And now the entire taillight is missing. The whole thing. Not just pieces of it, the whole entire thing. I can't wait to hear what he asks her about this. Yeah, exactly. What is she going to testify to with this? Where is the foundation, Maureen Francis? You, my dear, are a genius. How can she authenticate this? Is she going to say, that's the condition that I saw the car in the driveway? And she's already testified that it was covered in snow. There were pieces missing. This has the entire housing is missing here. Okay, let's go. Let's go. If you're ahead, no spoilers.
Our focus here is the right rear passenger side of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And the taillight, if you could, with the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where you observe that.
Defense is like, go ahead.
And with respect to what's depicted in this photograph, as far as any damage that you observed to this taillight area on the rear passenger side, is that consistent with what you observed in the driveway at One of Meadows Ave when the defendant was showing?
Correct. Minus the snow, etc.
Minus the snow.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit.
So you couldn't see what was under the snow. They're just like, go ahead. Go ahead. We were going to destroy her ass. Go ahead. We don't care.
And again, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
And this is essentially a closer image of that same rear passenger side taillight area, correct?
I can't.
Yes.
Again, what's depicted in this, is that consistent with what you observed minus sort of the caked in snow when you were in the driveway of Mr. O'Keefe's house on the morning of the 29th?
Yes.
Excuse me, sir. When were these photos
You
taken?
can take that down, and Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish just a short portion of, actually, I'm sorry. If I could publish a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 6, which is the ring camera from the driveway.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. The ring camera from the driveway. This is going to be good.
Have video number 154 from the driveway.
Yeah, please. Please give it to us. We can't wait.
Ms. McCabe, directing your attention up to the screen, what's been marked as Exhibit Exhibit 6 or video from Exhibit 6. Do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
I do.
What do you recognize?
That's myself getting out of the car at Meadows Ave.
Is that essentially where you parked Ms. Reed's vehicle when you pulled in?
Yes.
If you could, just direct the jury's attention with the laser pointer as to where Ms. Reed's vehicle is that you parked and if you see Ms. Roberts' vehicle.
Ma'am, are you wearing pajama pants? Are you wearing pajama pants? JJ? Asking for a friend.
That is Miss Reed's, and that would be Miss Roberts.
And as far as the right garage door that you entered into the house, if you could direct the jury's attention to whereabouts that would, I know it's not on the video, but where would it be?
Walk straight.
Someone, if you could run this in its entirety.
No audio for this, but notice that Carrie leaves her car running. So they didn't intend to stay there long, but they all take off their shoes. At least Carrie and Jen do. How much snow does that look to be on the ground to you? Maybe 2 inches? I don't know. There's a covering of snow. Well, thank you, Mr. Lally. That was
in that video. Is that consistent with what you observed?
illuminating.
Weather conditions to be around the time that you arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house.
Yes.
Yes,
And,
this is John's place.
lastly, in this line, Your Honor, if I, with the court's permission, could publish just
Correct.
a very short portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 41.
None of them looked at her taillight. No, they didn't. Even though she'd been screaming about it so many times.
Gentlemen, if I could ask you to fast forward this to about 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Please do.
If you could play from there.
Okay, this is 8:22 a.m. This is, I think, the wellness check video, 1:29:22, 8:22 a.m.
Video, do you recognize that, Mr. McCabe?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is John's house.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play from there. Ms. Gilman, if you could stop. Now, what's depicted in this video, sort of the screen directly in front of you, do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
John's driveway.
As far as what, if anything, do you observe in John's driveway?
John's car and Karen's car.
And where, if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to where is the defendant's car and where is Mr. O'Keefe's?
Mr. O'Keefe's car and the defendant's.
And where you observe the defendant's car to be, is that essentially where you parked it at that time?
Yes.
Now, may I have a moment?
Okay.
Oh, please, can we please have cross today?
Sure. You may just call me on. Sure.
He's like, dude, that's not the same video that you showed when the trooper or whoever was on the stand that did the wellness check, because the car had much more snow on it during that video. Sidebar, sidebar.
Just going to make do. I appreciate council trying to work together for this. It's probably going to take too long, so we're just going to make do. We've had enough interruptions today. So.
We're going to make you what?
Now, Mr. McCabe, as far as what you observe from what you can on the screen right now,
Wait a minute.
the
This is going to take too long? Okay, so what, you're going to argue it later and not make them leave? What?
I appreciate jurors. I just want to tell I appreciate council trying to work together for this. It's probably going to take too long, so we're just going to make do. We've had enough interruptions today. So.
We're going to make do? We've had enough interruptions today?
now,
Okay.
Mr. McCabe, as far as what you observe from what you can on the screen right now, the condition of the passenger side taillight, is that consistent with what you observed when you parked the vehicle there sometime earlier that night?
It's kind of hard to see from this distance.
Well, here's the thing, Jen. We saw you run out of the car in your pajama bottoms. You didn't even look at the taillight. So what are you talking about?
And just, if you could, lastly, just with the laser pointer, direct there is attention where in the video you see the rear passenger side taillight. Just going, you could take that.
Did we see anything in that video?
Now,
I'm sorry. I know that the Twidiots are going to be, screaming about this later. So I need to look at this one more time. I need to full screen it for you so we can all look at it together. And later at home, while it's full screen, we can make it look.
just going, you could take that. Now, Ms. McCabe, you then, yourself, the defendant, and Ms. Roberts then get into Ms. Roberts' vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
Who was seated where within Ms. Roberts' vehicle as you're going from Meadows out? Or what was the plan and where were you going sort of first when you left Meadows out?
We were going to Fairview
And why were you going to Fairview?
because Karen kept screaming, we need to go to Fairview.
Now, who was seated where within the vehicle when you did it?
Kerry was driving. I was in the passenger seat and Karen was in the back.
And what were the lighting conditions at this point that you're driving over there?
It was hard to see out the window. You really had to be kind of staring out. It was dark. The snow was coming at the car.
And as you're making that drive, or as Ms. Roberts is making that drive from Meadows Ave to Fairview, about how long a drive is it?
Approximately 10 minutes. I mean, with the weather, the lights, the street lights, I would say about 10 minutes, give or take.
And as far as during the drive from Meadows Ave to Fairview, what's going on inside the car over the course of that ride?
Did you ever call your sister? Jen, did you ever call your sister? You're heading over to her house in the early morning hours. Did you ever call your sister to say, hey, can you look around your house, see if John's there? Can you look out on your lawn, see if John's there? No, you didn't think to do that. You're going to drive over there in really bad conditions without even calling Uncle Bry or Coco to check. You're just going to go there. Does that strain credulity, my friends? Because she called a lot of other people. She called Julie Albert to see if he walked home with Chris from the waterfall. When she and her husband both testified they saw their car outside 34. Does it strain credulity? She doesn't even call. They just drive over. Okay.
Karen is in between us, like from the back, kind of pushing up in between Carrie and myself. And she's just screaming, Carrie, Carrie, her name over and over, my name over and over, and repeating certain phrases. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Carrie is yelling at her to shut up, to sit back, to buckle up, to look for John.
while this is going on, what, if anything, are you and Ms. Roberts doing in the front seat?
We're just, she's slowly driving and I'm just peering out the window looking for John. I mean, it was a crazy situation. She's screaming, he didn't come home. Could he be walking home? Where is he? So we're just looking out the window, looking for John.
Now, during the time that this is going on and Ms. Reed is sort of screaming in between you, was that continuous, or what, if anything else, did you see her doing in the back seat while you were going from Meadows Avenue?
I didn't see her doing anything. She just continuously screamed that. And then as we got by different landmarks, she then started, screaming, asking if John could be at certain people's houses.
And whose houses was she asking if John could be at?
If she could be at Bella's house.
Referring to
Oh, Bella's mom has entered the chat. New information, my friends. Bella's mom has entered the chat. Now, oh, Jen, let your freak flag fly, girl. Now Karen is saying, could he be at Bella's house? I'm embarrassed for Bella's mom too. Here we go. Looking right at the jury with the crazy eyes.
If John could be at certain people's houses. She continuously screamed.
Meadows Avenue.
I didn't see her doing anything. She just continuously screamed that. And then as we got by different landmarks, she then started, screaming, asking if John could be at certain people's houses.
And whose houses was she asking if John could be at?
If she could be at Bella's house.
Wow.
Referring to the
Nope.
directions that you had provided the night before?
Correct.
Somebody said, is Bella the woman from Aruba? No, not Laura's sister. Bella, when Jen McCabe was giving John directions on how to get to 34 Fairview, said, it's over by Bella's house. Go past Bella's house. I think knowing that she was on speaker or whatever, maybe trying to push Karen's buttons. And then Jen has told us that John apparently dated Bella's mom for just a little bit many years ago. Now, what she's doing here is trying to make Karen look like a jealous biatch who killed her boyfriend because now she's spontaneously uttering in the car, could he be at Bella's house? Trying to show that she's a jealous monster. Are you picking up what we're laying down here? Who are these people? Like Jerry Seinfeld says, who are these people? Who are these people? It's exactly what she did. She pushed her buttons. She knew how to do it. Stella Bella, you know what I'm saying?
Correct.
And so that would have been to
Yeah. By different landmarks, she then started.
Different landmarks. Did she say, could he be at the library? Could he be at the temple? From where they have the surveillance footage.
Screaming, asking if John could be at certain people's houses.
And whose houses was she asking if John could be at?
If she could be at Bella's house.
Referring to the directions that you had provided the night before?
Correct.
And so that would have been, Bella was a child who was around the age of Kaylee and your daughter, correct?
Get the camera off, Karen.
Yes.
And there have been some years in the past dating relationship between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella.
Get the camera
Yes.
off, Karen.
And so Ms. Reed is saying that in the car that morning as you're driving over to Fairview?
Yes. She asked, could he have been with Ashley? And I looked at her and said no, because to me that was a crazy idea. And then Carrie had mentioned, do you think he could have called somebody else that lived on a street over? And she started screaming, who's that? Who's she?
Oh, so now they're bringing up other women.
Yes.
And who was
a woman that John had previously dated.
Oh, another one.
And was that anywhere recent in time to when you're driving around on January 29th? When they had dated?
No,
Okay.
So similar to Bella's mother would have been years before.
correct.
And so when Ms. Roberts said that, what if anything to the defense?
She was just spiraling,
Oh,
yelling
shoot.
about Ashley, who was Bella's mom, and just talking what I thought was very irrational about John maybe being with her.
Wow. Karen is doing an amazing job with her poker face. With her, she probably knew this was coming. And I am sending her all the love and strength and credit right now, because this is what evil, not Karen. We'll go back to that. And this is what evil looks like. This is what evil looks like, my friends. None of this was in any statement that this woman ever gave to all of the law enforcement friends that she spoke to, the friendlies, the proctors. Never has she ever mentioned until today that Karen said in the car, "Oh, I wonder if he's at Ashley's house," who is now, we learn, Bella's mom. I'm sorry, Ashley, that you've been dragged into the hellhole of the Canton desperate housewives. And then brought up spiraling. She was spiraling and irrational. Then Carrie brought up another woman's name that John used to date who lives a couple blocks over. Wow. They're looking for a reaction and she's not going to give it to them.
Yelling about Ashley, who was Bella's mom, and just talking what I thought was very irrational about John maybe being with her.
You and me both, Kathleen. You and me both.
So you're looking around outside of the vehicle as the vehicle is going down towards Fairview, is that correct?
Yes.
And you recall how it was that Ms. Roberts came about coming to Fairview similar to the night before? Did she come in from the Chapman side or from the Cedar Crest side?
Chapman.
And as the vehicle turns from Chapman onto Fairview, what, if any, conversation was going on at that?
Well, Bella lives on that street, so that was when that conversation was
Bring it up
being had.
again.
Also, just a continuation. It was just like continuous screaming of our names. Carrie screaming at her to sit back, and then sometimes she would sit back and almost like be quiet for a minute, and then it would start all over again.
Now, as you were coming down Fairview Road, what, if anything, were you saying to Ms. Roberts, did Ms. Roberts know where she was going as far as where your sister lived?
No, I told her that my sister lived at the bottom. And then as we got closer, I said, just past, see where those trees are? Just past the trees is my sister's house.
And as you got in that area of sort of the trees, from the residence of your sister at 34 Fairview Road, trees that you're talking about, where are they in relation to the property?
They're at the start of the property is the trees, and then their property begins.
And so the flagpole area and fire hydrant that you were talking about in earlier exhibits, is that in the same area as the trees?
Yes, it goes the trees and then the fire hydrant, then further up is the fire hydrant and the flagpole.
As you're coming down Fairview now, approaching 34 Fairview, the house would be on which side of the vehicle, on the driver's side or the passenger side?
The driver's side.
And as you approach that area where trees and the flagpole and the fire hydrant were, what, if anything, happens then?
We drive past the flagpole area, and all of a sudden Karen starts screaming, there he is, and she's banging to get out.
And banging on the door in the backseat.
Yes.
And at the time that she's saying this, were you able to see anything outside of the vehicle?
I saw nothing.
And what, if anything, when she's banging and kicking or banging on the door, what did Miss Roberts?
Miss Roberts unlocked the door. Karen got out. Miss Roberts looked at me and said something like, she's crazy or she's batshit crazy, something like that.
Oh, who said she's
Defendant,
Or she's batshit crazy. Looked at me and said something like, she's crazy or she's batshit crazy,
Really?
something like that.
that's what Carrie said to you? Okay.
and when the defendant gets out of the vehicle, where is it that she goes
She just runs
and runs with?
straight to John.
And again, when she's running, at this point in time, can you see what she's running toward or where she's going or anything that she's talking about?
I was on the passenger side. So as I got out, she was already at John.
So she gets out and essentially makes a beeline over to where John was,
Correct.
and you're getting out of the passenger side, and by the time you come around the car, she's already there.
Yes.
And when she gets over there, what if anything, could you see at that point?
She straddles John and she lifts up his shirt, and then she lifted up her shirt and went to lay on him. And Miss Roberts went over and she was removing the snow from his face.
There's been some discussion in some chats and such that somebody may have flipped him over. I'm not hearing that from this witness. So he was laying on his back, she says, when they pulled up. Okay, so that's interesting. There's no flipping over.
Let me take a step back from that just for a moment. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish just a portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 12.
Yeah, okay. I wonder if they're going to play it.
Now, Mr. McCabe, I'm going to direct your attention up to the screen of what's been marked as Exhibit 12, and I know this is not something that pertains to your vehicle or anything else.
Of course it doesn't.
What I'm going to ask you as
You can authenticate it.
is if what you observed in this video is consistent with what you observed during the drive to Fairview Road that morning. Just going to be quick play. As this video is running, Mr. McCabe, if I could just ask, what you see in this video, is that consistent with sort of the lighting and the conditions weather-wise that you observed when Ms. Roberts is driving from Meadows Ave to Fairview?
Yes.
Mr. McCabe, do you recognize whereabouts in the town of Canton this perspective-wise as far as what street or where it is? And then
Really?
you observed in the video?
Do you notice
Yes,
whereabouts in the town of Canton this is? Really? Could be one of the dumbest questions in history for an attorney to ask a witness who this isn't even her dash cam footage, but you can see this could be any town USA.
That is Cassie. We just passed Cassie's corner store, and that is Chapman Street.
Mm-hmm. We're just watching this, I think, for the weather conditions and perhaps to see where they were standing. As Karen was trying to warm John's body up. Your time is gonna come. Your time is gonna come. Who says there's no court on Monday? Why? Oh, are they doing the children on Monday? That could be why. Because there's no cameras allowed in the courtroom when the children testify. That could be why. Oh, boo! We're gonna have to wait until Tuesday for this cross. Oh, come on now.
Again, Ms. McCabe, do you recognize whereabouts in the town of Canton we are in this portion of the video?
Yes,
Where are
this is the top of
Recognized?
Fairview.
we? So this will be from Chapman coming on to Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
And prior to that, along that ride along Chapman, is that the period of time you're looking out the window and trying to see if you can see John on the side of the road?
This is one of the Canton
Yes, but we
PD
didn't
officers.
drive that way.
You came from the other direction?
Yes.
You would have been taking, instead of a right onto Fairview, you would have been taking a left onto Fairview?
Objection.
And,
Objection. Can PD car number 683 patrol. The rest of the dash cam footage we've seen has the officer's name on it. This one does not. If you want, you can go back and watch this later.
From Fairview, is this the point that the conversation occurs as far as Bella's mother and prior dating relationships and things like that?
A little bit more towards the top of the street,
So Bella's mother lives more closer to the top by Chapman?
midway down. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Yeah.
Clarification purposes, with the laser pointer, if you could direct your attention to where you're seeing from. Now, the area where you observed Mr. O'Keefe, can you see that in this particular pause frame of the video?
Not in this frame. I cannot. It's not clear.
Gilman, if you could.
So many things are not clear.
See that area now?
Yes.
Using the laser pointer, just direct your attention to where. Ms. Gilman, if you could play this for.
This is Carrie's vehicle, I believe. 6:10 is the time, 6:10 a.m. and 15 seconds. Can hear Karen screaming in the background, but I can't make out what she's saying.
If you could, fast forward just about. Okay, do you recognize any of the individuals up on that screen?
Yes.
And if you could, with the laser pointer, direct your attention, who you recognize and who you recognize that?
Carrie Roberts, myself, Karen Reed.
Someone you can take that. Excuse me. Now, Ms. McCabe, if I could just take you back to when you arrived there. You indicated Ms. Reed goes over to Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Roberts. What is it that you were doing at that time?
I got out of the car and I came around, and for a second or two, I completely just froze. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And then Carrie and I made eye contact, and I called 911. And Carrie was asking me to go to the car and get, she was yelling to get towels or blankets or something out of the back of our car.
Is that why the back of the car is opened up in the video that we just saw in reference to Ms. Roberts' vehicle?
Yes.
Did she direct you sort of where to go within the vehicle to find the blankets or the towels, wherever it was?
Yes.
Now, you called 911, you spoke to the operator and told them essentially where you were, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as that initial, what you saw, that you froze and couldn't believe what you saw, can you describe to the jury what it was that you saw?
I saw Carrie wiping the snow off of John's face, and I could not believe that that was John laying there.
And how was John positioned, or how was his body positioned when you saw him?
He was just laying flat on his back.
And as far as the snow Ms. Roberts was wiping off his face, was there any other snow on his body at that time?
Yes.
And if you know about how much?
There was enough that his body was covered in snow.
And could you tell at that point how far Mr. O'Keefe was from the roadway as far as Fairview Road was concerned?
I mean, I remember kind of a little ways in. I don't know exactly.
Can you give us feet, distance, measurements of some kind?
Make that call to 911, and what is sort of going on with respect to Ms. Roberts, the defendant, and Mr. O'Keefe while you're on that 911?
So I run the blankets over to Miss Roberts, and she's kind of lifts him up, put the blankets underneath him, and she's screaming at Miss Reed to get off of Mr. O'Keefe. And they're kind of yelling back and forth. Karen's screaming, is he dead? Is he dead? I, at some points, walk over towards the car, Carrie's car, to get away because they're so loud. And I was trying to be calm and get help there for John as fast as possible.
So you said there's a knee cast down in the snow.
Carrie starts yelling about doing CPR. She tells Karen to do mouth to mouth. Karen's yelling because as they start, blood starts coming out of John's mouth.
As far as the CPR, that's what you're talking about?
Yes.
So during this time, the defendant's yelling and you're on the phone with 911, correct?
Yes.
So you're trying to back up or distance yourself a little bit so that you can hear what's going on with the 911 operator and they can hear you.
Yes.
And after you complete that 911 call, what's going on at that?
I go over, and at that point, Carrie asks if I can take over doing the compressions.
Oh, really?
And did you do that?
I did, yes.
Oh, really?
At some point after you call 911, do either police or fire or someone responds and arrives on scene, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know about how much time it was in between when you hung up with 911 and when the first responders started to arrive?
From when I hung up, maybe a few minutes. I'm not exactly sure.
And do you recall whether or not it was police or fire or who showed up first?
Police.
Is that the officer that was in that video or that cruiser that was just up on the screen as the last?
I didn't see the officer in the video, but I know it was Officer Sarif was the first officer to arrive.
Mm-hmm.
So then, after the officer arrives, what happened?
He was trying to figure out what had happened. Karen just ran around screaming my name, Kerry's name. Is he dead? Is he dead? It was on repeat. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? More officers started to arrive.
I think she's watched everybody else's testimony, including the dash cam footage on which she can be heard, where someone said, "Is she dead? Is she dead? Did I hit him? Could I have hit?" Do you think she's watched everyone else's testimony? I don't know. Sounds like direct quotes.
The
It was on
EMTs, they
repeat.
began to work on him.
And while he's still, while him and, sorry, by him you mean Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes,
And Mr. O'Keefe's still on the ground and they're working on him there, is that correct?
yes.
And could you see anything about sort of what they were doing or what was going on with that?
No, I just saw a bunch of them around Mr. O'Keefe.
Mr. O'Keefe.
And then what happened then?
More officers began to arrive. And Miss Reed just continued to run around screaming. As more officers and EMT arrived, they asked what happened. One EMT asked, one EMT had asked, his name, his age, things like that. If she knew what happened, Miss Reed stated that she hit him. Besides running around saying, I hit him, did I hit him, could I have done this? Is he dead? Is he dead? At one point, one of the police officers put Miss Reed in the back of her cruiser, and he asked for myself to go over with her, and Kerry came over with us as well.
I'd like to just take you back to when the paramedic is asking for information, biographical information, things like that. You indicated that the defendant said, I hit him, is that correct?
Yes,
That's something that she said once or more than once?
3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
3 times.
Now, before you had made reference to statements she made.
3 is the magic number. 3 is the magic number. Everything's happened 3 times in this trial. You notice that?
With sort of qualifiers or questions as far as could I have hit him or did I hit him? Is that what she said at that time when she was speaking to the paramedic?
No, she was earlier. It was could I, did I? When she spoke to the paramedic, it was crystal clear. I hit him.
Oh, it wasn't a question. It was crystal clear when she spoke to the paramedic. Wow. I mean, I am so happy that the defense has 3 days to prepare for this cross because it's going to go on for days. She gave them so much too much information. There is such a thing as too much information. Because now every single thing every sentence that you have said can be dissected. And you know what's great about trials that are live streamed on, Court TV and Law and Crime is that the defense team does not need to order a rush transcript from the court reporter to get, pay thousands of dollars for a transcript of your testimony, because all they need to do is go home and watch it. And every single sentence that you uttered will be dissected. And we are outraged.
One of the officers takes her over to the back of a cruiser, is that right?
Yes.
And you were over in that area as well?
Yes.
Who, if anyone else, was over in that area?
Miss Roberts.
And while you were over in that area, what was going on over there?
We were in the back of the police cruiser. Karen was sitting in there. I kind of scooched myself in. Miss Roberts came over. Karen grabbed our hands. She asked us to pray. She looked at her hands and she had blood. She asked us if she could have gotten her period. We told her no, that was John's blood.
This was in her original statement, so she had to say it. She was doing mouth to mouth and compressions on John. And this woman wants you to believe, as they're holding hands, doing the Hail Mary, the Our Father, whatever prayer they're engaged in, that Karen looked at her hands and said, could I have gotten my period? Really? For those of you who did not know that this was in the original statement, because those of us who have been through every document in this case with a fine-tooth comb have known this for a long time. If you are hearing this for the first time, tell us how you're feeling, what you're thinking.
Then blood, she asked us if she could have gotten her period. We told her no, that was John's blood.
Oh,
Then she said, what if he's dead? Promise me you'll take care of the kids. Someone's going to take care of the kids. Then we prayed. Then at the end, they were moving John. And at that point, Karen told Carrie, go over, look, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Over and over. And Carrie said, I'll go over and check on him. And she was yelling, are they working on him? And then at that point, she grabbed my hands and she said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. And so I had my phone out and it was cold and my hands were frozen and I have MS, and I took my phone out while she was screaming and shaking my arm, and I attempted to Google how long does it take to die in the cold.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I have MS. You had to throw that in there. Little sympathy card. Oh my. Does anybody know how to use voice to text? Anyone? Anyone? I never text. I always voice to text. But she's trying to do this now in the cold with her MS because Karen's asking her how long to die from hypothermia, and she's trying her best to get it done. Even though they're praying, Karen's saying, oh, with this blood, did I get my period? I know it's late. I know we've been here for a long time. We're taking it back because we need to hear this again.
They were moving John, and at that point, Karen told Carrie, go over, look, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Over and over. And Carrie said, I'll go over and check on him. And she was yelling, are they working on him? And then at that point, she grabbed my hands and she said, Google hypothermia, Google how long it takes to die in the cold. And so I had my phone out and it was cold and my hands were frozen and I have MS, and I took my phone out while she was screaming and shaking my arm, and I attempted to Google how long does it take to die in the cold.
And
There are so many things that I want to say right now. There are so many things that I want to say right now, but I know the trolls are watching. I know the trolls are watching. I know that she's going to go home and watch. I know she is. And I'm not going to say what I want to say because I'm not giving any hints. I'm not helping anybody. But the timing of that is sus. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not giving it. I'm holding it in. I'm not even going to recap this with you guys today because again, we have to wait until Tuesday for the cross. We're going to wait. I am not going to point out all the inconsistencies that I know about, that I've read about, that I've heard about, all the things that she said on, I know you know. And as much as I'd like to explain it to people who don't know about this case, I'm not going to do it. No ammo.
on scene sometime after 6 a.m. on that day, correct?
Yes.
You recall whether or not that came up as far as your search in Google? Is it something that you typed once or more than once?
I believe I did it multiple times because as I was typing it, I don't know what else was coming up. She was screaming. My hands were shaking.
And do you recall anything as far as what the search results were, or did you click on anything, or did you get an answer to the question the defendant had posed to you?
I don't even think I got an answer because as I kept Googling and she kept yelling, and then they were moving John. And the next thing I knew, we were kind of moving because she wanted to see if they were working on him.
were moving along with the defendant over towards where Mr. O'Keefe had gone to the back of the ambulance?
Yes, we kind of just moved to see what was going on.
When you moved over, what did you see then?
They were just putting him in the back of the ambulance.
Now, after Mr. O'Keefe was put into the back of the ambulance, where did you go then? What did you do?
At that point, different police officers, I believe, were arriving, and they were asking questions about what happened.
And did you speak to those officers?
Oh, yeah.
I did, yes.
And at that point, did you know what happened?
No, to be honest, it was like I was there, but everything was just going on, and I was completely just in a state of shock and disbelief.
And that sort of period there, how long did that go on?
So I talked to a few officers. We tried to just give them, he didn't come home. We went out looking for him, kind of just the brief overview. And then one of the police officers asked me to go into the house and to wake up my sister and my brother-in-law.
They asked you to go in there and wake them up.
And at some point while you were outside, did you try to contact your sister and your brother-in-law?
I believe I called my sister, Nicole.
And when was that in relation to everything as far as medically that was going on with Mr. O'Keefe and all?
I think I might have called her right after I got off with 911 possibly. And then, she didn't answer. And that's when I was walking over, I believe, to John.
And she didn't answer the call when you called her initially?
No.
And you recall calling either your sister Nicole or your brother-in-law Brian Albert prior to going into the house?
I don't recall. I know I did call Nicole at one point. I'm not sure if I called Brian or not.
Regardless of if you called or you didn't call, do you recall having any sort of phone conversation with either Nicole or Brian Albert before you went in the house?
No.
So you at least called your sister Nicole, she didn't answer, and then one of the officers directed you to wake them up.
Yes.
And when you went up to the house at 34 Fairview, how did you get in?
The front door.
And front door was unlocked?
Yes.
Is that typical from your experience at that residence?
Yes.
And so you went to the house.
The cop doesn't lock his doors.
I went up the stairs to their bedroom.
Typical, she says, for them. Didn't lock the doors.
When you arrived there, was it open or closed or something?
Closed.
And you opened it?
Yes.
And when you opened it, who, if anyone, did you see in the room and what were they doing?
I saw my sister and Brian, and they were both asleep.
Mm-hmm.
And
Dog didn't bark.
A dog that they have?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe?
Was Chloe in the bedroom as well at that time?
I don't recall.
You come in, they're both sleeping.
Did Caitlin take Chloe home that night? Did Allie take Chloe home? Was Chloe at your house? Did Allie take Chloe? You don't recall if Chloe was there. Okay.
And what happened then?
I go over to the bed, and I'm calling out their names.
And how long were you calling out their names before you got any kind of response?
Brian responded first, and he was very, startled and looked at me like, what is going on?
Did he grab his gun? Or did he grab his phone that was on the bed next to him, or his broken readers by now?
Nicole took a little, and I think it took Nicole a little bit longer than Brian to wake up.
And what is it that you're telling them as you're coming into the room and they're waking up?
I'm telling them that we just found John out front, and I could have possibly said John has died. We just found John out front.
John has died.
They were very confused. At one point, I think Brian was like, "Who's John?" I mean, they'd just woken up and they had no idea what I was talking about.
Now, as far as when they're first waking up and you're explaining to them, how would you describe sort of their demeanor as you're talking?
They were both shocked. I think they thought, why? Okay.
But what I'm asking them is just sort of when you observe them, how would you describe your physical observations of what they look like, their demeanor in that respect?
Shocked, confused, not understanding.
Objection, move to strike.
Strike the last one.
Now, as far as this conversation that you're having with your sister and your brother-in-law in their bedroom, how long was that going on for?
A few minutes at least.
And then following that, where did you go?
They got up, got dressed, and then we walked down the stairs.
And when you got to the bottom of the stairs, what, if anything, did you see when you got?
There was a police officer at the bottom of the stairs.
Oh, he just walked in, let himself
Do
in.
you know who that police officer is?
Yes, Officer Lank.
At that time, did you know who that police officer was?
I did, yes.
Lank let himself in the house.
He's from Canton. He was, I don't know, 5 years older than me. I knew him kind of growing up, who he was, and met
Him
him
growing
through
up.
the years.
You're aware of who he was.
Yes.
Was he an acquaintance or a friend?
And were there any other officers with him initially?
No.
He was a friendly.
Now, before you go into the house, do you know where Ms. Roberts and the defendant were, or what they were doing when you went to the house?
I believe they put Karen in a car, and
Only if you know. Only if you
okay.
If you know. Do you know?
Karen was in a car. Kerry was walking all around.
Now, as far as the ambulance with Mr. O'Keefe, at the time that you go into the house, was that ambulance still there?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it had left.
And when you come downstairs with your sister and your brother-in-law, and the officer's there, you have a conversation, is that correct?
Yes.
Where did that first conversation occur?
In the hallway and then into the kitchen.
And from there, you mentioned that there was Officer Lank at one point. Were there any other officers that joined that conversation at some point?
Hours later, yes.
And so during that initial conversation, you're talking to the officer, who, if anyone else, not what they said, but who, if anyone else, is speaking to the officer?
Brian and Nicole.
That conversation initially with the officer, do you know about how long that went on?
I don't. A few minutes.
And following that conversation, what did you do, or what happened?
My husband arrived.
And had you called him?
Yes.
And when had you called him?
I called him when I was walking in the house to wake up my sister and Brian.
So as you're walking in, you call your husband Matt, and then he arrives at some point after. Is it after you're done talking to the officer, or while you're talking to the officer?
The officer was still in the house, yes.
And so in that vein, as far as when your husband comes in, the officer's there, correct?
Yes.
Did you see your husband talking to the officer as well?
Yes, the officer asked him to step outside or step to the side, and they spoke.
Mm.
And then what happened then?
The officer told me to stay.
I'll allow that. I told her to stay.
The officer told me to stay, and that he said that the state police would be coming to talk to me.
The state police would be coming to talk to you?
34.
They're telling you this at 6 something a.m. John isn't dead. They're not conflicted out, but Lank is telling you already that the state police are coming to talk to you? Oh, I forgot. I wasn't going to say anything. Sorry.
Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
You know where Ms. Roberts and the defendant are?
Yes, Carrie came up and she had told me that she,
Not what she told you. Next question, Mr. Miller.
At some point, did you see Ms. Roberts and the defendant go?
yes, to pick up John's parents.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll strike.
And as far as they left in Ms. Roberts' car, is that right?
Correct.
Ms. Roberts was again driving.
Correct.
And at some point, did you observe them come back to the house?
Yes.
And about how long was it between the time they left and the time they came back?
5 minutes approximately.
And after they came back to the house, what, if any, other activity did you see outside as far as first?
I was in the house, so I didn't see Miss Roberts pull back up.
You were in the house for most of the rest of the time that you were there, is that correct?
Correct.
How long were you there that morning, waiting for the state police?
I believe I left approximately 11:30.
During the time that you were there, you're there, your sister Nicole Albert's there, your brother-in-law Brian Albert's there, and your husband Matthew McCabe's there, correct?
Correct.
And was there anybody else that arrived at some point over the course of the morning while you were there at the house?
Yes.
And who was that? And if you know about what time was it that they arrived?
Julie Albert.
Now, with reference to when Julie Albert arrived, at some point around that time, did you have occasion to look out and see sort of what was going on outside?
No.
Were you aware whether or not there were any police or fire or anything that was still there at the time that Miss Julie Albert arrived?
There wasn't.
And she comes in the house, and at some point, I'm assuming she's informed of what had transpired there before her arrival, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And when she's informed of that, what, if anything, did you observe about her demeanor or how she reacted?
Shocked.
Now, in addition to Julie Albert, who, if anyone else, was at the house that morning while you were there?
Officer Lank and Gallagher were there. And Brian Higgins came that morning.
And do you know how Brian Higgins came to know or how Brian Higgins came to be there that morning? Did you know?
I don't know.
Now, you mentioned that Officer Lank came back to the house, is that right?
Yes.
That was after some period of time when he had left?
Yes.
He came back with another officer named Gallagher, is that right?
Yes.
And why did they come back to the house?
Because I called Officer Lank.
And did you have his number, or how did you get his number if you did?
Julie Albert gave it to me.
And so you called Officer Lank, he then comes back to the house on Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
And when he came back, why had you asked him to come?
Well, as I was sitting there and I was waiting for the state police to come, I was slowly trying to piece together what had just happened in the last couple of hours. And he had told me, if there's anything that you remember, once, if you remember anything, please, give me a call.
Mm-hmm.
And so there was something that you remembered and you gave him a call.
Yes.
And when he came back to the house, what was it that you told him?
I told him about the comments and the remarks that Karen Reed had been stating that morning.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
And specifically, what type of remarks are you referring to that you told Officer Lank when he came back?
I said that she told one of the EMTs that she hit him.
Now, at some point, you indicated that you left the house on Fairview, is that right?
Yes.
And with your husband, I presume?
Yes.
And where did the two of you go?
We went home.
And your children were still there without either you or your husband there, is that correct?
Yes.
And once you arrived back home, what is it that you did at that point?
We went in the house and Officer Proctor was coming over to speak with us.
And that Officer Proctor, is that someone that you knew previously or had ever met?
I had never met Officer Proctor.
Trooper.
Come alone, or was he with someone else?
He had another officer with him.
You know who that officer is?
Yes, Yuri Buchanan.
And had you ever met Yuri Buchanan?
No.
When you get home,
Let's practice that
how
pronunciation.
long was it at the time from when you arrived home with your husband to the time that the officers from the state police came by?
It was pretty quick.
Now, in addition to the officers from the state police, did anybody else come over to your house on that day, late morning, early afternoon?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian.
And do you know why he came over that?
Yes, he came over. I had asked him. He's like a big brother to me, and I was all shaken up and nervous and overwhelmed. And So I wanted his support.
Oh, you wanted his support.
And he came over, correct?
Yes.
Brian's support.
Now,
She wanted Brian's
right after
support
the officers from the
because her
city-
husband doesn't do anything for her. She wanted Brian's support when Proctor was coming to her house. So she called Brian to come over. I see a lot of chatters talking about, I'm not going to even put him up on the screen, that there may have been some sort of relationship between her and Brian, her sister's husband. I don't know. I can't speak to that. I don't live in Canton. Far from it. Praise be. But she needed Brian's support. And so she called him to come over when Proctor was coming. Okay.
He came over, you spoke to them, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall where in your home you spoke to him?
In my dining room.
And when you spoke to him, was it both of the officers that were present?
Yes.
And was there anybody else present in the dining room when you were talking?
No.
And as far as your husband or your brother-in-law, Brian, do you know where in the house they were when you were in the dining room?
Yes, they were in my bedroom.
And at some point later on that day, those same officers talked to both your husband and your brother-in-law, Brian.
Yes.
And during each of those respective conversations or interviews, do you know where you were in the house when those were going on?
In my bedroom.
And when you were in your bedroom, could you hear anything that they were saying downstairs in the dining room?
No.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Please take a moment.
Another one sort of was the phone calls between yourself and Ms. Reed from that morning.
Yes.
Now, before I get into those, as far as after you had gone inside the house and Ms. Reed had got into Ms. Roberts' car, what if any other communication or what if any other communication did you have with Ms. Reed that morning?
I texted her asking for Carrie's phone number because I didn't have it. And I also had a phone conversation with Karen when she was in the ambulance.
And that text communication that I placed before you essentially has one bubble on it, and that's you asking for Carrie Roberts' number.
Correct.
And the phone conversation that you had with the defendant, when was that, and you know where the defendant was at the time that you spoke?
Yes, she was in an ambulance.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what, generally speaking, what was the content of that conversation? What did the two of you talk about?
She just was repeating, asking if he was dead. Is he dead? She brought up the kids, and then she also asked if I would visit her.
And how did you respond?
I said yes.
Now, following that phone conversation, did you have any further communication in any form that you can recall with the defendant?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admits each of those as the next two exhibits.
Is there an objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Text.
I'm muted. We're behind, but did they go for the day? Did they go until 5?
Ms. Roberts' information, why were you asking?
She was on the way to pick up John's parents and to bring him to the hospital. And I wanted to check in on them and then further updates from Carrie about John and how he was.
You wanted to know how your friend was doing, correct?
Yes.
No further questions for this witness. Your Honor.
4 minutes to 4, I think we're way too much. I don't think I can get it done in 4 minutes.
Definitely can't get it done today.
All right, jurors, I'm going to, we're not in session on Monday. So we'll
Why?
be back Tuesday morning. So Tuesday will be a half a day. Someday next week, I might ask you to think about maybe revising some of these Tuesday, Thursdays to longer days, but I'll give you plenty of notice of that. I need to make sure that the board, I'm just asking you to think about it. All right, so please, those Same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone.
I don't know why there's no court on Monday. She went over a whole list of days off one day, and there's like 3 days off the following week. I don't know why, unless somebody said it was a scheduled day off. But I don't know why there's no, unless the kids are testifying on Monday. I'm a little bit confused right now. And the court feed is still on and we're on real time. Except now it's off. Okay, let's go to the chat. Let's go to the chat. What a day. What a freaking day it was. What a mess. Look at this. I can't even. Wow. Just wow. Yeah, so no evidence, just making up stuff. Zencat, thank you for the 5. I hear no indication that Karen's text that there's been a spat, right? Like there was any kind of arguing at all. Cat Mom, see you at Albert's trial rerun party tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Dookie, thanks for the 5. Think Lally will lallygag it till it's time to leave for the weekend? Oh, yes, he did. You know it. It's raining lies. Thanks, Max, for the super chat. I'm rarely speechless. Dave Reese, thanks for the super chat. I think Lally was trying to show her she had her Apple Watch on and she was tossing and turning during the night, right? Because we know the Apple Health data shows that she's pacing all night. And she didn't, right? She didn't give it to him. But no spoil. I'm just gonna not really commentate. I'm just gonna answer your questions because I don't want to give anybody any ammunition or any chance to rehabilitate themselves, because what we heard today was a train wreck. Diana, thank you. Her tell for lies is looking at the jury. Noticed that too. Little Miss Can't Be Wrong. Oh, I love that. It's a Black Crow song. Thanks for the 5. Going to wake up our neighbor, but not Brian and Nicole's, right? Suzanne, thank you. Karen is hysterical, yet talks about a cracked taillight. Anyone buying this? Why would there be any snow if the car was just driven? Great point. I think it was like 8 something in the morning. Dave, thank you. She has John's number, but not Karen's. Interesting. Yes, very interesting. She was communicating with John. Jen was constantly. Jam jar. This is for the nearly F. Thank you. I know. I tried to be good this time. Super sticker. Thanks on top. We're always coming in. Harley CC. Thank you. Liars can't remember their lies. I see your nose growing, Jen. LMD 511, thank you. I'm pretty sure that Carrie Roberts is Renee Roberts' sister-in-law. Renee Roberts is the realtor that sold the Alberts house. Oh, I don't know anything about that. Anybody in the chat know? You can put it in there. True Crime is Stephanie. Thank you. Oh my God, Karen. So Karen isn't guilty of murder. She's guilty of wearing her shoes in the house. Yeah, that was rich, wasn't it? What they said when they went back to One Meadows to look for John, which was ridiculous in and of itself, that Carrie and Jen took their shoes off because John liked it that way, but Karen didn't. Karen just ran right in there with the shoes on. Keith Johnson, thank you. Cover up is worse than the crime. She is awful. Oh, that we did that one already. Thank you, Mom of 4s, for your super sticker. Maddie, thank you. Lally is killing time, so JM can prep over the weekend. He's done with direct, so cross will be the first thing to come up on Tuesday, which we now learn is going to be a half a day. But she told the jury, like, we may be going longer than half days on Tuesday, Thursday, so we'll have to talk about that later. Otherwise, this trial is never going to be over. Charlie, thank you for the 5. If I saw this woman in public, I'd have a real hard time not going to jail. Melissa, thank you for the super sticker. Hannah O'Neill says, I just had to rewind. She just said, I pulled to Meadows Drive and Karen took us to the back of the car and says, look, see, I have a cracked tail light, but where in the video do you stop and see? We're not going to give anybody a chance to rehabilitate Hannah, but thanks for the 10. And yes, I noticed that as well. Suzanne, thank you. No court on Monday. Court resumes on Tuesday. Half day. we're going to have 3 days to go back and watch this. And then I'm going to come back and recap it before then. So don't worry. You won't miss me too much. Mrs. Parks is in the house. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the $50. That's so generous of you. I thought I heard Matt say she or her when they were talking about the other individual that John might be with during his testimony this morning. He slipped. In the words of the great philosopher David Yannetti, I am outraged. Oh, so you think Jen was saying, oh, maybe he was with Bella's mom, Ashley, because now poor Ashley is dragged into that. And everyone in Canton probably knows Bella and probably knows her mom. And she had to be dragged into this mess. Thank you, Mrs. Parks. I appreciate you. Desert Cat, I watched a fair number of trials, but I've never seen anything like these witnesses. Have you ever seen the likes of Jen Mick? Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone? Somebody was comparing her to Amber Heard earlier. Paw Printed Heart, thank you. But her husband said there was nothing there, just the light bulb. She's saying pieces missing. OMG. Oh, yeah. There's a whole bunch of new information spilled today. She saw pieces missing from the taillight and then was shown part of the Sallyport video and said, yeah, that's what it looked like, even though I just told you it was full of snow and I really didn't see. Colleen, thank you. I'm really into statement analysis, and liars often use the number 3. Oh, really, Colleen Kavanaugh? Really? That is very interesting. 3 is the magic number. In this case, it really is, right? Maddie says, thank you. Don't give them any leads. Thanks, Maddie. Casey, thank you. Can the defense recall a witness after they cross-exam? If so, when? It would be during their case in chief. After the prosecution rests, then it's time for the defense. And they can call any of these witnesses again. Thank you, Fairy Raven, always coming in with the super sticker. And Jet, thanks for becoming a member. And Dave, Little Miss Can't Be Wrong was Spin Doctors. Yeah, but didn't the Black Crows also do a version of it? I think they did. Then maybe they redid it. Or they've played it in concert. I've seen the Black Crows do that song. Maybe they picked it up as a cover. But thanks for paying just to have me, just to correct me on that, because you're probably right. But I could swear that I've seen or heard the Black Crows sing it. But I don't know. My memory's foggy. Vix Logic, thank you so much. I love your work. Long old day. Yeah, that is a long old day today, isn't it? D, thanks for the 20. You're so sweet, DK. Can you imagine the moment, can you imagine the moment Karen realized her friends set her up? I can't imagine how devastating that was. Free Karen Reed. I don't know that right. They're saying they're her friends. And again, D, I'm spun. It's been a day. Thank you, Amy, so much for your super sticker. Random remixes. Thank you. Her eye rolls when there's an objection because it causes her to stop her lies is so telling. Isn't it though? Isn't it though? Haven't we just about seen it all today? Are we going to even make it until Tuesday? I don't know. I don't know if I can make it that long. Thank you, Wayne, for buying me a coffee. And Sharon, thank you so much. And Marlene, thank you so much for the Venmo, and Roxanne for the Cash App. And Brenda, thank you so much for the Cash App. And somebody says they think Matt is kicking ass. There's a lot of emails here to read. Sherry, thank you so much for the Venmo. And Sheila and Jessica and Katie for the coffees, and Colleen for the Venmo. You guys are amazing. I'm going to have to digest all of this stuff. RB for buying 3 coffees. Thank you. I know you guys are going to have to digest it too, but if there's one thing, Danielle and Justin, thank you. And Lisa, thank you. And Stacy, thank you. It's a lot of thank yous here. If there's one thing today that you are going to remember for a very, very long time, all the way until Tuesday, put it in the chat now. What is the one thing that stuck out to you the most, other than, talking about the spin doctors, right? Who tried to be the spin doctor today? Matt McCabe. Yes, little cupcake. Karen's trauma is compounded, having to listen to all the testimony, 100%. Your moderators are quick to remove the bad talk. I know we try. We try and keep it classy here. We try. Lucas says Melanie Jen has no choice. She has to lie or admit the truth. Better for her to lie until the proof shows who she is and what she did. Oh, the ass grabbing. That was funny. Ass grabbing entered the trial. Brian Albert being the comforter. Yeah, I needed his comfort. He needed to come over when I was going to be questioned by Proctor. I needed Brian Albert there. He would comfort me. Bella and Bella's mom. Yep. The fake crying. The digging about the shoes in the house, right? Sharon, so unnecessary. You think that, Lauren, you think Jen's losing her mind now that Matt's telling her they have everything? OMG by Matt McCabe when he realized they had his secret text. So yes, the group texts. Tell him the guy didn't go in the house in the group text to Brian, Nicole, and his wife. Yeah, we haven't even gotten to that with her yet. That's going to be explosive. The grab ass with Maddie. Oh my gosh. Best mods on YouTube. You guys are the Reebok entering the chat. Yep. John getting them a discount on the Reebok sneakers. Tell them the guy never went in the house. That was the explosion of the day, I think. When Matt McCabe was confronted with those text messages, he could not escape that. Wow, just freaking wow. Thank you so much, the theater fan, for throwing in a 10 at the very end of the stream. Mods, you're the best. I love you so much. This was 8 hours. We went straight through today. I thank you for your time, your effort, your love, your support. You are the best on YouTube, and you know it. And what you do for me is incredible. And we wouldn't have blown past 40K in under a year without you. So thank you so much for that. My members, my little cupcakes, I love you so. My viewers, replay viewers, please hit the like button. It helps the algorithm. Hit the subscribe button. It's free. And hit that bell so you'll know that when I go live. And you know I can't stay away from you until Tuesday. So I'm definitely going to be back before then. Till Tuesday. There's a band I haven't heard of in a really, really long time. Do you remember Till Tuesday? All right. Enough for the day. I am done. I'm out. This is a wrap. Remember, my friends, be cool, be kind, be classy. It's not hard, really. It is so not hard. And to all of you who donated yesterday to Prestige Worldwide, who is matching your donations to donate to MS Research, you raised $1,755 in Karen's name and honor. And I thank you so much. You're amazing. Stay safe out there, my friends. And until I see you again soon, peace out. Let's go Rangers.